benefit of the public, we will go through planning and development first, economic development, neighborhood community services, city clerk's office, copy center, city attorney's office. We'll finish off with the office of the mayor, city manager, general city purpose, and our city council offices. So first, before we do that, let's do roll call. City clerk.
Okay. Councilmember Soria, Councilmember Carbasi, Councilmember Arias,
Present.
Councilmember Maxwell,
Present.
Councilmember Bredefeld,
Here.
Councilmember Esparza,
Present.
and President Chavez.
Here. All right, first up, we have planning and development. I believe that's Director Jennifer Clark. You have the floor.
Good morning. Thank you very much this morning. Jennifer Clark, Director, Planning and Development. Does this clicker work before I get started? Is this going to work? You'll do it for me? Okay. The Planning and Development Department is tasked with supporting property development in Fresno. Its core functions include development approvals for private investment, public investment in community facilities, affordable housing, and homelessness, and support of downtown and neighborhood investment through parking management and enforcement. Next slide, please. Oh, no, you're already there. The proposed budget shows a growth in personnel costs related to a need to support customer demand, to comply with state and federal regulations, to improve and enhance customer interface, and to support department personnel. The non-personnel costs are aligned with resources including one-time and ongoing federal and state grant programs. 2020 provided a surge of funds for homeless and community services from both HUD and HCD. While many of these dollars were one-time resources, they also have 2- and 3-year timelines to utilize for programming. Additionally, new resources are anticipated in 2022, including dedicated ARP funding from HUD. Personnel costs are expected to increase 32% over 2021 actuals, which remains at 20% of all appropriations. Total expenditures are proposed at $89 million, which is a 5% decrease from the 2021 budget. This budget identifies but does not appropriate one-time ARP funds found on page B140 of the budget. Next slide, please. The department receives revenues primarily through fees for service, such as entitlement and plan check processing, through permits for building and parking, and from grants. Due to a surge in construction and development activity, along with new and ongoing federal and state grants, the department's revenues are in line with projected expenditures. General fund appropriations of $23 million is a decrease of $3.5 million from FY21. Overall, the department has a higher percentage of non-general fund resources due to one-time and ongoing federal and state affordable housing and homeless grants. Next slide, please. Drivers for the expansion in services are primarily from development and from grants. Building permit activity has increased dramatically with an average of nearly 900 permits issued per month, with valuations in excess of $100 million per month. These investments are increasing the overall value of real estate and improvements in Fresno. Those investments translate into future revenues for the city to apply to city services. Prior to building permit issuance, entitlements are needed to develop property, and these have increased to nearly 600 issued per month, which continues to drive building permits. In particular, the residential market is seeing a large expansion. By the end of fiscal year calendar year, approximately 1,800 new single-family permits will have been issued, which is 50% higher than the 20-year average of 1,200 single-family permits per year. In grants, the department expects to see a new federal homeless initiative from ARP funding of $12 million, plus the transfer of the HAP program at $9 million for new and ongoing homeless programs. Next slide, please. As stated previously, residential activity is strong. For the calendar year, nearly 1,000 permits have been issued to date for housing units. This translates to a projection of over 2,000 units for calendar year 2021, between the peaks of 2006 and 2007. The hatched bars represent projections based on activity through May. Tracking alongside is the value of the permits. This is a direct relationship in investment in real estate and improvements in Fresno, which ultimately impacts taxable valuations. The past 2 calendar years saw strong growth from 2013 and 2014. Based on current projections, calendar year 2021 will end with over $1.3 billion in construction-related investment in Fresno. Next slide. While entitlements, permits, and inspections have increased to over the peaks of 2006 and 2007, staffing has not recovered to the 2008 level and has not kept up with demand. This slows service response time and thus reduces investment in Fresno's economy. The combined force dedicated to delivering development services has shrunk from a high of 90 personnel to 66 overall. Without additional staffing, customers cannot be provided the response times that they desire. Over the past decade plus, the average number of applications and inspections processed by employees has increased dramatically. For entitlements over this same period, the average number of applications processed per employee annually was 118. To put this into perspective, in 2006, planners processed an average of 162 applications per year per planner. In 2019, that number had increased to 294 applications per planner per year. We anticipate that in 2021, each planner will process over 300 applications. For inspections, the average number of inspections per inspector has been 2,693 per year. We anticipate that in 2021, each inspector will conduct 3,284 inspections. Next slide, please.
Director,
Yep.
they're going to increase the volume of items processed. How exactly? Is it the use of technology? Are they going to replicate themselves? Are they going to work long hours, overtime?
So that translates into the next slide in terms of the request for additional employees. So there are additional employees identified in the budget to handle this. We also have outsourcing contracts that we utilize as relief valves. Our priority is, number one, to go to overtime, to offer overtime to inspectors, planners, plan checkers to ensure that we're meeting volumes. If we can't, we have outsourcing contracts, and our third option is our third-party agreements to allow for additional support and additional services during boom times. The proposed budget adds 13 full-time positions and converts 1 permanent part-time position. These positions are intended to expand, enhance, and support high-quality customer service and response times.
Director Clark.
Yes.
Can I interject momentarily?
Yes.
Speaking of additional employees, half of them, of the proposed new employees to your department, will be coming from the proposed Express Development Team.
Correct.
Can we spend a few minutes talking about that? Because I'm having a hard time understanding the justification behind a system where you pay additional money to receive additional services. I mean, to me, the equivalent of that would be you haven't had a pothole filled in front of your house for 6 months. You pay additional money to Public Works. You get it expedited. We don't do that. You don't pay additional money to a dispatch center to get faster 911 calls directed to your house. Why are we making an exception with the planning department where we're going to add $1 million to our budget so that the folks that could afford to have their projects expedited are able to do so at the cost of the developers who are not able to pay those additional fees?
Director, isn't that basically a replication of the police model on contract policing? Those that can afford to pay extra actually get fast service where everybody else has to wait in the back of the line?
So this would actually be a separate line altogether. So a separate line altogether to ensure that investment occurs more rapidly in Fresno. So instead of waiting 14 days for a permit, 1 to 3 day turnaround time to get a building permit, to ensure that those permits where people want to pay extra, we're still going to meet our timelines on the other processes, but instead of 2 weeks, 1 to 3 days.
It says here for qualified development projects. What does that mean? Who qualifies for this program?
So anything that is entitled and for specific types of applications. So initially when we open the queue, so this will be a separate queue for processing once we have the staffing and our fees established. This separate queue will allow for us to initially, anything that we don't route outside of the department, we can turn around within the team. We'll be bringing up additional staffing, engineers to support our internal routing that is sent to Public Works and Public Utilities to ensure that we're meeting their standards on plan check. And then we can add those types of functions. So those, we would have a list of types of applications that could be processed through this queue. So it wouldn't be master plan development that you get turned around in 3 days. It's going to be, I have 200 residential standard plans and I need to get them in the ground right now. We can process those in a much more rapid period of time than if they just went into the standard pot.
I agree with the vision you have for the outcome. I think we all want to see faster development, quicker development, expedited development here in the city of Fresno. But I think if we were to do this model with any other department, I think that would certainly raise a lot of eyebrows in the public's view, whether we had, pay-to-play services for FACTS or Public Works, police department. Why couldn't we just allocate the additional folks that you're proposing there and move them to the Strong Team Foundation, which is pretty much supplemental staff to help expedite the day-to-day process? Wouldn't that also help achieve the same outcome, Director Clark?
It could, right? So, and I would need to run some numbers in terms of timeline, but it wouldn't result in the dramatic timeline reductions. So, for example, a building owner out by the airport has a warehouse, right? And they need to do a interior tenant finish to get that warehouse ready for somebody who wants to rent in less than 30 days. So submittal time, processing time, replan check. So instead of taking 14 to 21 days, we would be looking at 1 to 3 days to turn around that building plan. If we continue to have one single line, all applications are processed in the order in which they are received. So in this particular case, hey, I've got a tenant that needs to be in this building in 30 days. I'm willing to pay a little bit extra to go through this other line, and it gets it out of the queue, which doesn't hold up other things. So I don't get a phone call from your office or the mayor's office that says, hey, can you take this one application and put it in front of all the 200 other people who are waiting in line?
I understand your point, Director, but I'll just let the city manager know that I really take issue with these, what I perceive as neoliberal policies that allow wealthy citizens of the city to have better city services than the rest of the folks that can't afford it. I think this is a slippery slope. If we implement it for this department, what's stopping us from implementing a similar model for any of the other departments that we have?
Yeah, I understand. I mean, but honestly, we are responding to a market demand right here. I mean, I get calls, Mayor get calls, Jennifer
We
get calls.
have a demand for more 911 calls, but we're not putting in a system where you could pay additional $20 to get a faster 911 call sent out to your home.
No, but we are, and the proposal was, one of the motions was, what would it cost to add the 34 to get us to 95%? So we're trying to get that standard for everybody. Right now, we have the standard of 14 days, 21
And
days.
that's what I was talking to Director Clark about. I don't have a problem adding more staff to something like the Strong Team Foundation, where they're going to be there to serve everybody, regardless of how much they're paying. What I take issue with is the separate division, the separate unit that is specifically intended to help folks that are able to cut a bigger check.
Yeah, no, I totally understand. Again, we are responding to a market demand. Everybody wants to jump the line. We don't have a way to jump the line. When I reach out to staff and I said, hey, can you give me an update on this? I will always end it with no line jumping. The first thing they want to do is jump the line. And so I'm like, what can we do? Is there a way we can do something to help these people jump the line? Like TSA, or when you go to the airport or when you go to a hotel, another line you can go to, you pay extra for it. So that's the market demand we're responding to. But I can appreciate, the segregation that it creates, but the market demand is there. As she said, we put in 1.2 billion last year, and people are queued up wanting to do more work in the city. How can we help those projects move through faster? That's just what we're trying to do.
Councilmember Maxwell, I just want to make sure I understand. Are you referring to the fee that extra fee or outsourcing that, for example, a developer could come and say, I want to fast track this process, and they do that? Part of I think I can offer some insight. So part of the development world just ebbs and flows, right? There are times when we're like super busy, and like our city manager's talking about, there are times when we're not so busy. So if the city of Fresno goes out and hires, 30 additional employees, and then when that demand goes down, we're in a position where we essentially have to lay off people or figure out something else. So that was part of the rationale. I was actually here when they developed that. God, I want to say years ago. I don't even know how many years ago. But that was part of the thought process where somebody wanted to pay extra out of their own pocket, they could do that. Now, you might not be comfortable with that, and I totally understand that, but that was the benefit of having that, because development just goes up and down. Like, we'll have a boom right now, and I was here when the bust happened. I mean, there was not a lot of work, right? So what do we do with those employees? That's something just to factor into your, deliberation.
There'll be a time when people want it. They'll just get in line and just wait the 2 weeks. But right now, people want to go
But
fast.
city manager,
There's a distinction, I think, in terms of like what we've allowed in the last few years to do third-party contracting to augment staffing capacity versus creating a completely separate line. I think we're talking apples and oranges when we're talking about how do we expedite. I'm interested in expediting across the board for everyone, because I get the calls from the big developers, I get the call from the little, supermarket or the little business that wants to open in my district, and because the small business doesn't have the ability to pay up front, they're going to be stuck. So I rather increase the capacity across the board, if it's for the third party as well, or the outside folks, to build that, to, kind of lift everyone up at the same time, if that's what we're interested in.
I think that it's a matter of perspective. Right now, the status quo, the way it is, clearly looking at the numbers from 162 projects per planner per year to 294 to 300 projected. If we do nothing, it's going to get worse. There are people that use the planning department more often and take up more resources. These big projects take up more planners. I believe in attending some of those meetings you have with the BIA, they've said, hey, we'll pay more. I'd rather them pay for more of our staff than outsource it to another company. That's just my personal belief. I think it helps our workers here. But it frees up staff so that someone that comes in and says, hey, I have a small project in my house, or I have a TI project in my shopping center, they would be able to go faster, because it'll take the people that make the biggest demand, put them over here, they're paying more, kind of like the EIFD or the CFD. If they're going to benefit from this, they're paying more for those planners and that service, and that's what it does. I think the word segregation is really wrong. I wish we wouldn't use those kinds of words, but we need to be very clear. Is this going to free up and make it easier for folks that aren't paying that fee? Will it make their process faster for the folks, the typical person that comes in, that maybe isn't taking as many resources?
Right, absolutely. It's not going to have that same dramatic impact, right? But it would remove the large project, or I don't want to say large. It would remove high users from the standard line, right? And so without those projects in that main line, you're going to have more staff capacity to handle the projects that are there. And there's that wouldn't change the number of staffing in the main line, but it would reduce the number of projects, therefore improving speed, yes.
And the example you gave about someone trying to convert a current space for tenant improvements was a really good example, because that's happened a few times in my case. I don't think it was a big developer, quote unquote, but this individual would lose the contract if it wasn't done in time. So part of the calculation they make is, geez, I'll pay a little bit more, but if that keeps the tenant, it's worth it financially. And it helps keep those jobs in our community. So it's kind of a give and take. It just really depends. But I think, to Councilmember Maxwell's point, we want to make sure that we are not putting out people that can't afford to pay that fee. This is a whole different category.
Right. So
the director, if I
yes.
may, I'm trying to understand this thoughtfully.
okay.
There's been references made to this is to get the high users out of the normal queue and put them in a separate queue. But your program design and details are not about high users. It's about people who are willing to pay more for the same service that everybody else is paying a regular price for. So it's not about, for lack of a better description, not about Granville. This could apply to a small business,
Anyone
right?
can use the service.
That's willing to pay the extra.
Correct.
So I personally have a challenge with that because I have a ton of small businesses that they put in their life savings of $500,000 and they don't have the extra to pay. And they too have been waiting in line and their mortgages are coming up. Everything's contingent. This morning, you guys have an inspection in one of my small business downtown. They've been waiting for months for an inspection. And to Tommy's point, we don't want to tell people skip in front of the line, but this program actually goes beyond skipping the line. It creates a whole new line for people that can afford to pay for it.
It's all about interpretation. If we do nothing, those small business owners that I'm one of will get stuck further and further back because it's first come, first serve. There are people that take up more resources, that reinvest their dollars in this community and build homes in districts that need more homes, like with this new incentive program for cops to live in South Fresno.
Council.
I'm saying,
So, Member Karbasi, I'm not disagreeing with you. I completely agree with you. This is about all these folks that come in for permits are all investing in Fresno. They're all creating jobs, right? I'm to the point of Member Maxwell. If you need more bodies to give everybody better service, then let's do that.
yeah, but
I'm
someone
just-
has to pay for that. This is a revenue producing department for this city. These people have said, we're willing to pay more. What I'm worried about is they'll end up saying, okay, we're going to go hire a firm to do your job. And that's going to hurt all the employees that work there that are represented. I'd rather we use our current workforce and have them pay for that if they want more than go and outsource and hurt jobs in this city.
But can't we increase our fees if we are going to increase the capacity? We could increase our fees. That's essentially.
But that hurts the small businesses then. Instead of the big
No,
guys
but
paying for it,
you're-
the little guys pay for it.
Hey,
That's-
council, I think we don't have to portray this as an either or. I think we'll be able to find a solution. Why don't we let the director finish up her presentation? She's got 2 pages left, and then we get
Councilmember
into
Chavez.
the motions of making that a little better.
Before we proceed, I'm open to having further conversations about how this could work or what we could do to have further revenue in this department, like cutting less developer fees on a regular basis. But for the sake of the ticker and conversation, I'm going to make a motion to axe this program.
I'll second the motion to eliminate the program.
All right, motion was made, second, put it in the hopper. All right, director, let's see if we can finish your presentation.
Can you repeat the motion? I'm sorry.
It was to eliminate this program.
Okay, I
Motion
make a
was-
motion to keep the program. Sorry.
I don't think you could make a motion for what's already in the budget.
You know what? I'll second your motion. Let's put it in.
Thank you. Let's put it in the
Let's
hopper.
put it in the
There we
hopper.
go.
Okay, so that's
We'll-
a
we'll
positive and a
report
negative
afterwards.
zero? Is that how that's going to?
Yeah, so let's just play chess here. Director, go ahead and position the
Sure.
presentation.
In addition, the budget will support 2 positions in ISD dedicated to internal support of the land management system, Acela, to ensure ease of use as well as quality data safeguards. To further assist with surges in demand, on-call services for plan check inspections and planning are needed, as reflected in about the 8th line down. These are considered relief valves to allow staff to continue processing high volumes of work within prescribed timelines. The department will be supporting the new positions in ISD to assist with improvement of the Acela platform. Like any new system, it has had its growing pains. Over the past year, online submittals have increased from less than half of all applications to well over 3/4 of all applications. It is critical that online interface be easy to access for users, both internal and external. Some examples of current and planned improvements are an upgrade to version 20, report creation and management, special workflows for things like tents and events, changes in ministerial clearances, auto generations on appeals records, and planned and upcoming would be allowing customers to schedule their inspections via the portal for building, restructuring the layout of interface of record types for greater efficiencies, and auto-triggering emails and alerts for customers for expiring permits and the next stage of review. We anticipate rolling out the majority of those programs in the fall after we upgrade to the new version. Next slide, please. There are 27% fewer staff to serve development customers than were available at the peak and post-peak of 2006 and 2008. Applications are approaching this all-time high, so service is suffering. Staffing for entitlement and building permits and inspections are paid directly through fees for service. So 98% of all building permit fees, of all building costs are paid through fees for service, and approximately 85% of all planning costs are paid through fees for service. With construction investment over $100 million per month, the development services unit staffing is a high-value proposition to the city. Additional personnel will be invested in front-facing development services, including 2 plans and permit technicians, 1 new architect, 1 new plans examiner, and 2 new engineers. These technical positions will increase service times and responsiveness for development applications. Direct support to customers, including 2 administrative clerks, 1 senior administrative clerk, and 1 staff assistant, will ensure good communication to customers during the review process. Additional support positions to ensure staff can perform their functions and provide great customer service include a graphics technician and an accountant auditor too. On the back office side, merging compliance, accounting, and auditing and reporting function of the housing and homeless grants activities, the city will see significant cost savings. Additionally, staff to support these programs will include administrative support and 1 housing rehabilitation specialist. Next slide, please. Well, I don't want to disappoint you. We support all of the mayor's priorities, but we only picked 3 to highlight. The Express Development Team will be formed to serve over-the-counter and non-routed permits. This team of individuals will be available to meet with customers, identify the project's needs, and issue permits without the need for multiple trips. Once approved, a special express fee will be established to offset the cost of this team. Like I said, building side, 98% of total cost is covered by user fees. By improving the customer interface with the city's land management system, customers will have better access to information and a clearer picture of the status of their project and any needed changes. With improved tools for public engagement, including toolkits, translation services, and better visual communication, the department will be able to reach more community members at both virtual and in-person events. By converting 2 part-time parking controllers to full-time staff, complaints in Fresno will receive faster response times. And with a large increase in federal and state funding for housing and homeless programs, more resources will be available to serve the needs of the community. This increase in programming requires additional focus on ensuring all processes and programs are in compliance with regulations. And that concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
All right, Councilwoman Soria, did you have any questions for Darm? No? Skip. Bredefeld? No? Corbasi? Vice President?
Let's go to public comment, then we'll go to work.
All right. I think we have one speaker queued up, Ms. Carla Martinez. You'll have 2 minutes.
Good morning, council members. My name is Carla Martinez, and I'm a policy advocate with Leadership Council. Today, I have 2 asks for funding that need to be considered this budget cycle. First, we ask that the city allocate $6 million to the Central Southeast Pacific Plan, which is set to be finalized later this year, while a historic long-existing neighborhood does not receive the same investments as other neighborhoods throughout Fresno. Second, we ask that $100,000 be allocated for mobile home park assessment study. The council recently took efforts to ensure habitability for all Fresnos by passing an ordinance to allow the city to enforce code enforcement. And while this is a step forward, there also needs to be a process set up that would standardize this intent. Again, this program is dedicated to mobile home parks, and this assessment would determine the extent mobile home parks are maintained and preserved and ensure residents are living in clean and safe environments. Thank you.
All right, our next speaker, we've got quite a bit of folks that just punched up. Brandy News Villegas. Brandy, you'll have 2 minutes.
Hi, sorry about that. I was having computer issues. If you don't contest, please
Her volume is, Ms. Brandy, your volume, I can't hear you.
The idea that housing needs to be a priority and protected, and we made that housing.
Ms. Brandy?
priority. Housing first should be a focus, especially with those new streets. I ask that you ensure that there is enough funding and manpower to ensure that each person gets assistance they need to make sure that they can get and stay in housing. I assisted an elderly woman a year ago, and it took a phenomenal amount of work and timing and after hours just to get her into housing. And there needs to be a realistic resources to help all the people that you are seeking to help these things. Your department focuses on improving the life of stakeholders that are ending homelessness when it comes to that. I ask that you apply that to those who are homeless and treat them as community members that are capable of having a say, and ask that you functionally add efforts and funds to functionally bring the homeless to the table and let them have a say both in and out of the shelters and planning these and how things are done. The police are and I ask also that you put money in third-party assessment to ensure that your investment is actually meeting the goals. We've heard of things about people who are in the shelters who are housing ready, and then somehow they got overlooked until advocates stepped in, or that there are people who are there and aren't ready to go and are worried about leaving because they didn't get the help they need, or there's legitimate reasons for not putting shelters or leaving. And so I ask for third party. I ask that you invest in shelters in other neighborhoods. I learned that recently that there is possibly motels in Blackstone that offer to sell their motels for shelters, and because of the cost, they were turned down. Like I said, location is a worthwhile investment if it's well resourced. You guys were asking for more
All right,
patrolling and
thank you, Ms.
it would
Brandy.
save you money if you put it in places that real resources that do not need to be developed.
All right, next up is Mr. Robert McCloskey. Mr. McCloskey, you'll have 2 minutes.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you, sir. You
Can
have 2
everyone
minutes.
hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, this is Robert McCloskey. Thank you. It's good to see that there's 21 million more coming in HUD funding. Again, housing first should be a priority, not the failed continuum of care model. Until the time we can get more housing, I think the city and county should work together on a moratorium of any enforcement of laws that criminalize the unhoused. Immediately open public buildings vacant at night as emergency shelters for the unhoused people. Immediately opening more cooling centers without restrictions on pets. There's only 4 cooling centers open right now, and you can't have pets there. We need a full public disclosure of all vacant city-owned, city-controlled, and tax-delinquent properties and their designation as available for emergency housing for the homeless. We need a moratorium on evictions of low-income renters facing homelessness. We need aggressive advertisement, community outreach regarding the emergency rental assistance program and full compliance with the legal requirements of Martin versus Boise, the Supreme Court decision that prohibits enactment and enforcement of laws targeting the homeless where no alternative is available as an indoor shelter. Acknowledge the legitimacy of homes on wheels parking in industrial zones and other parking lots throughout the city. Acknowledge safe camps with sanitary facilities and trash services, providing showers, drinking water, and security. Work with Fresno County to approve safe camps as a necessary temporary and humane measure. Meanwhile, provision of hotel and motel
Thank you,
vouchers
Mr.
for the
McCloskey.
unhoused until more housing units are available.
Thank you, Mr.
Again,
McCloskey.
I think we need to look at how much low-income housing has been built in the past. It's not good. It's a low amount, and let's really look at a housing first model.
Thank you,
You know,
Mr. McCloskey. Those are your 2 minutes, sir. All right, next up, we've got Ms. Maria Madrid. Ms. Madrid, you'll have 2 minutes. Ms. Madrid? right, let's go on to the next person. I believe it's Miss Imelda Cruz. Miss Cruz, you'll have 2 minutes. Are they queued up, Brianna? Is she on mute? No. All right, let's go on to the next person, CVUI staff. Who's
Buenos
on?
días.
Buenos días, ¿es la señora Cruz?
Buenos días. Mi nombre es Imelda Cruz.
Okay, 2 minutos, señora Cruz.
¿Sí me escuchan? Disculpe, tengo
Sí,
dificultades.
si la escucha,
no estoy
señora
segura si me
Cruz,
están
tiene 2
escuchando o no.
minutos para hablar. I think she's having technical difficulties.
Ok, porque pues quiero...
Let's be patient. Señora Cruz, de sus comentarios, tiene 2 minutos para comentar.
Buenos días. Mi nombre es Imelda Cruz, soy de la Comunidades para Nuevo California. Estoy este día presente y gracias que se me da la oportunidad de poder hablar para representar en parte a mi comunidad, que somos muchas voces que queremos que se nos escuche. Nosotros tenemos muchos problemas de vivienda, pero como no estamos en la calle, pues aparecemos en la oscuridad, ¿verdad? Entonces, yo le quiero decir al señor Chávez, que especialmente él ya en una ocasión tuve la oportunidad de presentarme ahí, a los representantes hispanos y también a los americanos que quizás nos puedan escuchar, que nosotros no estamos en la calle viviendo abajo de un puente, pero vivimos en una casa de 2 recámaras con 10 personas. Estamos todos amontanados porque no tenemos dinero para poder rentar una vivienda que sea digna para nosotros. Estos últimos años de por sí ya era difícil y ahora con la pandemia es peor. Tengo que estar en la calle para llamar la atención y que sepan que existo, para que se me haga contar, señora Soria, señor Chávez, todos los representantes que son hispanos, no porque no estemos afuera, no quiere decir que tenemos la necesidad que toda nuestra gente necesita. Señor, me pasé la temporada del COVID en un cuartito, viviendo amontonada ahí, de arrimada con un hijo porque no tengo vivienda. Se me desalojó porque yo no sé mis derechos, no pedí ayuda y jamás pude encontrar en más de un año una vivienda. ¿Qué hay para nosotros? ¿Dónde está esa ayuda que nosotros necesitamos? ¿Qué tengo que hacer para que sepan que nosotros estamos bajo la oscuridad, que necesitamos que se nos apoye? Aquí ya tenemos muchos hispanos, por favor, recuerden que nosotros no somos indigentes porque somos gente trabajadora, trabajamos en el campo, trabajamos limpiando casa, las oficinas donde ustedes están, todo eso, y nosotros necesitamos que también se acuerden que existimos. Nosotros necesitamos que se nos apoye, no nada más porque no estamos en la calle llamando la atención para limpiar la basura de la calle, para que ustedes se luzcan y digan, ¿saben qué? Ya yo hice esto, hay un hotel, ¿y nosotros qué? Tengo familias que viven en los garajes, ya se hizo el censo, se van a dar cuenta de todo eso si es que acaso la gente se atrevió a hablar, pero necesitamos ayuda. Yo estoy exigiéndoles a ustedes que por humanidad se toquen el corazón y se den cuenta que hay mucha más necesidad de vivienda que ni siquiera eso de los homeless. Habemos gente amontonada, hemos sobrevivido el COVID, de por sí no teníamos antes y ahora con esta enfermedad, con esta pandemia ha sido peor. Por favor, señor Chávez, se lo vuelvo a pedir especialmente a usted. Yo siempre me acojo a la gente que es de mi raza y le pido por favor que tomen en cuenta que habemos gentes viviendo hasta 3, 4 familias en una casa, que tenemos más de un año buscando dónde vivir y no hay porque no nos quieren rentar, porque están muy altas las tarifas. Si trabajo en el campo, ¿con qué yo voy a pagar una renta de $1,800 al mes? Eso es ridículo, eso no se puede hacer así. Y no soy la única, yo estoy hablando por muchas de mis amistades que yo tengo, que tenemos buscando dónde movernos y no hay. Por favor, aquí no se trata de hoteles, se trata de más vivienda, pero accesible para los campesinos, para la gente de nuestra condición, que somos gente trabajadora, gente que necesitamos y venimos a un país por buscando un sueño americano y estamos viviendo peor que si estuviéramos en nuestro país. Exijo ayuda, por favor, necesito que ustedes nos apoyen, ayúdenos.
Okay, gracias, señora Cruz.
Muchas gracias por escucharme. Y espero que pronto recibamos algo de respuesta de nuestra comunidad, de nuestros congresistas, nuestros concejales, que yo sé que ustedes se tocan el corazón y escuchen, no solamente los homeless, también los que tenemos necesidad y vivimos en la oscuridad, ocupamos de su ayuda. Muchas gracias.
Gracias. Next up, I believe it's
Council
Mr.
President?
Eric Payne.
Council President, did we have a translator? I'd like my colleagues to hear at least a brief summary and the mayor of what, this resident has expressed. I think it's extremely critical.
Do the
that-
comments get translated in written form?
They do. They get translated through the Zoom. They get translated through Zoom. You'll have interpretation. You can choose which language you want to hear it. But if you'd like for the individual to be translated, like we can ask the Spanish translator who's on with us.
Is she on there?
Yes,
Yeah,
she is.
I'd like for my colleagues
Let's
to have an
let's have them
opportunity.
do that, Brianna.
So for the Spanish interpreter, do you want to unmute yourself? She says I can't hear anyone.
Let me translate for the sake of the conversation. So Ms. Imelda Cruz called and was specifically referencing that she's not officially a homeless person, but that she does have a lot of needs, and she knows a lot of constituents in our community that during COVID got hit really hard and ended up having to go live either in a garage or renting a bedroom, and that she kept repeating that even though she's not a homeless person, that they still have needs, they still need resources. They ask us to help them, specifically name myself, Councilwoman Soria, and my colleagues. And I think the underlining point of her comments were to ensure that folks that are not technically labeled as homeless are recognized, are seen, and helped, and provided resources for themselves, because she kept repeating obviously the pandemic and how it hit certain communities very hard. But that was the underlining theme of her comments that she made. So did you capture that?
Yeah,
Councilwoman
pretty
Soria?
much. And then I just wanted to add, she talked about, these are the families that go unseen because they are not homeless. And you have 10 or a dozen people living in a 2-bedroom apartment because they can't afford the high rents here in our community. These are farm workers. They are, janitorial staff, custodial staff. They're cleaning people's houses that can't simply afford the increased rents. And so they want us to focus on providing those resources and affordability options of homes. And so she kept referencing, we keep investing in the hotels and motels for the homeless. She thought, what is it going to take for us to see them who, while they may not be homeless, they're living in substandard conditions?
Thank you for that. So, but you know what we should do in the future? Brianna, let's have our translators do a transcript of that and submit it as officially as the record as well. I think that would make it a lot easier as well. All right, next up we have, I believe it's Mr. Eric Payne with Central Valley, I forget what the U is, Urban Institution, I believe. Mr. Payne, are you on?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, you have 2 minutes, sir.
All right, thank you. We would just like to, Eric Payne, Central Valley Urban Institute, we just like to speak to the need to provide additional funding for the Anti-Displacement Task Force for implementation of recommendations and oversight, and additionally looking at additional funding. That's recommendation number one. That we would have to offer. And then secondly, we would also recommend that new housing dollars be allocated beyond the 20 million in ensuring that there, as we look at addressing unmet needs in housing affordability, to truly represent a diversified housing stock in our community, and looking at how we can address homelessness and beyond with more diversified workforce housing. And so we just be asking that the city develop and go beyond its commitment to help us meet our regional housing needs assessment going into the future. And so we look forward to working with the city, and we thank Director Clark for her work, and we look forward to continuing this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Payne. Next up is Ms. Clara Cerrato. Ms. Cerrato, you'll have 2 minutes. All right, Ms. Serrato? She queued up, Brianna? Okay. Let's go on to Mr. Kyle Lopez Schmidt, who's next in the queue.
Oh, thank you, Council. Kyle Lopez Schmidt. I'd like to comment on the kind of prioritization program. I'm in agreement with Councilmember Arias and Maxwell related to that, and that service at the planning department should be equitable no matter what you can afford to pay. Definitely, this is a department that deserves further investment and an increase in staffing so that it can be proactive in triaging the faster moving applications and have a queue that the longer applications have more staffing to acquire to handle those. Specifically, I'd highlight an area around the historic preservation staffing experienced a 6-month lag time in receiving answers related to a historic home that I just purchased in December. And I think that is a staffing problem that seems to be increasing. That's not, I've experienced much better response times from the planning department in the past. So it seems to be some issues that are currently experiencing. Further, I'd like to see some investment in outreach and proactive education of the community funded through the planning department in helping communities that don't know how to access the building department, planning department, know better how to with small business cohorts and homeowner cohorts, and knowing how to be able to better access the planning department, because there are those frequent flyers that know how to get on the ins and outs, but the standard community member trying to get a project done does not know how to do that. So I would highlight that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next up is Ms. Maria Madrid. We're going to try to see if we can get her back. Ms. Maria Madrid, you'll have 2 minutes. She's still on? Unmute it. She's mute.
Maria,
Ms. Madrid?
you're unmute.
Bueno, ¿me escuchan?
Sí, la escuchamos, señora Madrid. Tiene 2
Ok,
minutos.
yo soy la señora Clara hace rato, no pude conectarme, estoy aquí con mi amiga, estamos en el Zoom. Bueno, mi comentario es sobre la vivienda. Verdaderamente sí, está pasando una situación muy difícil en nuestra comunidad hispana, y no solo los hispanos, ¿verdad? Es la comunidad en general. Estamos viendo que los renteros están excediendo las cuotas de renta. De hecho, hay gente que conozco que los están corriendo solamente por no haber pagado la primer renta, y eso se me hace una injusticia tan grande, que no nos estén apoyando ustedes que están ahí sentados todos. Yo pienso que nosotros pagamos nuestros taxes y tenemos derecho a exigirles que nos apoyen y nos ayuden, que no es posible que nosotros estemos acumulados, como escuché un comentario de que hay personas viviendo hasta 9, 10 personas en un apartamento. Eso es una injusticia. Nosotros venimos a trabajar y la gente que no está trabajando son los que están recibiendo todo ese apoyo. ¿De qué se trata todo esto? Eso de que los homeless, hay gente ahí que puede trabajar, que están bien fuertes y nos los están poniendo cerca de nuestras casas, en hoteles, y nosotros en viviendas bien desagradables, porque los renteros ni siquiera tienen la decencia de ponernos una vivienda digna. No tenemos aire acondicionado, tenemos nuestras cocinas que se están derrumbando, los techos, los pisos llenos de ratas o a veces hasta cucarachas. Eso no es posible, no es justo para nosotros. Nosotros trabajamos para vivir bien, para estar con nuestros hijos bien, y nosotros, pues tenemos derecho a eso. Eso es una cosa. También les voy a hablar sobre las personas. Nosotros los hispanos, muchos de nosotros, somos tan trabajadores que estamos tratando de poner nuestros propios negocios, y también las rentas se están excediendo en eso. Hay gente que conozco que tienen sus negocios, sus pequeños negocios, los están echando a la calle porque se están dando cuenta que en la ciudad de Fresno no hay un control de rentas, tanto en la vivienda como para el negociante. Tengo una persona que acaban de correrlo de su negocio, tantos años en su negocio, 11 años trabajando, luchando, desvelándose para trabajar, para que el dueño de ahí diga, ¿sabes qué? Te tienes que ir de aquí. Y nosotros estamos tratando de buscar ayuda y no nos ayudan. No hay quien diga, ¿sabes qué? Ven, vamos a apoyarte, te vamos a ayudar. Pero cuando toda esa gente que está ahí sentado quieren voto, necesitan de nosotros, ahí sí se presentan. Pero cuando nosotros los necesitamos, ni uno de ustedes está ahí para apoyarnos a nosotros. Esa es una. Y la otra, en cuestión a los hombres, ¿por qué hacen eso? Yo no estoy en contra de que se les apoye, no estoy en contra de que se les dé, que se les ayude. Sé, hay gente que verdaderamente lo necesita, pero hay gente que honestamente está dejando de trabajar para irse a vivir a la calle porque tienen más beneficios ahí en la calle que estar en sus casas trabajando. Y ustedes no salen a mirar todo eso. Van y nos ponen un hotel lleno de gente que no trabaja, se dedican a robar. Anoche, les voy a platicar mi experiencia. Anoche se metieron a robar enfrente de la casa de donde yo vivo. El señor trabaja, tiene 2 trabajos, llega hasta las 11 de la noche a su casa, desde las 6 de la mañana. Una persona de 70 años, trabajando 2 trabajos. Y un desdichado nada más llega porque vive en la calle, se le antojó meterse a robar y le rompió los vidrios del carro, se metieron, le hablamos a la policía y desafortunadamente la policía no puede hacer nada. ¿Por qué? Porque no está el individuo presente. ¿Qué quieren? ¿Que me maten? Que me maten y entonces sí poder llegar. Y la policía necesita dinero. ¿Dónde está la policía cuando nosotros le hablamos? ¿Dónde están todos ellos cuando nosotros los necesitamos? Ni uno de ellos se para ahí.
Gracias, señora Madrid.
Robos, asaltos, como a 3 calles de mi casa está un parque, están la bola de homeless ahí, nos han querido asaltar, nos insultan, nos gritan groserías enfrente de nuestros niños.
Señora Madrid, ya tuvo sus 2 minutos de comentar.
Porque tienen los insultos de personas como ellos. Eso es una injusticia.
All right, next up we have Mr. Pedro Navarro Cruz. Were you able to, Brianna, are you able to switch? Was she able to capture what? Let's see if she can do it. If she can't do it, I'll translate. But I'm checking with legal counsel. I don't think this is actually legally compliant with what we need to be doing.
Translator, are you able to translate in English? I switched to you.
Yes, I'm interpreting everything in English. Can you hear me?
Yes, do you mind translating the previous speaker, please?
I was interpreting the whole time while she was speaking, and then you need to switch to English whenever a Spanish speaker is speaking.
Yes, ma'am.
So if we can have her repeat, we can just continue because that was a lot.
Do you mind summarizing
Can you
it for us?
summarize her comments?
Yes, she was just saying that they need help for housing as well, because when you guys want votes, everybody's here, but when they need help, nobody's here to help them. And how is it possible that you're helping all these homeless people who don't want to work and they want to live on the street? That maybe there are some people who really need the help, but there's many others who are just living on the streets because they know there are more benefits for them if they live on the streets. And the people who really want to work, sometimes they work on the fields and they work 2 jobs. They don't have the help that they need for finding reliable housing, or maybe they want to open their own businesses, the small businesses, and they don't have the money for it because the rents are getting too high. People who have their small businesses for many years are getting kicked out because the rent is increasing so much and we don't have rent control. So she was really asking for help from you. The house in front of her house was robbed a couple of days ago, and is this from this gentleman who works 2 jobs, and a homeless person came and robbed his house. They called the police. The police said they couldn't do anything because the individual, the owner of the house, wasn't there. So how is it that they need to ask for help so they can really be supported from you?
Thank you for that summary. Appreciate it. Our last speaker is Ms. Sandra Celedon. Ms. Celedon, you'll have 2 minutes.
Yes, good morning. Just wanted to elevate a couple of priorities that I'd really like to ensure council support to fund the eviction protection program for the next 3 years. I think some of the comments that have been made by some of the residents on the call have really elevated the need to ensure that we're thinking about support, not just for this year, but for the next couple of years as folks recover. Also want to highlight the $6 million to implement the Central Southeast specific plan, specifically around transforming the Kings Canyon corridor, expanding housing supply. I know that housing is a huge need for our community, and definitely want to elevate revitalizing Orange Street in Southeast Fresno along Butler and Kings Canyon, and expanding roadways to focus on creating safety and connectivity that is accessible for all users, including bicyclists, pedestrians, and really thinking about how to create greater safety for active transportation along those corridors. So just wanted to elevate those priorities and also call for $100,000 to do a mobile home assessment. I know that the council and the city recently took it upon themselves to start looking at how to address some of the concerns in our mobile home in our mobile home lots. So it's really important to do that assessment and make sure that we have a plan for the future. So those are just a couple of priorities that I wanted to highlight and ask for your support today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Celedon. That concludes our public comment. I'll close that portion and bring it back up to the dais. Vice President Esparza.
Yes, good morning, Jennifer.
Good morning.
With respect to the parking division, how
Yes,
many FTEs are currently in the parking division for?
28.
28?
Yes.
And I see there are some additions here. Can you talk about
Right,
those?
so we would be converting 2 of those employees from 0.8 part-time to 100% full-time. So the addition is actually not of people, not of PCNs, but increasing the time that they would have on the job, which allows us to be more flexible with how we allocate our resources in the field.
Yeah, so I got some questions about allocation. And in my district, I think we have the largest parking district, number 10, over in the VA neighborhood. As you know, we've had folks kind of hot and cold out in that neighborhood in terms of whether they like the district or not. We're in the process of calibrating what the optimal boundaries are.
Yeah.
That's been an ongoing process. But I mean, how many FTEs would you say per week, or just in general, FTEs are assigned to patrol that parking district?
So essentially, we have our assignments based on our districts. So they're not dedicated solely to a parking district. So a portion of a couple of people would go through that area each day.
So it's several folks throughout the day.
Throughout the city, and they're dispersed throughout the city and then their area. So I would defer to Dari on specific number of employees in that parking district. One in the morning and one in the afternoon. So it's not necessarily the same employee who's there throughout the day.
So roughly how long? So I guess rewind, not FTEs, but just, I mean, one in the morning, one in the afternoon, check twice a day. How many hours roughly? Is it just sort of a drive-through, or I mean, what level of time are they spending in the district?
So in a parking district, The goal is obviously that we're ensuring that the residents of that neighborhood have a place that they can park, that they're not impacted by people coming in from neighboring either Fresno State events or in this case the VA. So in the morning there would be a drive-through, and how long they spend is going to be dependent on how many violations they observe. So it could be half an hour, there are no violations, not that short, it would probably be closer to an hour, several hours if there are violations and they have to stop and they have to notate those violations.
Okay, so no estimate on time frame. It's just sort of.
We would have to go back and get that for you. On what a normal day looks like, we could get that for you.
Okay, yeah, I like to give direction to have that, and there may be a motion following that direction, but I would like to see just how much time is being spent there. I'm getting constant feedback from residents. A great deal feel like the district is not enforced to the maximum ability for one reason or another, including that their patrol may not be there on a super regular basis, but once in the morning, once in the afternoon, seems like twice a day. So may consider increasing that through this budget. Next question, with respect to just in general, I'd like to hear either from yourself or from the deputy mayor who wrote out the report analyzing your department, just about what the findings were and what sort of the barriers are. Obviously, you've proposed a couple of new teams. The administration has proposed a couple of new teams, and I'd like for you folks to, as I noted to the mayor last time, defend the thesis in terms of those findings and how this is going to fix the problem.
Absolutely. Is Matthew in the chambers? No. Okay, so essentially we have systems, we have people, and we have processes, right? So the systems that we use is our land management system. So decades ago, when I started in the industry, we kept records on 3x5 cards in library files, right? And that has progressed over time. So we have a very extensive and very capable land management system, but we aren't using it at its maximum ability. And so one of the really important things that we're investing in this year is an improvement in the Acela land management system through dedicated staff in ISD, right? So who would monitor and make sure that we have the best usage of this system, right? So the system's only as good as how much you use it and the user and how much you know how to use it. So they will assist us greatly in improving and enhancing that system. In terms of our processes, I think we've identified a number of places where we can improve services. We've actually increased the level of usage of our online portal for applications. Like I said previously, less than half were coming in pre-pandemic through the online portal. Now more than 75% are coming in online. That's 24 hours a day. So customers have access to our systems 24 hours a day, which means our processing challenged, right? Because staff is typically on the clock 7 to 6, right? Depending on the employee. It might be 7 to 4, might be 8 to 6, or 8 to 5, or 9 to 6. So we need to look at our processes and how we actually utilize and manage those systems. And so providing for kind of a couple of things. One is the ability to outsource when we do have more applications that come in than we have staff time to handle. And the other is to provide separate queues for fast tracking of projects. So those were process improvements. And then of course people. So it's very important that we invest in our people. Over the last 2 years, our new building official has come in and has ensured that every employee has access to and goes to training to become certified in the specific role that they are playing, whether that's inspection or plan check. and has been very adamant that they are getting up-to-date resources and has really invested in our people, and we will continue to do so. On the planning side, we're doing the same thing. We're getting folks to training, and we're working toward getting incentives for certification. We don't have certification pay on that side of the shop at this time. So those are some places in terms of that report that we feel really good about, that we have an opportunity to improve and enhance services. Obviously, we would love to be that small town shop where people come up to the counter and they can chit chat with our staff. But if we're receiving well over 100 to 150 applications per day, it's really difficult to have that lengthy time with each customer. So we want to make sure that our customer interface is positive and respectful and gets the outcomes that we would like to see. And so part of that is providing that back end support so that the person standing at the counter has more support on the back end with contacting customers outside of that one interface at the counter.
Jennifer, could you talk briefly on that same report about, number one, the vacancy rate that you have experienced that obviously we're addressing, as well as the somewhat of the culture and of being somewhat risk averse, but also the ministerial versus administrative?
Yeah, sure. I'd be happy to. So I've been here almost 8 years. Over that time, we've typically experienced anywhere from 10 to 20% vacancy rate in our professional positions. We are challenged with retaining. We can recruit really great employees, and we have an amazing staff, but retaining staff due to our competitors in the market. So going to other agencies, whether that's a Caltrans or a Clovis or a private firm. So that again leads into the heavy workload for employees that we've been seeing over the last few years. In terms of customer service, it's really important that our employees have the ability to say yes or to say no to a customer at the front counter, have the ability to make decisions and pushing down that decision making. One of the challenges is staff is very risk averse because they're afraid that by following the code, they're going to have a decision made and then completely overturned through a political process. So having more, as the mayor said, ministerial approvals where it's a checklist. It either meets or doesn't meet. It's not about my personal opinion or anybody else's personal opinion. It's based on the code. And then if we don't like the results as a community, then we come back and we change the code rather than asking staff to make a discretionary decision standing at the counter on who's going to be mad at me for saying yes and who's going to be mad at me for saying no. So it really needs to be based on those ministerial approvals. And that will also streamline the process. So we have less delay related to CEQA, related to lawsuits, related to appeals, if it's a ministerial approval like a building permit where it either is or isn't. Is there a tree there or there's not a tree there? Is the height okay? Is it not okay, right? So those decisions will streamline the process and will improve our staff's ability to provide great customer service, which is what we want to see.
So which parts, and I think it might be obvious, but which parts of this budget address the holistic picture of what you just described?
Right. So we're investing in Acela. So we're investing in staffing to ensure that our Acela platform is up to snuff. We're investing in outsourcing contracts to take care of some of those bubbles when we get a big group of applications in. We are investing in training. We continue to invest in training for our staff and to improve our ability to make ministerial or non-discretionary approvals. We continue to look at our code and bring forward ways legislatively to improve the development code to ensure that we can streamline. So that's not directly addressed in terms of a budget. That is a performance expectation that we will be bringing forward additional ways to improve investment in the city of Fresno.
As well as filling 100% of the vacancies and funding those. And second is the addition of personnel to the fire department in terms of inspections, because sometimes that's where the delay is, as you're well aware of. And then third is additional personnel in public works to make sure that they're also expediting their process. So, you know, oftentimes the blame gets placed on planning and development for not getting plan checks or whatever the process is, inspections through, but it's really a combination of departments. And this budget addresses all of those departments and the entire process. And it really started as a result of that study.
So what kind of, what I'm interested in is, you know, if we were to approve the planning budget as is, I'm interested in some level of accountability 1 year from now. So, I mean, just year to year, what metrics are we going to be looking at? Should we be looking at, should we be keeping track of in order to determine a year from now if all of this additional investment is actually paying off and producing results?
Yeah, that's a really great question. So average processing time by application type, number of housing units actually permitted within the city, investment value is critical, right? So are we getting investment actually occurring in the city? And then we had, for a period of time, we had a customer, a voluntary customer survey, being able to increase and improve access to that survey and get more feedback.
So you struck a note with me, talking about housing units. How are we doing on our production of housing units in the city?
It really is dramatic. So I think on the slide we showed, so an average year for housing, and we talked about this at the beginning of March. And at the beginning of March, I said we were probably going to hit, our standard, the average number of single-family units issued, permits issued. Yeah, so that an average year for the last 20 years, an average number of single-family units produced in the city has been 1,200 units. In 2021, we anticipate over 2,000 single-family units produced in the city of Fresno. Now, that's a huge number, right? So we've already had over 1,000 permits issued to date, year to date. So we're almost at a normal whole year for single family. Multifamily varies, right? So from year to year, sometimes we have more units produced that are multifamily, and sometimes it's more single family. It's really variable because it takes longer to get a 200 unit apartment through the building process than 200 single family homes. So it really depends, but we anticipate we've got some new projects that came in. I was looking at only a couple hundred when I wrote this report a couple weeks ago. We've already had submittals for more multifamily units. So I can't give you kind of an estimate, but we are producing at or near the last peak in terms of the number of housing units for the real estate market.
So, I mean, the multifamily varies, but I mean, is there some kind of ballpark average annually?
Yeah, so the ballpark average over the last 20 years has been about 400 units per year produced.
And then you mentioned that obviously it takes longer. There are these different processes. So, I mean, how can we put our backs into incentivizing and increasing the speed of multifamily the same
Ministerial
way
approval.
Ministerial
So
approval.
we need to change the development code to make housing ministerial. period, right? So it's going to take a lot of work because it requires us to invest in studies to understand exactly what kind of infrastructure is going to be needed for each type of housing development. So water, sewer, streets, stormwater, all of those intersections. We need to know that because we can't condition the projects. They cannot be conditionally approved. It either is or it isn't. It either meets the code or it doesn't to be ministerial. So to do that, it's going to require a lot of back-end work for infrastructure, understanding what needs to happen. But there are some places in the city that we can start early and get some early wins. Downtown, we already have ministerial approval for housing because the infrastructure is largely in place, right? So we could start with our corridors, which we can do infrastructure assessments much more quickly than we could, say, in our new growth areas, where you don't really know where the intersections are going to be and what traffic volumes and that kind of thing. But along our major corridors like Kings Canyon and Shaw, Blackstone, Ventura, right? So those are places that we could bring forward the ability to issue ministerial permits. And I think there's a valid need for that. Housing is in huge demand, and if we can invest in the market now, it'll help us long-term with cost to rent, cost to buy for our residents.
Yes, no, housing certainly is in demand. And I know this because even in my district, there are single-family applications coming across the desk, which is pretty wild to see single-family development continuing to be developed in the inner city on these sort of one-off lots. But the market is so hot that I guess even those types of projects have become somewhat lucrative enough for folks to start developing. So with respect to the different sort of solutions you described, I do have some motions. Before I dive in, I did want to dig in a little bit on the proposal for the Housing Trust Fund. 1.5 million, can you describe for the benefit of the public where the source of that revenue?
So I would defer to the city manager.
Yeah, so what we've identified is we would propose that the real estate transfer tax, which is about $1.5 million a year, with the way sales tax seems to be coming in, that we would propose that we'd make that a permanent transfer of funds into the Housing Trust Fund for $1.5 million. And then so that then would qualify it as an official housing trust fund. And then we can put other monies and deposits in there, but it qualifies for the grants the state makes available. So we looked at the real estate transfer tax because in my mind, the nexus was it's related to housing transactions. So let's take that tax that's generated housing transactions, put it in a fund to build more housing.
No, yeah, that's great creativity. So is that built into the FY22 budget at this point?
We had originally planned, and we had talked with Councilmember Soria about that, that we would see how sales tax, business tax, and the business tax, the room tax came in, and we would do all the gear up and everything so that if the numbers came in mid-year, we were going to bring that to you. But the way the sales tax came, it looks like it's coming in. Let's have that discussion now. We would change our number now and say, hey, let's not wait 6 months. Let's propose it right now and make it a proposal that we would present to you guys.
Okay. So, Tommy, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and make a motion. I'll get the exact language from you. I think you've given it to us on paper at some point. I'm going to make a motion for that 1.5 million an ongoing housing trust fund as an ongoing housing trust fund revenue source.
I'll second that.
Additionally, what I'd like to do if we were to implement that at FY22, we anticipate that 1.5 mil would trickle in throughout this coming fiscal year, correct? Yeah. So what I'd like to also do is make a one-time allocation of 3.5 million to add to that housing trust fund, in addition to that 1.5 ongoing, for a starting total of $5 million in the housing trust fund, specifically the state matching grant program. Councilmember Soria, are you okay with seconding that?
Yes.
Great. So that's my first, my very first housing motion. Got a couple more here. Jennifer, as we've discussed, we have a fast-moving potential prospective housing project at Clinton and Blackstone. I'd like to make a motion to allocate $3 million toward the development of multifamily housing at Clinton and Blackstone, southwest corner parcel.
I'll second that.
And lastly, for this department, what I'd like to do is the Housing Trust Fund is certainly a great start. I appreciate the efforts of your department, given how thinly stretched your staff can be. But just overall as a city, and I've said this before, we over the years have failed to sort of put our backs into really fulfilling the vision of the general plan. And I think that starts with a very focused and intentional effort on developing infill housing, particularly along Blackstone Avenue in my district, which I also share the central and southern portion with Councilmembers Soria and Arias, as well as our thriving downtown, which I represent a corner of as well. And so, although I'm not prepared to develop all the different policies right now in this particular budget, although we are doing the Housing Trust Fund, I would like to make a motion for $25 million to go toward a Fresno housing package initiative that I'll be bringing forward later this year.
Second.
All right, City Clerk, did you get those motions? Okay.
Councilmember Sparza,
Yes.
right here. Just wanted to let you know that motion 10 that was made, Councilmember Arias made a motion to use the 100% of the 1.5 million of real estate tax to fund the annual contribution of the Housing Trust Fund, and you seconded that motion yesterday. I don't remember what day it was, but that motion was already made. I just wanted to give you a heads
It's
up.
been a hell of a week, hasn't it?
It doesn't it seem like it was 5 weeks ago?
Seemed
That's
like it
okay.
was-
It'll just go into the hopper.
I think it was
figure them
five
out.
days ago. So, well, I appreciate that motion and my second, I guess. I guess I just had a better idea this morning, didn't I? So we'll handle that on Tuesday during the budget motions. We'll untangle our own minds and put together a budget. That'll conclude my questions for now. I may come back with some more later.
All right.
Thank you.
Councilmember Arias, and then Councilwoman Soria.
Thank you. I want to take a little different approach. So, Director, whenever we talk to the customers of the planning department, they have historically complained about the process. The process needs to be reformed. The process needs to be fixed. Previous mayors have attempted to change the process. The council has attempted to put in programs that, expedite the process and, guarantee money back. Where's my colleague at? He stepped out. So what I'm reading from this mayor and city manager is that they're essentially keeping the same process, just funding more money. In the past, what I've heard from staff is it's a resource challenge. You're understaffed, you're under-resourced, and we haven't been in a position to give you more resources given the economy. But this, in short, this whole budget proposal for planning and development maintains the same process, just doubles down on it by allocating a lot more bodies. So I just want to be clear with everyone. If that's the recommendation of the administration, then a year from now, we're going to have some level of confirmation that adding more bodies to essentially the same process is working.
Yeah, the only thing I would caution is that with this existing process and the existing tools, she's doing 80% more work than she's historically done. And so it is a constrained system right now that we can really open it up. So we got to fix the Excel tool. That's just not functional to do the things we need to do. It's not faster. We keep getting I put it in faster. It's not faster. So we keep getting that comment.
Yeah.
So really it is a resource constraint. What were you doing last year for all last year? What was your assignment last year? You were the COVID planning.
Oh, me personally, yes.
Yeah, so we didn't have a department. You didn't have a department director last year in the planning department because she was assigned to COVID. So there were a lot of things last year that occurred that they still cranked out 80% more work than they have historically ever done. So now what we got to do is fill those vacancies, add the bodies, clean up the process, and fix the tools that we're asking the community to use and our staff to use. So I would just, we're going to do more work next year than we did this year because of if you guys agreed with this proposal.
What I'm simply pointing out, City Manager, is you're not looking to restructure and reform the department. You're simply seeking to add additional resources to provide better services. If that's
So,
accurate.
so I would say to that with our Strong Team Foundation to ensure that we are responsive to customers within 24 hours of a phone call, to have dedicated staff to that changes the process. To have the Express Development Team to pull stuff that needs and wants to move fast out of the queue, so it gets out of the way. The people who are happy with the 2-week turnaround that don't need 1 to 3 days. We need to pull things out like our solar panels that take a lot of staff time. We'll get 50 applications one day, and we have to pull everybody off of what they're doing to get those processed to ensure that we're meeting state turnaround times. By having that in the Express Development Team, that will move things more quickly, right? So in terms of processes, that's a continuous evolution. Dramatic changes have been made over the last several years, and we anticipate with the resources provided in this budget, we would be able to start to fix some of those processes. Right now, we do depend a lot on the customer to know what they're doing because we have so many applications. If we have more resources, we have more time to spend with each customer.
Understood. Yeah, and I've seen some of those examples where somebody's going to business for the first time, have never filled out a development permit, and they start from scratch, and there's quite a bit of hand-holding that's required for some of these folks compared to the Jeff Roberts who've done this for 30 years and they understand the system. With that, I know the city manager mentioned we didn't have you and most of our directors because of the pandemic last year. But do we now have a parking director? Has that position been filled?
So the parking manager position is still vacant. As you know, Thomas Gaffrey left the organization in April. We are in the process of advertising and recruiting for a parking manager. I am working with staff directly on parking issues. We have a senior management analyst who we're very lucky to steal from Public Works after our analyst went to Parks. So we feel really good about the progress that's being made in parking. Now keep in mind we had a lot of restrictions and requirements lifted during COVID. I anticipate this summer we'll be going back to full-scale enforcement to ensure our neighborhoods really have the services that they need. And I'll be working very closely with the team until we have a manager to ensure that they're hitting those timelines and they're providing that service.
When do you anticipate we'll have a parking manager?
I would say by fall.
Okay. When we did the wireless parking meters, part of the sales pitch to the council was that we would no longer be driving around with the tin can picking up coins from machines. But what I noticed was a lot of the machines out there are still accepting coins. So
we're really excited. The new meters are coming in end of this month, and we'll be installing those. We've been going around ensuring that all of our poles are the right height, they meet ADA requirements, and so those will be installed over the summer.
So we'll finally be able to realize some of those staffing savings.
Mm-hmm.
Good. I also noticed on your parking that you're anticipating additional revenue of approximately $150,000 from fines this year.
So we had obviously over the last year we were not issuing as many fines as we had in the past. So RVs have been permitted. We haven't been issuing tickets or citations for those. And so once our emergency orders are lifted, we'll be issuing those again. So we anticipate, especially downtown, we had a lot of our customer base, those who come to downtown regularly, vanished. And so we had, we did not have the citation revenue that we typically have on a normal year. So resuming kind of normal operations is the expectation.
Got it. And for the record, we've generated about $1.8 million of fines a year in the parking department.
You know, parking is an important tool in ensuring, especially in neighborhoods. I know that I've gotten calls from Council Maxwell's office. I've gotten calls from Councilmember Esparza's office, trying to figure out how do we fix parking issues because it impacts neighborhoods.
Yep.
And fines are one of the tools that we have. It's one of the few areas where we actually generate revenue rather than a fee for service, which is capped.
Got it. Can you just do me a favor and before you start reinstituting the fines, be very public about that enforcement will begin on a certain day. There's a lot of new people in downtown that were not here before the pandemic. They've all gotten used to free parking and no enforcement. So just please do a big public blitz that, you know, that's going to be returning, especially since there's some pretty big downtown events taking place that are already planned.
Absolutely, thank you.
And on your other areas, does your budget assume any loss of revenue or revenue generated from sale of parking assets?
No.
Thank you. Another section on CDBG. I noticed on the home funds that you include $10.5 million of carryover from previous years. Is that because the projects are not built, therefore the payout hasn't gone? How much money do we have in that account that's unallocated?
We, right now, do not have additional dollars that were not allocated. So as you know, in April, May, you approved the annual action plan. We will be bringing forward later this summer a reprogramming of prior year programs that were completed and any savings that we have. So we will be bringing that forward later this summer. But in terms of CDBG, primarily it takes multiple years to enact a capital project. And so for the past few years, I've been really sensitive to that and kind of pushing for, let's only budget for what can be done in this year. But there's a lot of anxiety and risk if it's a project that takes multiple years to do and to fund. Will the next person sitting in my chair actually implement that project, right? So getting it all funded in 1 year is important, but then it carries over and that does impact our timeliness. So long-term, strategically, ensuring that we're programming and allocating what's going to be spent that year will really help us in the long run.
So just for the record, the money that's identified in this section, there is actually no money available for housing. It's all been
right. So this is
accounted
just
for?
a summary. Yeah. So the HUD-funded activity that's listed here is a summary of what you can find on pages A23 through A30, which is the approved annual action plan.
Okay. The multi-gen center, the council had last year allocated money for it. Going forward, it doesn't look like it's going to come to fruition. What happened to the remainder of the money that was allocated? Where did it end up at?
So those dollars will be what we'll be bringing forward to reprogram. In discussing with the city manager, the goal is to assist in funding of the citywide senior center wherever that lands, with the anticipation that we could utilize those dollars for acquisition of the land.
Okay. Can you just give us, and this can be in a form of a memo, a complete accounting for all the dollars in the multi-gen center and where those dollars have been either spent or reallocated to?
Yes.
Thank you. A couple of other questions. Your Department of Housing and Rehabilitation Specialist on page 135.
Yes.
You reference a position to help with first-time home buyers seeking down payment assistance, a couple of other activities. Is that a new position?
Yes, we have the housing rehabilitation specialist position. We had two. One has not been funded for a significant period of time. This is adding the funding for that position. It's all grant funded. None of it is general fund back into the budget, which allows us to improve our timelines for our minor rehab program, senior paint program, those rehab programs. The first-time homebuyer assistance program for down payment assistance is through our new permanent local housing assistance program, which you approved the budget for a year ago. We literally just received the contract for that last month. So we'll be implementing our first-time homebuyer program that was funded last year by the council.
Director, do we have a down payment assistance program funded by the city?
No, by general fund?
By any?
No, we do not currently have a down payment assistance program.
Do you know when was the last time the city had a down payment assistance program?
Yeah, it was probably, was when I first got here, probably the last time we really utilized it was through the Cal Home program. We have applied for additional Cal Home funds, but we have not received them. But the Cal Home program funded our first-time homebuyer program. Probably been at least 4 or 5 years, council member. The challenges with the Cal Home program were it took an additional 30 plus days to get home buyers through the program, and realtors they would advise their clients not to use it.
Yeah. On average, Director, let me say it differently. How much work would it be to provide the council a list of all the affordable housing incentives or distributions we have done in the last 5 years? How much work would that be? I'm trying to understand, like, an average every year, how much money do we put out?
Like how much for rehab and how much that we're giving directly to buyers or residents?
I'm focused more just on affordable housing.
Okay.
Multifamily affordable housing, new projects. Like, on average, how much money do we put out for multifamily affordable housing projects?
In total, it would take a few days to put that together. I don't know that we'd have it before Tuesday, but we would do our best.
Okay. If you can just even tell us the last 2 years or 3 years, just to give us kind of a snapshot. I'm trying to understand a baseline.
Okay.
On average, how much money did the city put out to help support affordable housing, but specifically new construction, multifamily affordable housing? That would be helpful. And then, Council President, I just have one motion and on this subject, and that's a motion to allocate $100,000 for implementation of Program 10A in the housing element, which is meant to conduct an assessment of the mobile home parks and the resources that they may need. As you all know, we're going to the world of mobile home parks, and we need to have some planning work done so we understand what we're getting into in terms of, providing them resources and improvements.
You want to second that, Councilmember Bredefeld, since you've been working on mobile home park issues?
Yes, I'll second.
Thank you.
Second it. All right.
Director, just want to say thank you. Your team has been extremely responsive. Your permitting staff, Mike Sanchez, you guys are on it. The only complaint I have is water tower. I know it's hard. I know it's historic, but you guys have been extremely responsive. Just help me get to the finish line with the city manager, especially since we're going to make a huge investment in that area. So it has been really good to see the responsiveness of your team on all these permitting and other challenges. So thank you.
We're having that Frida Cafe place open up, right? That needs to happen.
GoFundMe.
ASAP, city manager.
Can I wanted to address something if I could.
Yeah,
real
go
quick,
ahead,
just
Mayor.
briefly. In July, Matthew Grundy, a deputy mayor, has been working with the Federal Home Loan Bank of San Francisco on a first-time homeowners down payment assistance, and it's up to $22,000 per home, and we'll be getting it here in Fresno. We'll roll something out in July. And in addition to that, we've been working with Bank of America on their first-time home buyer assistance, and theirs is up to 3% of the cost of the home. So $300,000 home, $9,000 plus, waiving up to $7,500 of the closing cost. So, and those two could be merged. So Matthew Grundy is well underway working on that. Those dollars will be coming to Fresno. We'll roll something out in July on that for all the
Mayor,
council.
is that Bank of America one the same timeline as the first one you mentioned?
Yes, yeah. We met with Bank of America 2 weeks ago, and Matthew's been working with the folks in San Francisco for the last 3 months.
What's the total we're looking at?
Well, you can get up to $22,000 on the federal home loan out of San Francisco. It's not a loan; it's an actual assistance grant. And then the other one, depending on the cost of the home, say a $300,000 home would be $9,000. It's up to 3%. It's 3% of the cost of the home. So,
How many of those are they going to fund?
well,
That's
we'll
what
know
I'm asking.
we'll know the total dollar amount, but I believe it's going to be substantial for Fresno.
Mayor, is this separate from the press release or press announcement you made yesterday?
What was the press release yesterday?
You have so many damn.
I thought we launched one Fresno Zoo Tuesday.
Morning, afternoon, or evening?
Yeah.
Which one?
You can't keep track of all the
I
press
can't.
releases
There's too
you
many.
sent out.
And
All right,
Council President-
So that answers my question. It probably is not related to the press release sent yesterday.
It is.
Okay.
It is, but we haven't formally noticed you through a trade memo or anything yet. But
Council President.
that is
Just
it.
informally to the press.
Can I make a motion to defund the mayor's multiple media podiums?
No.
More. They need to pop out of the ground.
Thank you for that update, Mayor. Councilwoman Soria?
Thank you, Council President. I just have a couple questions. Jennifer, I noticed that you guys are adding one staff for the rehabbing.
Yes.
Which I think that that's great. I think that this is a good program. Just wondering, how much more capacity will that create?
So currently we have one rehab specialist. We, on a regular basis, have anywhere from 20 to 40 projects. That individual is responsible for going out and doing the assessment, for putting together the bid package, for monitoring the work of the contractor, and then for closing out the project. So this would, that person is dramatically impacted, and it takes them a long time to process applications. So I can't give you an exact number, but I would say that would add at least 50% capacity in terms of timeline. So we would be able to get through our projects without them carrying over into the next fiscal year.
So are we keeping the same budget for rehabbing, or are we increasing?
Yes, but we're behind on implementation, right? Because we haven't been able to catch up on those. So if you look in the federal entitlement section, in terms of senior paint program, we have $150,000 set aside for this year. We also work very closely with two nonprofits to implement over $1 million of rehab, and that individual is responsible for inspecting their work as well. So we would be able to get projects out the door more quickly. With two, we have the ability to finish our funding this year, which gives us a better idea as to should we be asking for more next year or putting more in the budget next year.
Okay, perfect. Also, I wanted to ask about the Tower District implementation plan. So if you recall, just a couple weeks ago, this council approved the reinstatement of the committee, and then we gave direction to include funding in this next fiscal year's budget. So one, I wanted to know how much money was put into this budget for the Tower District specific plan refresher. And then number two, who is the staff person that has been appointed to staff the committee, and how soon do we anticipate having the ability to start meeting?
Yeah, I'm going to defer to the Assistant City Manager.
With regard to your motion to put money, when you made your motion, the budget was already produced and printed, so I would tell you, no, there's not anything in this fiscal year 22 budget because it was already produced when you made your motion. So I would suggest that a budget motion be made because there's, there was obviously nothing we could do once the budget was already.
I get it, but then you guys also made a list of all these other things that you wanted to include and expected this body to motion, which is a little bit frustrating that it wouldn't even be included. But I'll make a motion to make sure that there's funding to do the refresher of the Tower District and Tower
Second.
District specific plan.
I'll second that since Councilmember Arias isn't here.
So, and then to make sure, again, even though there's no funding, did you guys already, because it was voted by this body in terms of the staffing?
Right, so to ensure that we don't have a lot of crossover between the Tower District Design Review Committee and the, or multiple reviews, and the Tower District Specific Plan Implementation Committee, we would assign the same staff resource.
Okay. Okay, perfect. Thank you. And then just a couple comments on kind of the housing issues that were brought up by my colleagues. That has been an issue that for me has been extremely critical from the beginning. I'm glad to see that we've made some progress on the Housing Trust Fund. I know that it's been like 5 years in the making. Every year we seem to allocate either $1 million or $500,000 to try to get the Housing Trust Fund going. So I'm happy to see that it finally is progressing and that there is actual support from this council to invest more dollars, because we realize that this is the type of investment that needs to happen to be able to address the issues that Ms. Cruz mentioned, where people are living 2-3 families in 1 or 2 bedroom apartments, and these are working people. And so in order for us to, one, increase the affordable housing stock, we need these types of resources, but we also need to figure out how to invest in the home ownership. I am glad that the mayor supports, investments from banks and other folks. That I would suggest that we should also demonstrate our commitment and have skin in the game with our own dollars. We have ARP dollars that are available, so I look forward to working with my colleagues to ensure that we create a really robust program that not only helps with the down payment assistance, but that we also maybe convene a group of realtors that work with these disadvantaged families that can highlight what are some of the challenges with the Cal Home program. Because what I've heard is sometimes timelines impacted the ability for them to close. Sometimes it was the additional cost that wouldn't be covered by the Cal Home program. So how does the city of Fresno create a program that's going to work, especially for those families that are much more challenged and can't do it on their own? So they need a hand up in that instance. So I'm looking forward to having the conversation. I think that that's how you build wealth in a community. That's how you build the middle class. I've seen it in my own family, and that's why I'm very passionate about not just affordable housing for rent. Our city, 50% of folks are renters. And I think that it is time that as a community we begin to turn a page and try to increase the percentage of ownership, in particular when it comes to Black and brown families in this city, which are more disproportionately impacted by wealth in our community. And so I'm looking forward to seeing significant investments happen. It's not a new conversation. I've been having this conversation with the mayor from the get-go. So I look forward to that.
Councilmember, I did want you to know that one of the programs that we're working on is focused on Latino home buyers with the NAREP. That's the one. And then there's another one focused on African Americans with the Realtist. So those two are going to be covered. And in addition to that, as you know, there's $12 billion set aside by the state over a 2-year period. And part of those dollars are going to allow us to focus on not just the homeless, but housing as well. So we're going to make sure we take full advantage of the American Rescue Plan, the state dollars, as well as some of these private dollars as well.
And then I'm curious, Mayor, I know that we've made significant investments in having temporary shelters for the homeless population. I know that the biggest complaint that folks in the city had was homeless on the freeways and so forth, the visibility. But what do we say to our residents who are unseen, who are in the shadows, who are living 2 to 3 families in a 1 or 2 bedroom? And, you know, like Ms. Cruz said, you know, what about us? We work in the fields. We're working hard, but can barely afford our rent. Why aren't you guys trying to figure out how to help us have, you know, a place to live, but we're giving a place to live to those that are not working and have other, you know, challenges?
I would say we have a responsibility as a city to make sure that we're meeting the housing demands. Right now, the demands far outweigh the supply. And when that happens, it drives up the cost of housing, the cost of rent, all of those things. And so part of what we're trying to do is change a process that allows for ministerial approval of some of these projects that will expedite housing in our city. We're working with the Building Industry Association right now to put together a master plan of our city where we have land that we can tie into, of course, with council input, that can be part of a ministerial process. But it is maximizing the number of housing units out there, and then whenever available, taking advantage of some of the federal and state funds, like our emergency rental assistance program. Like the callers that called in today, it sounded like they're not aware of those dollars, so we need to get them in touch with Chris Montalongo so that we can make sure that we're getting those dollars out the door. So there's a lot we need to do. We're working on it, and the answer is build, build, build.
Thank you. And I'm glad that you brought up the ministerial issue. And I know that you talked about that it would take significant resources, and it's a process for the city council and the mayor to take on. But you mentioned certain areas in the city. Would that include also areas of high opportunity?
So it could. So the key is to identify where those areas are, build the infrastructure plan into the development code so that when we come back to the city council and we say, here are the properties that, whether it's the entire Blackstone corridor or specific individual properties, here are the properties, they have already been analyzed for their impacts under CEQA, therefore they are a ministerial approval when they come to our desk. So then it is simply, are the setbacks right? Are the height correct? The number of units is correct? Check, go to building permit.
But in areas of high opportunity, wouldn't those infrastructure issues not maybe be as problematic because they already have infrastructure there?
It would depend on the parcel, and then it becomes a discretionary. And then we're deciding yes or no based on conditions of approval. So if we don't have those identified up front, specifically which ones and what types, and what that requirement is going to be on the back end for the infrastructure, we wouldn't, whether it's a fee or an actual as-built, something, an off-site that a developer does, we wouldn't be able to say that it was ministerial because we'd be conditioning it. Okay, so this apartment complex, if it was 100 units here, would be fine, but if it's 200 units, the infrastructure doesn't meet the standard, therefore we can't, then it becomes a discretionary decision. And so I think the big challenge is identifying specifically where we're going to move. We are working with developers, with investors, both multifamily and single family, to identify where those locations are and to say, here's where we're going to identify what those requirements are going to be, so they're baked into the code, they're analyzed up front, so on the back end, when you want to come in, it's really a quick check list process and go directly to building permit.
How long will that take us?
It kind of depends on how many properties that we're looking at, but I would hope that by next spring we'll be standing in front of you with that list and with that development code update and saying, this is what we want to implement to go to ministerial.
When are you guys initiating that process?
We've already started working on that path of identifying properties. I know that one of the big areas that we're interested in is on our high-capacity transportation corridors, as well as specific properties or projects that have been identified by the development community.
Okay, thank you. I think those are all my questions.
All right, Councilmember Maxwell, you're punched up.
Hi, Director.
Good morning.
I wanted to discuss a potential revenue source that I think would have the potential to fund a lot of the projects we're talking about today, whether that's infill development, offsite improvements, et cetera, et cetera. I think it was last year that SB 743 rates got adopted here in the city of Fresno. And one of the discussions that we had last year before I came on board, Director Clark, was I was under the impression that item was going to be brought forth to council in early January of this year, because I know one of the options that folks have with the new VMT is that a developer can do on-site mitigation, but another option that we have is to do a nexus study to create a mitigation fund for them to pay into that instead, and then we could in turn use those funds to do a lot of these proposed developments that we've discussed here today. And so I just wanted to know what the update on that is. How come we haven't seen anything to begin that nexus study? Because in my view, the longer that we're waiting on this, the more time that's passing that we're not putting money into that mitigation fund that could be used for these projects.
Yeah, so I have a two-part answer. So you will be seeing the contract with the consultant for the Nexus study for the fee. So that's a fast track, right? Just pay the fee for the number of VMTs that you're having to mitigate and move on to the next process, right? But one of the things that we are using right now, and it has been really exciting that staff has been working on. Dan Zak developed a tool to create VMT reductions within a planned subdivision or a development, right? So it's mitigation by design. And so maybe certain types of improvements would result in a reduction of a half of a VMT. Other ones might be 3/4 or 2, depending on the types of improvements or the types of design elements that are built into the project. So Will Tackett, our current planning manager, has been working with applicants as they come in and they say, gosh, we've talked to the COG and our VMT exceeds the standard. We're going to have to do something different. We're going to have to do extensive CEQA and statement of overriding considerations, and we just don't want to do the project. And we say, well, let's run it through the calculator. Let's work with you. Let's see if you make some changes in your design. Can you get it within our standard? And that dramatically reduces the time and the investment. So in two parts, so we do have a system that we're utilizing right now that isn't a dollar amount. And the mitigation fund, when created, would improve VMT mitigation, specifically related to development and those projects. So trails, infrastructure for bicycle infrastructure, transit infrastructure, those kinds of things would be funded through that mechanism.
And I applaud Dan Zak's effort. I think that's a brilliant idea to help the place that we found ourselves with this new VMT. However, I am still interested in the mitigation fund. So
Yep.
why wasn't that brought forward in January? And what is the timeline?
So we
if
have-
you could be specific, Director.
Right. So we have, we had to get a scope written. We put it out for RFP. We only received one proposal. We've had to negotiate with them to ensure that they meet our standard. And we will be bringing that contract to council. Sophia, is it the 15th? Tomorrow? July 15th.
That RFP proposal?
The contract.
Gotcha.
For your approval.
And then from the point that council were to approve that, what would be the timeline for actually having that fund in place to start receiving money.
Right, so
from?
we have to do the Nexus study, and then we have a publication and review period. So I would guess after the first of the year, but I can't give you an exact time. It really depends on how long it takes to assess the actual cost of the infrastructure and then the feedback that we receive.
Okay, thanks, Director. One more question. Could you explain to me a little bit more about your Historic Preservation Division and what some of their duties and responsibilities are?
Right, so the City of Fresno has one historic preservation specialist whose responsibility is to review all applications that come into the city that meet our standard for local review. So either they are on the local register or they are greater than 50 years of age. Those are all flagged in our system, and so she's automatically notified and can review those applications. Also, about 2-3 years ago, we initiated the Mills Act program. So we have the ability for specifically designated local resources to receive essentially a property tax benefit for doing certain improvements to their home. So they submit an application, they say, here are the things that I'm going to do, and then once it's approved, it's recorded with the county and they get a reduction in property tax. So that is another function of that office. Reviewing our local anything that is a federal grant has to have a NEPA review. So kind of like CEQA, the National Environmental Protection Act, NEPA has a review, so she has to review those to ensure that we're meeting that standard. We had certified local government status with the state of California, as well as serves as the staff to the Historic Preservation Commission.
Is there any precedent for historical sites receiving general fund dollars for the rehabilitation and preservation, or is that purely from special revenue?
I am not aware of any council member that has been designated from the general fund to properties.
The reason I ask, Director, is familiar with the old Rustler Winery at Discovery Center in District 4.
Right.
I believe that's been deemed a historically significant site in the city of Fresno, but they're having a lot of issues rehabilitating it, restoring it. And they're worried that they might have to tear it down because it's almost to the point of crumbling. What would you recommend in that scenario?
So we would be happy to sit down with you and the owners and look at potential resources. So if it is privately owned and it is a commercial facility, whether they're using it as a restaurant or a commercial use, there are potential federal tax incentives as well as state tax incentives. So the historic property tax credit program, similar to the low-income housing tax credit program, so they can receive essentially, consider it kind of like what Bank of America is doing, 3%,
I believe it's on city-owned property, Director.
So if it's a city-owned project, there have been funds that can be utilized potentially. I don't know whether that is owned by the city or not, and what that would be our. I would have to defer to the city manager. I mean, but we'd be happy to sit down with you and look at what's the condition, what's the status, is it on the local register, and what resources that.
It's a winery?
It's an old winery that's since been used for numerous different things. Tommy, I don't know if you've had a chance to go out to the Discovery Center yet, over there by the airport off of McKinley and Winery. It's pretty much an engagement resource for small children. They have a lot of different scientific tools, an aquarium.
Oh.
It's owned by the airport, Tom.
Owned by the airport?
Yes.
Is that the status?
Yes.
Georgianne said no.
That doesn't sound accurate. Laura
So
Rios
it's
probably
it's a
knows.
city asset, though.
I know it's a city asset, so.
She said it is.
Okay.
Mayor, did you say it was over by the airport or owned by the airport?
It's my understanding what she said was it is owned by the airport.
No, I don't believe so. I don't believe it's owned by the airport. We'll double check. I've
We'll
never
double
heard
check,
that
though,
before.
but it's city property, sounds like.
We verified with Lupe. She's the one. So.
Well, being as it's city property, I'm just going to go ahead and make a motion for $200,000 to go towards the rehabilitation and preservation of that historic
Second.
building. Thank you. Now, was that a second?
Yes,
Thank you.
second.
City Clerk, did you get that motion? All right.
And that will conclude my remarks, Council President. And
Right.
would be nice to know, airport, not airport?
Is it by the Arleiki Acres
Not really.
facility? It's not. I know winery is over by.
It's a
McKinley,
city-owned
okay.
property.
Oh, it's
regardless.
south. Okay. We'll check.
Regardless, it's a city-owned property. We'll just, the people own it. The people of City of Fresno.
We believe it's the Parks Department, but we'll clarify.
All right. Councilmember Karbasi?
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Director Clark, for your presentation. I think that we talked a lot about police department and public works, but especially public works, all those great projects we do, they have to be funded from somewhere, and your department is really essential to that. Our tax base is absolutely essential to how we grow and grow responsibly, so what you do really does matter, and it's hard work. I know sometimes we can get critical of it, but frankly, you are essential to the function of this city, and I'm grateful for what you do. And I also appreciate you're very frank about the challenges when you went through the presentation. We are in competition. We lose employees to the private sector, and kind of like how PD is having difficulties, I think a lot of professions are having difficulty retaining employees. I recall before I was on the council, I think it was Councilmember Soria who mentioned potentially incentives. Is there anything that we can do to provide incentives for retention or for recruitment? And how are we recruiting for such a professional area of engineers and planners and other areas? What can we do to help you?
Right, so we have worked over the last few years to identify kind of a resource to advertise and to try to market what we offer, because the salary may not ever compete with the private market or with other places, but the city of Fresno has a lot of great benefits that we provide, right? So we have a fully funded pension system, we have generous health care benefits, et cetera. So those are things that we market. We also have the ability to pay certification pay for certain individuals. We've begun paying for training, which was something that wasn't done in the past, and paying for tests, for certification tests, which we have not done in the past, which gives employees obviously a huge benefit. So we are working with personnel, with the Public Works Department and the Public Utilities Department on a class and comp study specifically for professional engineers and architects to ensure that we are competitive with the market. We have been working with personnel for some time now to develop a career ladder for our planners, professional planners within the system. So there are a number of local students who are in college right now that are going to school to become planners, and we're actually bringing on quite a few of them this summer as interns to work in the department to hopefully they get excited about it and they stay. I have a couple of folks on my staff who started as interns and they're now full-time and they want to stay, right? Because it's a place that they learned and they grew. Those are ways that we're working toward kind of competing on the soft skills, not the hard dollar amount. The hard dollar amount matters, but maybe we can create a great environment. Part of that is adding staff so that they're not so overworked and overwhelmed that they want to go somewhere else and make more money and work less.
Completely understand that. And I like what you're saying. It's not just about necessarily the money, it's about the environment and about other things like the training. Is there anything in terms of would a sign-on bonus help just right now, given where the economy is? And could that sign-on bonus include a guarantee that you work for so many years here?
It could include a guarantee. I would say it would help. I don't know if it's the tipping point or not, but it certainly doesn't hurt to work with personnel and the administration to put something like that into place.
Of the job classifications, you have like engineers or planners. When it comes to being able to, whether it's a resident going to the counter or it's someone with a master plan community, what do you think is the greatest need in terms of vacancies right now? Do we need more planners or more? I mean, what would you say is a great area of need? We identified to the administration the ability to take some of these high volume projects off of the main counter to allow more time for the general public as our primary need. And so for us to be able to have more interface time with just an average person who walks to the front counter, the need is that express development team. And the ability to outsource for specific types of activities. So, when we have a certain type of application that comes in and we have too many applications like that in the queue, being able to outsource and have that relief valve is really, really critically important, and that's built into this budget. I think we've seen a shift in the way the public approaches our counters over the last year. I will be really interested to see how that changes over the next year, right? As people start coming back to in-person services, or they prefer the continuation of the online and the virtual service. And by improving some of the processes that we were talking about earlier, with Councilmember Arias, I think that enhances our ability to process applications faster. So the higher the technical skill, the harder to fill the position. So entry-level positions, generally I have a good pool of applicants. It wasn't the case 3 or 4 years ago. I now have more applicants, which speaks to my team and personnel really trying to spread the word about opportunities here. But the higher the technical skill, the harder it is to fill those positions. Okay. And then you've identified how we can offer pay for training to help you move up kind of like your career.
Yes.
Is there anything that I'm not thinking of that you know that for those specific, is it just, there's just not enough people out there? Could we do a program, like if you move to Fresno, you get so much for down payment assistance, and you could live in North or South Fresno for that one. Is there anything that you can think of that we can do? It may
I
only
think that
be
would be
4
a
or 5
great
people,
incentive. I don't
but-
know if that'll, if that helps with retention once they've gotten through that period of time. That would probably be my only question, is I don't know that would help there. I think we are starting to see an increase even in technical position applications due to the cost of housing across the state.
Okay.
We are a much more affordable housing market. So if there was an incentive that allowed individuals to get into housing or an initial signing bonus of some kind, that could potentially push someone over the edge to move to our community.
So for time, let's do this. City Manager, if I was to make a motion for you to come back, maybe meet with the director, personnel, and maybe come up with where the greatest need is for the vacant positions, and then see maybe what we could offer up until we get to a certain, let's say we have 20% vacancy. When we get to 5%, then we'll stop. But where those needs are, come back with a report for us.
Yeah, no, and we're doing that now. I mean, because it's an issue we've got trying to recruit the engineers and the planner, and it's just a national thing. I mean, just kids aren't going to school.
Sure.
Science, technology, engineering, math, they're just not going to school for that right now. So we're trying to figure out how do we get more people into that program. So yeah, we're going through that. It's a market issue we've got, so we're working on that market issue. We can give you an update on that.
Okay,
Just to add on that point, have you guys worked with Fresno City College to create a pipeline of that? I know in the past we've talked about, like, even for DPU with like the water specialists that are very technical positions, but have we considered working with Fresno City College, Fresno State to create a direct pipeline? That way we are, they start as interns and they start developing that pipeline.
Right, and that's the process you've been doing.
So
and
we a few years ago, we started working with City College to reintroduce their inspector program. That it is not fully up to the up to where we had wanted it to be. And with the pandemic, a lot of it that got shut down because a lot of it is very technical and you have to have hands-on, and that wasn't an opportunity. So yes, we have been working with them. We have started meeting with Fresno State about the opportunities in their engineering program in particular to come shadow. The challenge is they can't sign because they don't have a PE stamp yet, right? So someone has to sign for them if they're actually doing work. But shadowing someone, having an internship, yes. And Fresno State now has expanded its geography program to include urban and regional planning, and so we've been working with them as well. And like I said earlier, we do have a number of students who live in Fresno who are either going to Fresno State or Cal Poly who are going to be interning over the summer.
Okay. Yeah, and I'm glad you mentioned that, and thank you, Councilmember Soria, because Matthew Woodward is one of the very students who's involved in BPAC, and he's a student in planning at Fresno State. So that's terrific. Okay, so that answers my questions there, and I think we're going to get some information of the administration before we're out. Okay, great, thank you. My last question is about VMT. Help me understand more about the mitigation. So if someone's building a master plan community with different types of housing and commercial, and there's a new state law, obviously. So one of the mitigations is they can pay into a fund.
When we create it, yes.
Yeah. And then the money that's paid in that fund, does that stay within that area, or can it go to other parts of town?
So the program has yet to be developed,
Okay.
but the intent is to mitigate the vehicle miles traveled that are created by that project. So access to trails, access to transportation, access to bicycle facilities. It has to be infrastructure. It can't be service, but it has to be infrastructure. So I don't think that there's necessarily a prohibition if it was, somewhere else in the community, as long as we can show the nexus that there was a reduction in vehicle miles traveled because of that. And Talia, would you agree with that? Not agree with that? Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I just want to be really careful with that, only because, it's too bad we can't pay for, let's say, a bus route, for example, because that might be one way we can help with that. But if that's the case, kind of like with the finance districts or CFDs, I think developers are business people, and they're not going to eat the cost. It's going to go to raise the price of housing.
Right.
So this is just my opinion, if we keep those funds at least within that neighborhood, or more importantly, the neighborhoods around it that are impacted by that, rather than going to a whole different part of town, that may help. Now, I don't have a lot of new developments going to happen in my district. It's pretty much built out. But this may help, let's say, if you have a development in southeast Fresno, and maybe there's an older neighborhood, this money can help kind of the infrastructure with bike paths and all those things you talked about there. Because it's interesting for me where we're talking about we don't want to create a system where to get more housing built, increase supply and reduce the price of housing, which is the simple economic principle. We're not willing to start this team you're talking about, but at the same time, we're willing to take money from the developer to help subsidize something else when it was really designed to do a particular thing. So I'd like to see when you come back to make sure this program at least has some kind of geofencing for the negative impact to folks in the area. Not necessarily just that development, but the surrounding older neighborhoods around it.
Right. So we'll and that's the purpose of the Nexus study, to identify how that specific mitigation actually reduces VMT for the project that is having to pay in. So yes.
Okay. Thank you. Answers all my questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Carvasi. I don't have anybody else punched up. Did anybody have any follow-ups? If not, thank you for that presentation, Director. We'll have Economic Development Department up next. I think, Lupe, you're going to do the presentation. Is that correct? All right. Let's give Ryan a quick minute to sanitize. And before you start, Lupe, so just for the benefit of the public, this is the Economic Development Department that will be doing a presentation. And by the way, thank you and your team for the work you've been doing on the corridor, across the city, downtown. You guys have been very busy. Special thank you for the work with our food vendors. We had that one-stop shop hub over at Mosqueda. Got a lot of great feedback from them. For you guys taking that, I think it was like a mobile unit, one-stop deal where they actually were able to register and get their permit started and some of them finalized. So thank you for that.
No,
Go ahead, Lupe.
absolutely. I'm glad that we were able to help, and we did partner with Business Tax, so it wasn't just us, it was a group. So thank you.
And Councilmember Arias is actually going to be having the next one
Okay.
in Southwest, and then I think Councilmember Esparza will have one in Central.
That's awesome. Thanks. So good morning, Council President and council members. I thank you for the opportunity to present this budget to you as a director of what is proposed to be a new department. First, I'd like to briefly introduce the current team that we have. So they're sitting in the back here. It's going to be Dan Zack and Kelly Trevino, Laura Rios, Yahaira Figueroa, Branna Munoz, she's our intern, and then Claire Whitmore, she's our fellow whose contract will be expiring in the next couple of months. Right? I know. At any rate, this program proposal you'll hear about today supports the mayor's mission to set a community on an equitable path and to prosperity. Many of our strategic recommendations are based on our team's experience last year with the deployment of CARES Act dollars. And I thank you for the opportunity of being able to do that program and for challenging us in the way that you did. Our team worked 24/7 for several months, hand in hand with you, your staff, multiple city departments, and our community partners. We're proud of that effort, and we wanted you to know that our programs were imitated by other cities like Bakersfield, Madera, and the city of Carson and LA. But we acknowledge that ultimately what we accomplished was a drop in the bucket of the need from our small business community, particularly the smallest and the most vulnerable of our entrepreneurs. This budget represents a significant increase of general funds resources to the objectives of economic development. So I want to start with some contextual information that supports that prioritization. Job numbers are always moving targets, and they are currently defying the economist's ability for forecasting them. What we know right now, that the recovery has begun across the country and here in Fresno, and we all live through all of those stages. Unemployment is down from the pandemic peak. Looking at April 2021, the latest month of which data was available, unemployment is lower than that of the state overall. And that's good news because Fresno historically posts unemployment rates at least a point or so higher than the state. This expanded budget reflects an urgent need to continue focusing on job creation and workforce growth. We still haven't replaced all of the jobs that were lost during the pandemic. At the same time, some employers are saying they can't fill the jobs that they have. So just as in a country as a whole, we know that reopening is not the same as recovering. One of our priorities is to continue to diversify our economy by attracting outside employers in new sectors. A second priority is supporting the recovery of existing businesses that suffered so much during COVID. For example, we're piloting a facade improvement program in Districts 1 and 5. You will see in your proposals a new emphasis on small business startup support. In January 2021, a report from Self-Help Financial identified Fresno as one of the cities with the largest percentage of minority-owned small businesses. We ranked 5th on the list of mid-sized cities behind El Paso, Honolulu, McAllen, and Brownsville, Texas. This is a positive reflection of our community and our culture, and it's also an economic asset because small businesses are the #1 generator for new jobs, not just here in Fresno, but in every American city. Please keep in mind, as I walk through these numbers, that the new budget is a significant increase, but still represents less than half of 1% of the city's total budget. And our proposed 2022 staffing is still less ambitious than that of our competing cities, even including the 2 positions proposed on Monday in a motion by Councilmember Carbasi. We would still have fewer economic development staff per capita than Riverside, Sacramento, and Bakersfield. So if you can go to the next slide, please. So this is a newly created department, as I just mentioned, and so there are no significant changes from prior years. Personnel cost of $802,100 includes 6 total positions. All of these 6 positions were transferred from other departments and therefore are cost neutral. No positions have been created. This does not include the 2 unfunded positions that Councilmember Carbasi proposed in his motion on Monday. No personnel costs, if you look down at non-personnel cost of $963,300, there's a line, those are broken down in the line item page 53. We'll be referencing and breaking down these costs in the next few slides. And ID charges of $83,300. So total expenditures for our department is $1,848,700. Next page, please. So in here you see special revenue of $318,000. That is what is projected to be the remaining balance of the Business Recovery Loan Fund provided by EDA and approved by Council last year. To date, nearly $600,000 has been expended or dispersed to 8 businesses. Next slide. This slide shows $500,000 in plans and programs. This amount mistakenly lumped together in a line item, 530302, professional services and consulting. Please, let me assure you, we are not proposing to spend that much on consultants. Basically, that 620 breaks down like this. 10,000 is a total consulting budget from last year when we were a division of 2 people. So this year, total includes 10,000, but it's not part of the expanded budget. And then 110,000 is for the existing contract for the EDC. This is a transfer, so it's also cost neutral. 120,000 is for a new SEDS, which I'll explain on the next slide what that is. 50,000 is for professional support costs for an expanded team, and 330,000 is program services. Together, that adds up to the 620,000, of which 500,000 is new funding. Next slide, please. So on this slide, we reiterate our mission to set our community on an equitable path to prosperity. Here, I'm referring to the 2 most significant contracts in the budget. I just referred to a SEDS, and what is it? What is a SEDS? It stands for Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy. It is a 5-year blueprint for economic growth with specific milestones and objectives, and a good SEDS is based on this significant community input. We must have one because it is required of the EDA to apply for federal economic funding. My department will not get EDA dollars without a SEDS. For example, we wouldn't have gotten the business recovery loan without the SEDS. We estimate our SEDS would cost about $120,000. The Fresno EDC, again, this is a cost-neutral allocation, $110,000. Our longtime partnership with the EDC is a key part of our attractions strategy. They are currently focused on attractions and retention for our industrial and logistic sectors. Next slide, please.
Wait, Director Perez, before you move on to that slide, I think there's been a mistake. The wrong mayor's in that picture. Yeah.
That was a Trillium.
We need the mayor that works out in the new ones.
Missing a podium, too.
Okay, so on this slide, the entire plan is to build a grade A, high-performing economic development team for the city of Fresno. We need to provide ongoing training and the resources and support that they need to succeed. You see here that we cite data management and analytics. We need to get smarter so that we can identify fluctuations in tax revenue and business conditions so that we can respond quickly to unexpected changes. We also need to use data in our marketing, and we need to do a much better job of selling our city. We need to create digital, print, and video promotional materials to support all of these programs across 4 core languages. One example of such an effort would be a website promoting Fresno Made labeling, a program. It's in partnership with San Joaquin Manufacturing Alliance. This is not funded in this budget, but it's a proposal for ARPA dollars. So that's an example that you look up there, the logo of California Made, it would say Fresno Made. So next slide,
Director,
please.
so basically it's just a marketing scheme?
One that would help promote the businesses that actually produce products here in Fresno. As they get shipped out, it has the Fresno Made logo on it. And we would also look to create a new website that the participants could list on. And one of the things, you know, again, these are just the ideas that we're proposing that we would help work with the airport to possibly display some of their products out there and let people know when they're flying in and out, oh gosh, I didn't know, you know, this is where I get my seasoning. I didn't know it was made in Fresno. So it's things like that that we're trying to do to help promote the businesses that are actually here in Fresno.
Branding. It's a branding strategy.
Yes.
With our name on it, Made in Fresno.
Yeah. And it's done in other cities.
No, I appreciate that. I recognize the Manufacturing Alliance, but we produce a lot of things here. And I want to make sure it's as inclusive of all the other industries that are headquartered and are job generators here.
So one of the big ones we're talking to is the brewery district.
Yep.
You know, they've been here strong in the valley, but now they're starting to get penetration into the Bay Area, into Southern Cal, Made in Fresno. We'd like people in San Diego and LA and San Francisco to go, oh, God dang, they make beer in Fresno.
Yeah, definitely. But, you know, also we have producers, we have La Tapatía, we have a lot of really good headquarter businesses. And I want to make sure that it's not just focused on, you know.
And when you see the back of it, it's only when you turn it to the back in a little writing that you see the, you know, oh, it's made in Fresno. So we want to try to turn that around to help
Just get the name on people's lips.
Oh, Fresno, where's that, right? So again, let's go to the next slide. So here, we need to make sure our labor force has skills needed to change for the changing industry and emerging sectors. If we want to attract new companies, this is the first question a CEO asks us. What about the talent? Fortunately, Fresno already has built a world-class career and technical education ecosystem. We will continue to collaborate with the partners like the EDC, San Joaquin Manufacturing Alliance, State Center Community College District, Fresno State, Philip Patino School of Entrepreneurs, SATEC, Duncan Polytech, and Bitwise Workforce Training. We must make sure we have the workforce that matches our opportunities, and we must match workers with the opportunities that we have. Here you see the 2 examples of what we've been doing. So job fairs, we've worked closely with workforce development to put on 3 virtual job fairs this past year during the pandemic. And we're planning another one later this month. So we'll let you all know about that so you can get that word out. And then the Young Entrepreneur Pilot, this is something that I was happy to hear you're asking Jennifer about working better, closer with Fresno State. So this is another idea. With the funding proposed, we would work with our entrepreneur education programs at Fresno State and Patino School for entrepreneurs to increase awareness of the city services and benefits of launching startups in Fresno. But we would also look to propose the use of ARPA dollars to provide direct support to graduates to launch and operate new businesses in Fresno. Let's go next slide. So downtown revitalization. This is the budget includes $75,000 in funding for pre-development consulting, which we describe here. This is how we help our developers create competitive proposals and optimize the value of individual properties, but also the city overall. As you see on this slide, we propose to expand the model to the rest of the city with the focus on our infill corridors to bring much-needed services to housing. If approved, one of the positions included in Councilmember Carbasi's motion made on Monday would be used here. So next slide, please.
Director, can you pause? The reference to the downtown work, we have a downtown partnership and a PBIT that the city and everybody else pays for. And part of the, revenue that they generate in those fees is for this purpose. Why do we feel that we have to, on top of this, add more resources to that work?
Because
Yeah, so one of the things what we are doing right now is we're working with different property owners. Dan Zach in the back, he's got a software application that we're using for some of the vacant parcels downtown and trying to show, and then when I say downtown, it's kind of like all of downtown, how a 3-story, 4-story project, a deck, and so that we're just giving people the visual impression of how they can reimagine their property, and so starting to attract a little attention to folks to say, I had no idea. We're doing it in Chinatown. He's got some projects he's kind of modeled in Chinatown on what matching the facades, matching the historical, and giving people a sense of, oh my gosh, this is real. So those are the kinds of things we're trying to. So the pre-development is mostly about just trying to spark the thinking on the opportunities that are available downtown with some of these lots that are available for development.
Wouldn't it be a better use of resources just to engage a master developer in downtown that would actually take that reign, spend their own resources doing that, and then have skin in the game?
It would be good, but we've got a dozen people who own a dozen different buildings or on a dozen different timelines, and so we're trying to prompt them and spark them. I'd love the idea of a master developer. Just a master developer typically owns and controls master parcels, and we just don't have anybody that's assembled that kind of parcel package. The closest thing we think we can use a master developer for is when we come up with a high-speed rail, and they're going to evaluate that corridor, develop that corridor. So suddenly they own 12 acres, do a station. Okay, now let's master develop 12 acres. Right now,
I thought Cliff Tatelian had a program for us.
In other cities, master developers don't have to own all those parcels. They take the risk of compiling parcels, developing partnerships, purchasing parcels, and developing kind of an implementing vision. I mean, every major downtown that's ever been developed has been through the use of a master developer. Some, of course, want some kind of fee in exchange for that work. Others say, we're going to put our own money. We just need the ability to be a master developer. So I'm seeing this as kind of a very small step towards that. I just don't know how much of a return on investment we're going to get out of softwares and dog and pony kind of presentations to people who.
Well, and Councilmember Arias, something to factor in might be also that, as you know, the PBIT is actually scheduled to vote to see if they want to stay in the PBIT. And if it does not, this might be a backup plan with regards to that, right?
And we've been attempting to try and create the appetite for a master development. We've been talking with different financial institutions. What's your appetite? Different property owners. What's your appetite? Yeah. Different developers, LA, San Jose, Seattle, they're coming from all over, is just trying to find a way to package all that stuff where somebody says, I'm in. Right now, we're just getting nibbles around the corners. Yeah. We're still having, and then they talking to all the different property owners. Some of these property owners are like, I'm waiting for manna from heaven, and we're like,
the huge payout
or money.
Yeah. So, speaking of the PBIT, when's that scheduled to expire, and what's the city's role in the renewal of the PBIT?
So let me go back to your other question about the PBIT and their role. They're more focused on marketing and events and helping fill some of the storefronts. what Dan is doing and what we're proposing is a project management person that would really work closely, as Dan is doing, with the property owners to find them financing, to help them design their building, teach them what is it. Some of them don't even know what to do with their property. So this would go a little bit beyond that. And I don't believe that is what the current PBIT is doing. Maybe they could down the road, but I don't believe that's what they're doing right now. They're more marketing.
In my humble experience with downtown property owners, most of them know exactly how to develop. There are just other variables on why they're choosing not to develop at this time. So what's the status of the PBIT? When is that going to expire, and what's our role in? Are we supportive of its renewal? I know we're a pretty big
I
contributor
know,
to
Dan,
PBIT.
can you come down and just, Dan's been kind of working with them on the PBIT. I know I've approved the studies. They've, we're one of the property owners, so I signed off and said, the study's good, go forward. I just don't know where they are on the process.
Hold on, Dan.
See why we need to get rid of the podiums, the portable ones?
All right.
It's fast.
It's fast.
So, good afternoon, Council President, members of the council. Dan Zach, Assistant Director, Economic Development. The PBIT expires in 2023. They're going for a 10-year renewal. They're actually starting the renewal drive right now to get an early start on it. So they're actually starting to approach property owners to take that vote on the extension at this time.
So for sure, we at least have 2 more years of revenue of a organized kind of downtown.
Correct. Yeah, and their total budget, I think, is about $800,000 a year.
And
in that neighborhood.
I recall a few years ago we had a lively debate over the set aside for the downtown maintenance of that Fulton Street. So I think part of it is required by the grant, the Tiger grant. Other part is not. How much in the budget are we also including for that continuation?
For
I recall it was like $400,000 that the city's general fund provided to the downtown maintenance.
For Fulton Street?
For Fulton Street. That includes the daily cleanup, street sweeper, power wash, garbage pickup.
I'm hearing that the PBID provides that function in certain areas, and I'm not aware that the city's doing any of that.
The city contributes, in addition to the PBID fee, we contribute a set aside for the maintenance of that.
Sounds like Lupe's got the answer to that.
And if you can just point me to the direction, the budget where that's included?
Yeah, we're looking for that right now.
Okay.
Public Works?
So, yeah, Public Works. It's in the Public Works budget.
Okay. If you can just, remind us how much it is and.
I can't remember what the total
Yeah.
cost, because it started off about 700, but I believe it's gone down 700,000. And so I know the cost has gone down a bit. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Director.
That completes your questions. Councilmember Carbasi?
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you so much, by the way, for the presentation. I'm actually glad to see that the administration has created an independent department, especially this year, as we move towards economic recovery because of the pandemic. During the pandemic, though, you guys were really helpful to myself and the other council members with the Save Our Small Businesses Act. There was a lot of noise out there. There were a lot of businesses that were closed. They were confused. But I would get calls from business owners like Kelly visited them or Yahira visited them and actually helped them physically. You visited them too, but to actually help them fill out the application.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, we actually did a lot of hand-holding. We stationed ourselves at Dickey Playground so that people could come over and help them through that process.
Right.
A lot of them couldn't get there, couldn't drive, so we drove to their homes.
Right.
So.
That hand-holding, though, is, I think, what's going to set apart this department than other ones. I know there are a lot of other organizations out there, Workforce Development Board, EDC, and the federal government, SBA, PPP programs. These are great programs that can help, but when you're a small business or you have a language barrier or you're a family business, you kind of, even in our business when we started, we weren't as, I guess, sophisticated. We didn't know the territory, the lay of the land, and you kind of get comfortable and sometimes need to expand. And you guys kind of going out, you folks going out there and actually helping them makes that connection. But the other thing for us, which I'm looking forward to, we can have all the strategies we want, but you're not sitting in an office. You're physically going out there and going to these businesses
Right.
in Northwest, South, the East, Southwest, everywhere, is reporting back to us what you're hearing and what they don't have that they need. Because maybe it is they're looking for a type of worker or a type of skill that's lacking. Or it's that, well, there's this great program by the SBA, but it's impossible for them to apply because of X, Y, and Z, or maybe they can apply because of a certain thing they've done.
Right.
That's what I'm looking for.
Absolutely. We'll do that.
One of the problems we had is, I think during the pandemic, we didn't really have a database of our businesses, and I think it would have been a lot easier to reach out. Is that something that I think we can try and create in this process?
Yes, that is one of the things that Claire was really useful to us with. She comes from the Silicon Valley area with a lot of technical expertise, so she's helping us to create these programs platforms to be able to do that and be emailing and just other ways to connect with our businesses.
And if I can add to that, we have two great databases for this
Right.
information already. We have the sales tax, point of sale, and we have the business license tax, which is
Right.
by address and by category. So our job, that's one of the things that they
That we're gonna be
recommending
doing.
that they put in the budget
Yeah.
was the data management and analytics,
Making
that we
sure
can
that
integrate
we
all that.
scrub it, we have it current
Right.
and things like that, yeah.
And possibly a way for maybe some of the really small businesses that don't have a license, maybe finding a way to help them get compliant, and not necessarily finding them, but
Right.
just helping them get on board.
Absolutely.
Okay. And then what strategies for, let's say, our black-owned businesses or women-owned businesses, or even like the family businesses that maybe they have a technology issue, or help with a right point-of-sale system, meeting with them and doing that kind of a thing. I mean, I know you have people on your team that speak Spanish, which is great, but what strategies do you have for
So that is going to be something that we're looking to expand with some of the educational courses with small
Okay.
businesses to be given, provide them that technical assistance. So yeah, that would come up in our next slide. So.
But to your point, we would like very much to be known as a place where small businesses, women, minority-owned businesses can start up, grow, expand. We want that designation.
And also,
one stop. Go ahead.
well, and one of the other things is the technology for sure, but some of the businesses don't even know how to read and write, but they're in business and they're
Sure.
surviving. So
Sure.
how do we help them? And those are the things that we're looking at to see what programs can we do to help those, because they're not going to be able to pivot just with a laptop or,
Sure.
things like that. So we want them to survive. We don't want them to fall off the map. So
That's what I'm looking for, even something at that level. Okay, great.
Absolutely.
Now, in light of what you said, City Manager, access. I mean, I think most of the time it's about you going out there to those businesses, but one of the things I think we've discussed in the past was finding a way for you to be, because you pay, I think, $10,800 a year in rent. It's not bad, by the way. But here, is there space on the ground floor or another city-owned facility where it could be a retail location where basically someone can come to you, meet with you, and they could just open the door and come in?
possibly, but
Yeah, we don't have
defer.
that now, but that's been discussed with a few of the folks in the Blackstone corridor and the Kings Canyon corridor, where some of the property owners there have identified, hey, if you had somebody, I'd really like you to consider, I got space for you, I can
Right.
make that available.
Do we have any city-owned assets where we would just be
And we have plenty of,
utilizing-
like, for example, we've got, we had some space that utility billing and collection had at Manchester. We've got the facility at the report writing station over at, in the Tower District. We can look at some properties that we have there on Kings Canyon, but we definitely have some properties we could look at doing.
So I'd like to make a motion for you to come back to us with some options for some retail space. City-owned.
City-owned retail space.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. President. Okay, I like what you talked about with the entrepreneurship program at Fresno State. That was my major, and being able to reach out to them, because you don't start out with a big company. You start really small, and they have a lot of, I think it's the largest major in the business school. But what about some of our high schools? I know that program, they do work with a lot of younger people, like even kids, to kind of get them into that entrepreneurial spirit, or CART, or places like that. I would encourage you guys to reach out to Fresno Unified and Clovis Unified and Central to see how you can, again, like the city manager said, when someone thinks about opening a business, it'd be nice if they think, well, maybe I can go to the city and get help from my city. Because there's just, again, so many resources out there, but it's very confusing.
Right.
And being able to help with that part of it,
Absolutely.
it's all about our tax base.
Absolutely. And I think what we learned just spending more time with Fresno State is some of the graduates, actually, I believe it was 60% or more of the graduates are from the area here and want to stay here. So when they're
Okay.
graduating, they want to be able to stay. They don't want to leave.
Right.
A lot of them are Hispanic too. So that's one of what we talked about was working with Fresno State and Patino to be able to, get them early on and start mentoring them and talking with them so they know about their city and what's available to them, so they don't have to leave somewhere else. Keep
And
those.
a lot of them do leave and come back.
Right.
So another issue I have is you have a budget for travel and conference. So I have a lot of big box stores that are empty in my district. The old Walmart. If Costco does move, that's going to be another big vacancy, and a few other spots. So getting creative ideas to fill those. I know that there are conferences where specifically there are other companies that would
Right.
come in here and bring jobs.
Yep.
But I really see you being kind of like working with the planning department, being a big part of trying to really,
Be more proactive about
right,
saying, okay, that one's going to be empty pretty soon. What can we do to begin thinking about another use? To
Right.
put it? I mean, the IRS is a big one. That's
Right.
almost 60 acres over there. That building is 500,000
Right.
square feet. So what can we do with that to don't let it, stay
Right.
vacant, bring it back.
but those conferences can, like the ICSC, those,
ICSC,
okay.
mhm.
I guess the biggest thing I get is if there was one theme for your department, it's about the hustle. It's about you guys going out there, and I see that now. I just want to keep that up.
Thank you.
So that's all I have. I'm looking forward to, and next year when you come back, like I know we want to have metrics. I feel like you're probably going to have new metrics because you're hearing, well, now this is a problem small businesses are having, or this is a problem startups are having. So I think it'll evolve, but we need to always change our tactics so that we can meet the needs, especially those that don't have a voice right now. They just don't think, oh, I can reach out and get help.
Councilmember Carbasi, I think it'd probably be helpful, and I know exactly what you're referencing. We spoke about the ICSC. The city of Fresno has not had a very strong presence in ICSC. If you want to make a motion to augment their budget to include that so that they are at those shows with the purpose of, like you said, filling out those corridors, whether it's Shaw or Blackstone or Kings Canyon, Belmont, I'd be supportive of that.
Southwest Fresno.
Yeah,
Right.
and downtown.
What's a dollar amount?
Let's do 150,000.
Okay, so I'll make a motion to augment that, the travel and conference to include up to $150,000.
I'll second that.
Thank you.
Councilmember Soria?
Thank you, Council President. I'm just going to make a quick motion to expand the facade improvement pilot program that we started last year. I know that we're underway, and it was very small. I think it was 100,000 that we had, and it can only help, after kind of doing an analysis, only a handful of businesses, but I think it's a start. And I think that there's much success that will come out of it. So I want to be able to expand it so that other districts can also take advantage. So my motion's to add 1.5 million
I'll second that.
to that.
How much money is currently set aside for those facade improvements, Director?
We don't have it, it's piloted. So as council member just spoke about last year, they allocated 100,000 between District 1 and 5.
Right.
And so we were piloting to see how we could get going and what we could do. So
So the 100,000, how much of that was expended, if any?
it's all going to be gone.
Okay.
And right now, we're in the process of trying to understand the metrics on it, because we have point of sale data. So did that $10,000, what kind of sales tax increase did we see? What kind of business tax increase did we see? Did we get something on the property tax? Those are the metrics. Were they able to hire more people? We're trying to just understand, if we put the dollar in, what's the dollar we get back out? That's economic development 101. Just put the dollar in, how many, count them as they come out.
Thank you.
Lupe, do you want to finish your PowerPoint?
So we got into the facade.
We're 2 slides away from
Yeah, we're almost
the
there.
finish line.
So slide 9, please. Thank you. So we talked about the program. So I'll skip about the corridor. Well, this corridor revitalization. So the other program that we were looking to do was the Fresno Business Watch program. So this program came out of a door-to-door outreach program that when we were distributing PPE and conducted needs analysis and interviews with our businesses in the commercial centers and also around the business parks. Our proposal mitigates the impact of increased vandalism on business properties and operations. The program is designed to reduce the chronic and costly cycle of calling police and insurance. To fully develop this program, we would use another approach where we would also need program dollars for it, so there's no funding in here. These funds would be included in the budget, and we were asked for ARPA dollars. Basically, what we would be doing on what we've heard from the businesses, and you're hearing it all around the city, where they're getting vandalized and what have you. This program would work to help the businesses to pay for some of those repairs so that their insurance cost isn't going up. And so it's just another idea that if it's something that you guys want to see, I'd love to sit down with you and talk about it a little bit more, because it would help alleviate some of the undue stresses and costs. Okay? So then the next slide, please. So this one is, first we need to work closely interdepartmentally. It's simply to simplify business tax and zone clearance processes and improve the business data reporting that we have currently within our city. But it's not enough to make our machine run better. We need to educate and inspire people to continue creating small businesses that make our neighborhoods rich and interesting. As you see in the small business creation support program that's up on this slide, it would consist of virtually and in-person trainings on how to launch a business in Fresno. To do this well, we would need to create digital, print, and video educational collateral with, obviously, in the language of supporting 4 languages. The Small Business Reclamation Program, or pilot, is a direct reflection of the experiences we had in 2020 while trying to get grants out to the most underserved businesses. This is to the hard to reach. So here, we know that many of the applicants were disproportionately business owners of color were the ones that were turned down because they didn't have a business tax certificate or because they were delinquent. And a lot of times the delinquency was a small amount, but then they weren't able to even get $5,000. So this would obviously have to come to council, and it needs a little bit more research, but we're open if it's something that you would all like to do. This is not funded in the program, so it would be something that we would look to consider getting funded through ARPA. We need to get these, as Councilmember Soria said earlier, we need to get these businesses out from the shadows so that we can communicate with them and make sure that they know about city services and other opportunities. So once you have a business tax certificate, not only can they get help support from the city, but they can also get it from the state and federal. So then they'd be eligible for that. This would also preserve future tax space for our city and improve business database. So we really think this is a win-win program. Again, we would need ARPA dollars to implement the proposal. So to the end, just to ensure we have an economy that works for all of our residents, we must continue to create opportunities for everyone in Fresno to have a home and get a job that pays well with benefits. We know that our business owners of color have been disproportionately impacted by this crisis, and One Fresno means providing every Fresno family with a foundation to build a future. And we are confident that the budget we are confident that this budget will support a team that can rise to the occasion. So I just want to thank you all for letting me have this time, and I'm happy to answer any additional questions.
Food's running a little bit late, so Vice President, if you want to start your questions, or we could have Councilmember Maxwell go, and then you can, Councilmember Maxwell?
I appreciate the thoughtful presentation, Director. I wish other departments would have put this much work into the presentations they gave, so I do appreciate that. Thank you.
I didn't do it alone. My staff was.
And I appreciate the support that you have as well.
Absolutely.
Yes. I like a lot of the ideas that I'm hearing proposed in here. I think a lot of the time when we have conversations about economic development in Fresno, rightfully so, we center those conversations around the Blackstone Corridor, downtown Fresno, Kings Canyon Corridor. In my opinion, one of the areas that often gets overlooked is the economic corridors around the airport, whether that's McKinley Avenue, Clovis Avenue, or Shields Avenue. We have a lot of woman-run businesses over there. A lot of people of color ran businesses over there. And given that we are building a new terminal, that we have new flights coming in and out of our city, that's going to be an increased area for economic expansion in our city. So I just want you to know, for my ongoing support, I'm really going to want to see those investments made around the airport, in addition to a lot of the other corridors and downtown areas that we've already identified.
I see the same, I totally agree. I see the same thing when I'm driving around and I look and I'm like, oh my God, I need more staff to do this, to get out there and start doing some stuff.
I just wanted to
Thank
make that clear, but I appreciate your presentation.
Thank you.
Director.
Thank you.
Might as well start it by spending food's running a little bit late.
Sounds good. Sounds good. I am hungry. I know we're hungry, but we'll start and we'll break when the food gets here. So appreciate your presentation.
Thank you.
I'm really glad to see that a city of our size is finally taking economic development from a second thought division to a real solid department. So, but with that obviously comes much higher expectations,
Absolutely.
right? If council is going to approve a brand new department. I want to get into the sort of the 10, we'll work our way down to the minute, but I do want to get into kind of the 10,000 foot view of, our economic development strategy here in Fresno. I think you certainly have provided sort of where the rubber hits the road, kind of the means to an end. But, I'm interested in knowing from the director, what is our destination? And I'm interested in knowing from the mayor, what is your vision for economic development in Fresno? And economic growth in Fresno. So I'd like to hear from the both of you, just sort of 10,000 foot view, what the grand plan is to grow our city.
I'll defer to you.
Well, I think the first thing we have to do, Councilmember, is to retain the businesses we currently have. And part of our issue with that, oftentimes they see our government as too much of a bureaucracy, too much red tape, not enough red carpet. And so the first thing we have to do is do what we talked about today with planning development, as well as our economic development department, and that is roll out the red tape, show some tender loving care to our existing businesses, so they're not looking elsewhere, and I'm talking about mom and pops all the way up through our manufacturers. We unfortunately are in a state that is highly taxed, very much has a lot of controls and restrictions on business, and so it makes it difficult for us to retain a business. The other thing is we've contracted here recently with an individual out of San Jose to look for those businesses that are contemplating leaving California or leaving the Bay Area and bringing those folks to Fresno, either through a second office or back office work, anyone that's trying to expand, create an office hub. We want to be the first in line for those people to come to Fresno. I think one of the things the pandemic showed us is that the large corporate settings may not be the model in the future. And we certainly can offer those office hubs in our city. So contracting with them to do that is very, very important. And then going outside of the state and making sure that our name is out there. The branding is one of those things. Making sure that we have a marketing campaign in Fresno that shows that we're not just business friendly. We are willing to roll out the red carpet and expedite that concierge type service to folks. So we are poised here in the Central Valley, as all of us know in this room, in terms of not only being a distribution center hub, because we can touch 8 different states in one day in terms of travel, but we also have a lot of other opportunities for an ecosystem right here. Like when we went here recently and took our manufacturers, a group of manufacturers on a tour to other manufacturers. It was amazing to watch those folks interact and say, I didn't know you did that product here. I go to Utah to get that product. And so creating that ecosystem, and that's the purpose of an economic development department, is to make sure that everybody is aware of products that are being produced here in Fresno that we don't need to go any place else to get a widget or a part. Partnering with our Economic Development Corporation, which is always very helpful. They have economists on staff. We utilize them frequently. But at the end of the day, we want Fresno to be known across the nation as a place to do business. And it's going to require us to add resources. It's going to require us to do marketing. It's going to require us to partner with other organizations like the EDC. So we're doing all those things, but from a broad vision, we got to bring businesses in Fresno who are willing to hire the right people from the right neighborhoods for the right pay so that we can have not just economic development, but inclusive economic development.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the very thoughtful answer. You started off, and I thought you were just going to give me the Republican talking points, but you went a little deeper, so that I appreciate. My follow-up question to you is, I mean, so you see us as a distribution / manufacturing type hub. Any efforts or sort of vision to diversify that type of economy?
Well, I definitely believe those are two components that we currently have that we could expand upon, but I think we also have opportunities in the technology world that we haven't taken advantage of. Bitwise is one of those things that has proven successful in Fresno, which is why we have that contract out of the Silicon Valley. We want those folks to come to Fresno. Call centers are always going to be something that we're open to, but I think we want to provide a cafeteria approach to the types of jobs that we bring here. We know that the areas that are in need of, in terms of job skills, are nursing, medical skills. We also know that construction industry is going to continue, and we need to make sure we're partnering with, in terms of the workforce development component. Those types of jobs are going to be important in the future, and then there's others. There's some discussions about how we might become an inland port versus everything coming into places like Long Beach or to the Bay Area and going out in terms of distribution. That we should be an inland port right here, and our rail system. We are perfectly established for a rail system that would allow that to happen. So. I do think that's the future in many respects, and certainly with electric vehicles coming up on the horizon, I do believe it's going to have less of an environmental impact that we've seen in the past.
Okay, yeah, that's what I'm talking about, right? I'm talking about that diversification, innovative ideas like the port idea. We don't have water here, obviously, but you're talking about rail. Yeah, great idea. I mean, so what I'm looking for, right? I mean, how do you grow an economy, a city, regionally? I mean, you need to find sort of a high value industry that anchors you, where you can export. You export your products and you're bringing in money. Whether that's some kind of financial service, right? Like you might see in New York or San Francisco, or some kind of actual hard tangible products, right? But we got to be sending stuff out and bringing money in. And with that, I think of the jobs, the housing, it all, very much compounds itself, right? So, distribution, manufacturing, probably lands somewhere more in the middle to bottom sort of level of high, of valued industries. And for me, I mean, that being our singular, or if that were our singular goal, does not spell any kind of real progress or vast economic growth. Doesn't have a shooting for the stars, essentially. Yeah. So if we shoot for the stars, then we'll land on the clouds, right? In terms of, what are some of those anchor industries that we could center the city's economy around and the regional economy around. I mean, take a look at our, only our city, but all the Central Valley cities, non-incorporated areas. Yeah, we don't have a ton of those super high valued industries. We don't have the Silicon Valley economy or the financial district New York economy, and I have no expectation that we're in a position to have anything like that. But certainly we should shoot for somewhere up in the higher to middle type level.
Yeah, I agree. And the one of the things that within our manufacturing industry, we have one of the best in terms of apprenticeship programs or career technical trade for manufacturing opportunities right here in the entire United States. We just don't know that. And that's why, I mean, when you look at places like Trillium, who decided to come to Fresno, they were comparing us to another, I think it was Utah. And for them to make that decision, we just got to continue to market Fresno to those places. We are going to need distribution type jobs, but those aren't the end all, quite frankly. Those are just opportunity jobs for people to get into the workforce, quite frankly. But we do need more good paying jobs, jobs that are going to allow people to buy a home, to go on vacation, to have a savings account, and to boost our economy in terms of spending. So, you know, you're the expert in in the economy. Quite frankly, I mean, as an instructor, always open to your ideas and thoughts. But I believe the more diversified we are in terms of job producing, the better we're going to be as an agency.
No, yeah, and I mean, and there certainly is a place for the manufacturing jobs. I mean, in terms of, you know, grasping for some middle income. I mean, if we're successful in you know, having high-paying electric car manufacturing or high-paying inland port jobs, those types of jobs are good because they pay a lot, and that money all trickles out. More money to pay to go out to eat, pay your dry cleaner, your babysitter, you spread that all out. But those types of jobs tend to drive a wedge between the high and the low, right? And so it is very important that we do try and fill those more middle income, which do what we can to make sure they remain middle income, right, and don't get squeezed out more towards the bottom. So I appreciate hearing your vision, having this public conversation. I think it might be one of the few times we've discussed this at this level, this magnitude. You touched on a few points. I'll turn back to the director. As economic development department, I mean, it should be. I like everything that's here, but I didn't hear too much about sort of the far-reaching, the wider-reaching, in terms of touching your partners, like the airport, as my colleague had mentioned, our educational institutions, and just sort of aligning projections with what we need and what they can produce. What is our level? What is the sort of planned level of collaboration at this point?
It is.
With all the different related stakeholders.
Absolutely, we're working with them to help with the training that some of these manufacturing companies need. So we're working closely with the engineering students over there. They're actually, we are going to, with the facade program, what we had wanted to do was have some of those students come and help these businesses, give them renderings of what they could do with their building. How would it look better and that type. So we are utilizing them. The other group that we're working with is UCSF. So they're downtown. They've got their doctors there. So we're looking at how can we engage with them? How can we help them? They're looking to do some growing and what have you. So we are working, little by little, getting out there to talk with the others and also the high schools. Because getting the kids when they're younger, right? We don't have to wait until they get up to the level when they're ready to leave. We want to get them early on. So that's kind of the young entrepreneur part of us going out there and going and sitting in on the classes and talking with the students. So working with them to put a program together that includes us so they learn about us early.
Okay. Yeah, no, that's great. And you mentioned UCSF. Us getting a medical school in downtown should be top.
There are doctors right there.
Fantastic.
Yep.
Absolutely.
They graduate. I think the last time I saw was over 300 a year or something. So they're doing good, and they want to be down here. They're actually doing a lot of testing. So that's the other kind of type of business that we want to try to diversify in and see what we can do to help them to make them more successful.
Okay. Council President, where are we at on lunch? Should I keep going?
Yeah, keep going.
All right.
Council Vice President?
Yes, we're
here.
there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey,
so,
Tommy.
I'd like that, since we got a moment for lunch. So your thought about the UCSF. So one of the ones we've had our consultant look at in the Bay Area is pharmaceutical. So think about We got UCSF, we got these med students coming. Fresno State's got the nursing. Pacific wants to do one. Got the med school out at Clovis. I know it's in Clovis, but it's out there. You know, my experience working around the country is that pharmaceutical companies chase those kinds of places where there is medical students, residents. We got a #1 high-ranked trauma center. You know, you've got that allied health sciences infrastructure. We have water. You know, those are the kinds of things that we would look to, it's also on the table to kind of pursue, because the pharmaceutical industry is going to be here. Better living through better medicine is just how we've decided to live. And so the idea, so that's another one of the market sectors we're trying to chase. And then, as the mayor indicated, we do have a really strong manufacturing group. So could we do the medical devices that could help this local economy? So there's a lot of resources and capacity that we have available. We just need to package it in a way that you can put it in front of somebody and they'll say, I had no idea. I had no idea you had that. So in the places I've worked around the country, as the mayor indicated, talent, 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 talent. That's what wins the day for these people. Now in California, we got to deal with regulation and energy and entitlement process. But if we have the talent, we can put some packages together for people that would say, hey, I'm going to take a look at that place.
I wholeheartedly agree, city manager. Talent, talent, talent. I mean, we can't literally, well, we can't literally produce it fast enough, and so you know, we got to be importing talent, right? Import jobs, import talent, export materials, import money, right? All of the above.
And I think that to relate to that, the other thing that's adding to that is Fresno Unified at Duncan is actually, I think they got a grant. I believe they have a grant, and they're supposed to be building a pharmaceutical curriculum that'll help create capacity for us to produce some pharmaceutical employees. So, you know, just it seems to be coming together for us in that sector, but we have that opportunity in a lot of other sectors. We just got to be strategic in how we're thinking about it and really just go all in and package ourselves in a way where this is the only place to be. We make people believe this is the only, I need to be there.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that creativity, and again, reaching for that diversification. That would be very helpful to our city's economy if we were to pull some of those pharmaceutical companies, and they're different parts of their operation. Very much would be.
Council President, we also have public comment.
I'm not done.
Oh.
And neither of my colleagues. I think there's still a few that want to go. At some
Hold
point.
on, city clerk. Let's let him ask. The more he asks now, the less he'll ask later.
We're all hungry, but waiting on lunch.
3 more minutes is what I heard.
No worries. So, Tommy, you touched on talent. I talked about importing talent. In terms of making our city a destination city, I think all the efforts, the corridor efforts and the housing efforts, are very much key to that. So obviously, planning is doing their part. But you've pulled in sort of an expat, Dan Zach, as well as some others. I would like to hear from Dan as the sort of downtown czar, as well as Dan, if you could tell us a little bit about what you're doing. Let's give Ryan a second.
Wind him up. Wind up, Dan. Watch him go now.
Dan, I'd like to hear from you just on, you've been in this position now 6 months, roughly, since the administration began, roughly a new position. Tell us a little bit about what you've been tasked with doing and sort of what the status is at this point.
Well, my primary task is to get cranes in the air downtown. So we need housing downtown in a big way. We've talked about housing a lot today, about what a urgent need it is in all parts of the city. Downtown, we need it for those reasons and more. It's also just part of the revitalization of downtown depends on having a 24-hour population, not just a workforce population that empties out at night. So the mayor has set a doable but aggressive target of having a downtown population of 10,000 folks by the end of the decade. We have about 3,000 folks now, so we need to add 7,000 people. we average about 2 people per multifamily unit, and so we need 3,500 apartments downtown. To give you a sense of magnitude, in the previous 2 administrations, there were about 650 apartments built downtown. So we are talking about, taking that good start, but really, really aggressively ramping it up. And so to do that, this first 6 months on the task, I've really been digging through every property downtown, figuring out, okay, what's there now, who owns it, who's interested, what are the ideas out there, what was the last development proposal that didn't go anywhere, can we reanimate that one, get it going again, finding out what the needs are to get all these projects going. In some cases, you've got a property owner, they know how to do development, but they're having trouble accessing capital. So we can, help them meet the right people to make that happen. Other times, you've got someone with a great idea, they're just having trouble finding the right site. So we can try to help, move things in that regard. Other times, folks have a great project, they've got financing, they're just having a little trouble figuring out the entitlements. I walk them through that. And so it's a whole range of things, figuring out what we need to do to get these projects going. The other sites that are prime, but there isn't anybody, really actively pursuing anything. Okay, well, let's see what we can do to get somebody interested in that site, right? And, to do all this, I'm working with established Fresno developers, some of whom have been working downtown for a while, some of whom have worked in more suburban areas and are interested in creating a new product and moving into a new part of town. We're also working with out-of-town folks who already know how to do the downtown infill housing kind of thing, and they want to expand into the next cool market. And, I'm telling them downtown Fresno is that next cool market that you need to get into. And then we're also trying to train and grow a army of small independent developers who that doesn't currently exist. And so we've actually already sponsored one training session with 110 local folks who either own property downtown or own other kinds of businesses and want to get into development, and they want to learn, how do you do it? How do you make a pro forma? How do you do your market analysis? What's a cap rate? What's a debt service coverage ratio? And, how does that all work so that they can find a project that works? And so it's a matter of putting all that together and making all those connections and getting these projects moving forward. So, toward that 3,500 unit ambition, we've got 166 units under construction right now, about 300 that are already approved and ready to hopefully move into the construction phase soon. Another, 300 or 400 that are under review at various stages. Maybe they've gone through DRC, they're working on getting their entitlement application ready, or they're in building permit review, and then a couple thousand that are these ideas. Hey, I've got a great idea, I'm looking for a site. Hey, I've got a site and an idea, I don't know how to do development. And so, we're gonna have to ramp things up from what we've seen in the past, but it's definitely doable, and those are the kinds of things we're working on to make it happen.
Dan, talk about the demand right now and our occupancy rate downtown.
Oh yeah, absolutely. 15 years ago, it was it took a little bit of a leap of faith to build downtown. You could tell that, hey, there's potential here because of what had happened in other cities that were similar to us. But now there's really not that leap of faith needed anymore. The market indicators are all really strong. So out of that 650, units that were built over the previous 2 administrations, vacancy rate is hovering right around 1%. 5% is considered a strong, robust market. So when you're down to 1% vacancy, you don't have enough product. People are really desperate to get it. I pulled CoStar data, which is a real estate firm that aggregates, housing information. And I compared asking rents per square foot for housing in the Woodward Park area and in downtown, they were 1 penny apart in asking rents per square foot per month. So all those indicators are very strong. And you know, you can't open up Fresno Twitter without seeing some young person begging, like, I want an apartment downtown. How do I get, find one? I had a friend that just moved back, boomeranged back from New York. He had an easier time finding an apartment in New York than downtown Fresno. It's just, there's just not enough. So the demand is there, the money is there to be made. We just have to help folks, get the right project together. I'll design it for them if I have to. I'm doing everything I can to get these projects done and built and ready to go. But the demand is there for sure.
It rents about $2.
Yeah, it varies. The average is $1.65 per square foot per month, but studios are really hot right now, and they're getting $2 a square foot for studio apartments right now, which is pretty incredible.
Hot market, very hot market.
Yeah.
You can't tell on my face, but I'm very excited. Very excited.
I was getting excitement vibes for sure. I could tell that it was tempered by the hunger pangs, but
No. Yeah, so that's a very far-reaching effort. I mean, it sounds like you've got roughly 10% or more, 15% in the pipeline on the way, and then just some prospective plans for the other 90%. I don't know if you were in here earlier. I made a motion for a whole lot of money in our planning department to pursue a series of housing initiatives. So I'll be looking to economic development for their advice and support as we're crafting and putting that together, and hopefully align that with your goals that are transpiring right now. So Dan, I'm impressed with these efforts. To the director, is there anyone conducting this same level of activity and sort of elbow grease on the Blackstone corridor?
After she answers the question, we can break, Councilmember.
So yes, that is what we're proposing, and what the positions that we'd asked for, or that was, is to have the same focus on Blackstone and Kings Canyon corridor and other parts of our city as we get moving and wrap it up. And so yes.
Was that one of the two positions that was motioned for, and that's already been motioned for by my colleague down there, or is a separate motion needed?
Well, that's what we would use one of the positions for.
Oh, sorry.
That was motioned.
Okay, so it's built in already, or
that would be our plan.
That would be your plan. Okay. If these two positions that Councilmember Carbasi motioned for were approved.
One of, yes.
Okay, fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it really takes that focus, as you can see, hearing from Dan, how much time it takes to sit with these folks to get them there, and then Blackstone's big. It's a lot of properties out there. So our team has been out there talking with somebody and trying to get the same kind of traction, but it's hard when you're helping. You're limited with the staff that you have. So yeah, absolutely, the focus continues to be Blackstone, but having someone actually looking and working with these businesses or property owners to redevelop their vacant properties, or then that's what we're wanting to do.
Sure. Yeah. No, I have no delusions that it is an easy job. I mean, listening to again the housing goal, 7,000 additional units. It's really this puzzle piece, right? It's ongoing puzzle piece of essentially facilitating these deals, right?
Yeah.
Trying to put these deals together.
I mean, we've been doing that pretty much, on the Blackstone Shaw, right? The property owner that's over there. We've focused a lot of time trying to get him off the ground. He's in the same boat where, okay, what can I do? I know what I want to do. I need funding. I need this. I need help, right? They really want the city to be involved to help them through that planning process. But
Fantastic. Well, I'm very glad to hear that it's in the plans. I know we do have staff who are working on the corridor, and putting a lot of effort into it. We're very sorry. You want to say something, Lupe?
I just want to remind you, though, if they're funded, it would come off of that $500,000 I currently have. So that's in the project and plans. So that would impact that budget as well. So those positions aren't funded at this time.
Yeah, we'll talk here at the lunch hour.
Okay.
I'll stop us off meeting.
Thank you.
No. So I know there are staff on the corridor doing great work. Let the record show I want the Dan Zach of Blackstone,
There
right,
we go.
on Blackstone, doing exactly as you described.
That's the fun
That's
part. That's
Keith
the fun part of the
Berthold,
job.
just so you know.
I want the Dan Zach for the airport area too, please.
Keith
We need to find some more
is
Dan Zacks.
effectively
And-
Keith
and-
is effectively the external.
Keith
the
Berthold.
I mean, there's other parts, right? Southwest. I've been working with a couple of housing developers over there to get some of that vacant land going, right, and get developed for housing. We have some others along the Belmont corridor. That's another one that could take some love and needs some love, right? And Butler. So
There is,
I mean,
yeah.
there's a need everywhere, right? And so
There
getting
is,
this out there.
and there is to my understanding, there is a history, right? There has been some previous footwork put into Belmont.
Yeah.
So yeah, within my district,
There was-
probably, yeah.
There was a merchants association. When I was with the former redevelopment, we paid to establish a merchants association out there, as well as Kings Canyon. We had 19 project areas that we worked in, trying to get them all up
Great.
and running. So, yeah.
Well, Lupe, I'm not going to say I'm finished, but we're going to hit pause for lunchtime, and we'll pick this up afterwards. Is that okay, Council President?
Yeah, right before we break, Councilmember Cabas, you want to make a motion to put it in the hopper?
Yeah, 3 motions. Number 1, did I have to allocate money for those, motion number 5 for those positions? The money is already there? Okay. So where's it coming from exactly?
Yeah, 500,000.
Okay.
So
Now,
then-
if we use the 500,000, does that take money away from other things you wanted to do? Like
Yes.
what?
Well, our other programs that we were trying to get going. So we've got the contract that we want to do with the SEDS, and then we had some other projects in mind. So,
And the SEDS it's not. So the SEDS is something I want to do internally, so.
right.
We'll have the money for these positions, we just need the positions.
Right.
Councilmember, just make the motions, put it in the hopper, and we'll hash
Okay,
it out.
I'll just make a motion to, what's the dollar amount? For the 2 positions?
Be about 187,000.
I'll make a motion to allocate $190,000 for the 2 additional positions.
Second.
Thank
Put it in
you.
the hopper.
And then 2 more real quick.
Real quick, because the vice president is hangry.
Yeah, I know.
Already.
Okay. 1 motion, adding additional analysts to the personnel department to meet hiring demands at $325,000. That's 1 motion.
Second.
And then additional risk analysts in the personnel department to expedite special events permitting at $88,000.
All right, second.
Thank you.
Those
That's
are in
all.
the hopper. All right,
Thanks,
we'll
everyone.
break, come back at 1:30. Thank you.
Thank you.
wrap up and finish it off. Oh, he has some cookies. They worked last time on you guys.
That's embarrassing.
All right, Council. Council, let's get to our. I'm not gonna call them battle stations today because somebody picked that up on Twitter. Our dais seats. Lupi, I think we might still have some questions from our certified economist, as the mayor called him earlier. So, Vice President.
I'm not certified, but you know, compared to everyone on this dais, maybe, but definitely not certified. Lupe, thank you for continuing to humor us. I wanted to ask, will be one of my last few questions. In what capacity is the city working with folks from the DRIVE initiative, and what components are we actively involved in, participating in, driving, if you will? No pun intended.
So a few of us have been attending the drive even since last year and the year before, and obviously with the downtown development as part of it. So Dan participates in that category, and working with them to make sure that they're aligning with the same vision and sharing with what the city's doing, as well as we're doing Blackstone with Keith, who's part of the drive. So we work closely with Keith there, and business attraction as well, and just actually with the escaping my mind, but we ended up working with them to help the minority businesses with Tara at the Black Chamber when they talked about the lifting up the businesses and providing funding for businesses that don't normally get funding or traditional funding. So we were able to work with Tara, who was at the Drive, to get that funding going. The Kiva, yes. So that was just recently another program that we did with them.
Okay, is that comprehensive? And it came to mind when the mayor had mentioned the second office deal.
Yeah. So we worked with Will. We were part of those meetings as well. So obviously, yeah, we definitely are partnering with them in that aspect as well, and sitting in on those meetings with Will and Leanne. Yes.
Okay, fantastic. The last motion I'm going to make is so. If we can go back to, maybe the administration can help me with this one. Councilmember Carbasi's motion with respect to adding the 2 positions. Those are the Economic Development Director and the Economic Development Analyst. Were those the 2 that were motioned to add? And
Actually, they should, I'm sorry, I apologize, Economic Development Coordinators, 2.
So coordinator and analyst?
No, they're gonna do both coordinators. That's the higher level, yeah.
Both coordinators?
Yep.
Got it, okay. I misread that. So my motion would just be very specific, and maybe we can amend Carbasi's motion just to make sure one of those is the Blackstone czar, if you will.
You want to use that term, the czar?
I mean, that's what they call Dan, right? I mean, we can make up a different. Dan, you got any better synonyms for me? So that.
Maybe the corridors are. How's that?
Czar, okay. All right, I'll second that czar motion.
They'll be right up.
Our current czars.
Czarettes.
Fantastic.
Yes, so Laura will be coming in just a second.
Sounds good. We're all just wrapping up lunch. I get it.
I think she actually is working on the agenda item
Oh, that's right, for the people.
for the South Blackstone P-bid.
Well, that's a really good excuse. Yeah.
No, I didn't expect you to call the staff member, so I'm like, we got to get this on the agenda for the 24th.
This is a brand new department, and it's very small. It's only 0.4% of the general fund, but it's very impactful. So it's feasible to kind of hear from everybody on what they're working on.
Absolutely.
So I've been working with her on the Blackstone stuff. So the focus we have is on those 4 corners at Blackstone, the Glen one, the one across the street where the vineyard is, and then over by the
San Pablo.
Manchester, and the across the street on Blackstone where the Organian property where he has the hotel. And so we've been working on that one, and she's been involved with Keith Berkhold on kind of that whole reimagining, revisiting, all that competition that they did for the new building kind of build out there.
Is there one at Clinton?
Yeah.
Yeah, and there's one at Clinton as well.
Blackstone, Clinton, Manchester, Glen, and Shaw.
Hello, council members, and hi, council member Esparza. So Laura will come and talk a little bit more about the working with the Organian family on development, but I do a little bit more of the business attraction, a lot of outreach. I work very closely actually with David in your office, so a lot of the constituent services do come to me. So Laura and I were poised to do a lot of outreach. The mayor, like he mentioned, cut the red tape. And roll the red carpet. So we went out and pretty much did an analysis on where they're at. And this is why we came up with the Business Watch. So a little bit of more of the businesses. I know you're looking for the development part, but that's what I'm poised to do, is to make sure that I'm letting them know about the permit processing, zone clearance, anything with homeless issues to even where you guys are at as a council. I report back to as well Luis Chavez, our council member with Kings Canyon. So pretty much that's what I'm doing, and if Laura's here, I will have her discuss more about the Organium project, and she's not.
Yeah, you know what? We can move on to my other colleagues for now, and then
Okay.
we can circle back.
Okay.
Just was interested in hearing, but yeah, thank you for the update.
Yeah.
All right, Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Council President. I'm a little more pessimistic on this request, but before I start with my questions, can you bring me up to speed on how many positions have been added with motions to this
Councilmember
department?
Arias, can we pause for a quick second? Apparently the audio is not working and nobody can hear us. So let's take a quick 2-3 minute break.
Let's do it.
And quick 2-3 minute break, and we'll be right back. back in business. All right, we'll pick up where we left off. Councilmember Arias, you had some questions for our director.
Yes.
I think we just promoted you, Luby. You're the director of the new Economic Development Department.
That's right. Just clarification. I know your budget proposes 6 positions, but there's been some motions made. Where are we at as of now?
Currently, the 6 positions that we have are the team that we have right now, and I think there was the motion for the one.
You did a motion. You did the
Two,
motion.
sorry.
Councilmember Kavasi.
So motion number 5 was for the 2 positions, and the last motion we made was to fund the 2 positions.
So the proposed budget reads 6 total positions, so now we're up to 8?
Yes, it would be.
Okay.
If
Could you
approved.
describe what each of those positions does now?
So currently, Yahaira is working along the Blackstone corridor. She shifts back and forth, helping downtown with some of the businesses, the retail, and she's doing that on Kings Canyon. And she has helped Laura on Blackstone a bit. So the two, Laura and Yahaira, are jumping back and forth along Kings Canyon and Blackstone, and they've started expanding around the Butler area.
And the others?
So Kelly is doing industrial. So her and I actually partner with EDC to when projects come in, or we're trying to get a development occurring in the city of Fresno. So we're working with them.
Okay.
And then Dan obviously is working in the downtown, specifically on the development, as he expressed earlier.
Perfect. And your additional positions, what would they be focused on?
Development, like Dan's doing, just the development, working with the property owners to get those properties developed so that they're not sitting vacant.
And your other?
Pardon me?
The other position?
They're going to be helping with the programming. So we're talking about the Business Watch. We're talking about doing more educational courses with Fresno State, and also with the Small Business Training Center. So we're working with the CBOs, but we also want to put those programs in place. So I want somebody to help oversee that and the disbursement of the dollars for the revolving, the facade program.
Okay. What's the EDC? I know we fund the EDC.
Mm-hmm.
Is that included in your budget, in this department's budget?
It was a carryover from our previous line item, so it's cost neutral. But it is in that 620 that you see in the line item. That's where it's at.
So this budget still funds the EDC at 120,000?
About 100, 110 respectively.
And what's the difference between what EDC does for us and what you all do?
They're focused on business attraction more outside, inside and out, but they're going out to other areas beyond our city. So they do a lot, but they help us, right? So they bring the analysis, as Mayor mentioned, but they are also helping us and backing up when a business comes to town. They bring us in to help them be able to get that business attractions. But again, they're doing it for the county, and by default, I shouldn't say by default, but through our partnership and our contract, they help the same thing, doing economic development.
All right. Just feedback from my perspective. As one of my challenges in representing downtown is everybody expects me personally or my office to be the Jeff Roberts for every project in the area, and it's quite time consuming. And I find myself having to spend time with small businesses, helping them get their permits in place, getting a response from the planning department. And I've seen us spend a lot of time with the big folks that have the means to hire, consultants and professional staff, while the small businesses are left to struggle on their own. So in the past, it was Los Panchos with outdoor patio that took 4 years. And I know Dan's very familiar with how that works. This week, today, it's literally the brewery who's going through its final permit next to Modernist. And now on my plate is the cafe on the water tower. So from my perspective, a real value add would be that if Dan's going to be the dedicated downtown person, that he plays an active role in helping those small businesses get to the bureaucracy and the red tape because I haven't seen the red carpet yet rolled out for those small businesses. I'm still having to field a lot of phone calls and visits and explain and, you know, to Tommy's point, asking people to get things in the front of the line when they've been waiting for a year to 2 years. So in order for my support, I really want a commitment that I no longer have to be a, you know, dedicated consultant to every small business in downtown that's trying to get through the bureaucracy of City Hall to open a business. So I like to see a lot more time spent with those small folks than just the folks who want a master plan or build, you know, 1,000 or 500 units. Those small businesses is what has brought people downtown, while the big buildings still sit empty. So I'm going to need some level of commitment, Mayor, for that to occur going forward. If we're going to add resources to the Economic Development Department, because that is a function that the EDC cannot play.
Right.
And really, it's not a function, I think, for a policymaker to be in the weeds, having a
Absolutely.
town planning to hurry up, because those small businesses, they don't have the cash flow to wait 6 months for the latest renderings that people are asking for, or to problem solve something simple. The Bitwisers of the world, they're very capable to navigate that world on their own. It's everybody else who isn't Bitwise that is stuck in the queue. And I feel like I'm spending a lot of time in this last 2 years hand-holding folks through the city bureaucracy without any real assistance. And I don't want to have to lift those things to the city manager and take up his time, because then it just adds more time for him to go to multiple directors and get updates on where things are at.
Right.
So we're going to be in the business and small business support, then we have to, you know, be very clear and follow through with that kind of commitment. So Dan, I think you'll be a liaison to my office so that I don't have to, you know, be a consultant to every business in downtown.
Tom,
We would really appreciate that. So
Yes.
yeah, we support you 100%.
I like it too.
All right, yeah.
But so to Councilmember Arias's point, I don't think that that's just a downtown problem. I think, you know, if we just think about some of the businesses in the tower that were trying to open during the pandemic, it's like how many times they call us. And it's like they shouldn't have to call us for every single thing. There needs to be, I don't know if it's through the Economic Development Corporation where there's like a concierge, someone to tell them, hey, you need to do this, because they can't hire the Dirk Pershals or the, you know, Al Solis of the world to help them navigate the CUP process and all this. And our chambers are not kind of doing
don't
some of
play
that
that
work
role.
either.
I'm a little bit
You want one
confused.
per district?
Earlier, sure, we'll take that,
You
liaison.
you want one assigned per district as a liaison?
Yes, that'd be great.
No, Mayor, with all
Seriously.
seriousness, with all
Seriously.
seriousness, if we just know who to send them to, and we have some assurances that there'll be follow-up, I think that's best for us and the small businesses.
And that's one of the emphasis that she
Yes.
had on her slide was this small business development attraction expansion. So we're committed to the small business because we think that's the way to make wealth. I mean, that's a great way to do that.
And that's what I thought you were doing. I mean, maybe, you know, I don't listen to myself when I talk, and my colleagues clearly don't either. So when we talked earlier, pretty much most of it was about helping small businesses that don't have the means, maybe need help with certain areas. We went through the whole list. That's pretty much what you do. That's the whole point. It's not about the big businesses.
Right.
Okay. Thanks.
Some of that challenge might be like on Blackstone with Laura. She works Blackstone, but Blackstone touches 4 districts. So that could be a little bit of a challenge. But I personally, I like the idea of a council member having an individual to go to, if as a liaison on, or to refer a business owner to that person. So,
Mayor, if you look at your team, right, you have a lot of former chief of staffs, and in those roles, that's what they did for us, is take business A, go track down their application, make sure it gets processed accordingly. So you have the skill set there. That's a level of support that I think small businesses need. It'd be great if you can help them secure grants and expand, but really what we're seeing in our office is getting through just City Hall.
Right.
Because they don't have an advocate outside of a council member.
So we I will tell you that there are some that they've helped, not all of them, because there's 2 of them, and they're trying to cover a big area. Mañanitas in Chinatown,
Yep.
Laura was there. She brought
Yep.
SBC. She signed him up, brought the computer there. The guy, this is a person that can't, understand English. So that is the type of service that we want to continue to bring. I know that was what I did before when I was in
Yep.
downtown. So that is our goal, to continue that
What
concierge.
geographic area would the second position be for? You mentioned the first one for Blackstone Director. and
Well, I
the-
mean, I think it's something that we're open to discussion. It's just, not knowing exactly what was going to happen, I didn't, we could shift. So.
Wondering if you had considered it at all.
Well, the whole thing is to focus on, as I mentioned earlier, was Kings Canyon, Butler, possibly, Belmont. I mean, there's plenty of places that we can do that, but I would defer to our city manager.
Yeah.
So that we're strategic about it and not just, hopping around everywhere. So, yeah.
So that'll be one of the metrics that we've been talking about, the metrics we want to use. So this small business startup, small business expansion, small business attraction will be one of those metrics that we have going forward, in addition to property tax, sales tax, business tax, because that's what pays for all this we're doing here. But we also want to have a metric on the small business, women-owned businesses, minority-owned businesses. How are we doing in pushing those businesses across the finish line, getting up and running? We did, you guys did grant some money last year to some CBOs to help do some of the small business administration grants. And one of the themes was what you're talking about, Councilman Arias. I don't have the expertise, the knowledge, the language, the technology. I don't have lawyers. I don't have, like the PPP program. We talked a lot. Some of these companies, some of these small businesses have 5 people, 2 people. They couldn't afford the paperwork or anybody to help them navigate that loan process, so they were out. And so that's a focus we want to help these people get, because there's going to be money coming out of the sky for small businesses. So we want to place an emphasis on helping those people apply, because that's bringing money to the community.
Yeah.
And City Manager, I'll give you an example, right? The support I'm talking about is in code enforcement. If we have a severe case, we send it to Ronnie Horton, and he owns it. Once he gets it, he follows up with us. He keeps us in the loop. We know that it's being attended to. Right now, we have an intern, a staff assistant, a chief of staff who's trying to figure out what planning person to call. They don't have the language. They don't know the process. They don't know anything, right? So then it has to come to my level. I got to go to you, or I got to go visit the business, or call Jennifer, or email Jennifer directly, and it becomes a body of work for a week just to figure out where something stands.
So you need a small business liaison that you can just call and say, hey, my little company business over here on this corner needs some help.
Correct.
And then we just dispatch and.
Correct. And it's all specific from my experience to this building, right? It's just, I'm not expecting you guys to go draw down federal money for them or help them, relocate or expand. It's just get through this building, because those are the folks that come to us is, we've applied, we haven't heard back, we don't know where it's at,
Right.
can you help us?
Yep.
Thank you.
Understood.
How many folks did you have prior to me coming into the administration?
When I was in planning?
Well, no, when you were
Kelly
in
and I'm
economic.
sorry. So it was Kelly and I.
2 people? And so you're going to now have a total of 8, should this motion pass?
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, with respect to, I forget who has the floor, but with respect to the third, there was a question about the second economic coordinator within that motion. I mean, I don't think we have to necessarily settle on a region, right? I think you had maybe potentially a broader kind of scope for them in terms of a different kind of service. But if it were to focus on, if we were going to look at regional or like a corridor, I mean, it wouldn't hurt to help have that third person supplement the work of the 2 czars. Those, I mean, put these deals together is no small feat, a lot of work. So just throwing that out there, right, in terms of the consideration. I mean, I feel like downtown and Blackstone, like in all due respect to all of our other corridors in the city, just have the highest potential for economic development within the inner core of our city.
Yep, agreed.
Yeah, Mayor, I just want to make sure we're all clear on that. I just spoke to Councilmember Arias. I think there's a lot of value in what you said and what he said and what we're all saying. but I just want to make sure from Lupe. So right now we have 8 folks slated to be total. Is that, I guess the question is that enough to assign folks for, council members that want to take that up and have a navigator, a liaison to help them go through the process, and more importantly also follow up with the council member and kind of maybe do like a bi-weekly status sheet. Hey, these are the projects that are coming in your district. This is where they're at. Is that enough capacity, do you think, Libby, for what we're asking?
I think so. Well, one of the other things is our executive assistant who just retired. I mean, that's another position that we're going to be looking for. So that's one that we're trying to fill. So I think that person can play that role to be able to do the reporting and all of that. Right now, we don't have that. So that's another thing that some of the others are trying to do. So we've established a list of projects and who we're in contact with. Yahira and Laura, this just within the first couple of months, met over 100 businesses, small ones. So, they get busy. And so, yeah, absolutely, when we get through this process and we can, I'll have some time to get in an EA that can help with some of that.
Great,
So,
because I know everybody's kind of just, we're trying to get to a place where, like my colleagues mentioned, we have somebody that we can point to and say, hey, this person's going to help you navigate City Hall. I just made a motion, and or Councilmember Carbasi on ICSC. You know how busy that gets.
Absolutely.
So it's a combination, like all of the above, right? We're trying to recruit businesses from outside the area, but we're also trying to work and cultivate what we have here, and we need like a point person. I think that's what we're asking.
Right.
You
Can't
would be
forget
that
about.
point person.
Yes, we will
Okay.
have that.
We will establish a point
Yeah.
person.
Absolutely.
Councilmember Carbasi, did you have something? Oh, I heard something. Anybody else? No? All right, thank you,
Thank you.
Director, for that presentation.
Thank you.
Who?
Public comments.
Where Laura.
Yeah, just very briefly.
We thought you were busy working on the agenda item. I guess they pulled you away from that. I guess the Southern Blackstone PIVA is not going to happen next week.
Oh, it's happening.
All right,
It's
that's-
happening.
That's what's happening.
Going down.
Good afternoon, Council President, Council members. Laura Rios with Economic Development. Question is, I'm sorry, I wasn't here earlier.
Hi, Laura. Yeah. No.
Oh, Blackstone projects. Definitely the PBID, which is the one that I was working on. And that should be coming to council on the 24th, just pending approval. And we have the Glenn and Shaw with the Erginian project. And that's a multi-housing project, and it's still in community review, so still working on that one. And then the Manchester one and the other Erginian project is the one on Shaw and Blackstone.
But Manchester project, you mean which component of the Manchester?
The one with Keith, he just got a grant from the COG.
The utilities. Fantastic.
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
great.
And then we also had a roundtable discussion with Keith, leaders, and developers to engage in the parcel owners in the discussion of the business district. So that should be coming too.
Fantastic. Yeah. Well, we just wanted to get a snippet again of what was going on, what's been going on this year, and what is prospectively coming. So, again, appreciate you humoring us. Thank you.
Yeah, we've been busy just, walking the Blackstone and some of the other districts in District 3, District 5, and, District 4, just engaging with the business owners and helping them with the technical assistance. And when the grants came about, to help them apply and actually, help them, because a lot of them, like, Director said, they don't speak or write the language. And a lot of them did not know about the grants out there. So we were out there knocking doors and helping them engage in that process.
Fantastic. Thank you, Laura.
Great. And thank you, Laura, Haida, your team, Lupe, for all the work you guys have been doing, not just in my district, but I know across the city, especially when we were really making sure to get that word out to, like you said, minority-owned businesses, folks that don't speak Spanish, Hmong, and various other languages. So thank you guys for that. All right, that concludes our presentation. Next up will be the city clerks, Neighborhood and Community Services.
I'm sorry, Council President, we had two public comments.
Oh, we did have two punch up. Okay, I thought we didn't have any. Do we have Mr. Kyle that came back? All right, Mr. Kyle Lopez Schmidt, you'll have 2 minutes, sir.
Thank you very much, Council. We're really excited to see increased investment in economic development because we know that economic development is one of the key drivers in reducing crime in our community by creating more opportunities for wealth and job opportunities. Wanted to speak on behalf of Access Plus Capital. I'm the Senior Manager of Administration, and we've been working on growing some different loan and technical assistance opportunities for small businesses in Fresno and throughout the valley. And I think one really great opportunity for us to partner with the City of Fresno would be if the City of Fresno could create a modest loan loss reserve for small businesses that we could tap into in order to be more aggressive in loaning to small minority businesses in the City of Fresno. And that could drive economic development and job creation. And the amount that we would be thinking about in a loan loss reserve would be somewhere around $500,000. And that would be able to stay with the City of Fresno and only be tapped into when there's a loan loss. So that's one item that I wanted to bring up to Council for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Our last speaker is Ms. Lisa Flores. Ms. Flores, you'll have 2 minutes. She queued up. Unmute it.
I don't know, she kind of disappeared.
Ms. Flores, can you hear us? Did we lose her?
Hello, can you hear me? Yes,
All right.
you can hear me.
Loud and clear. You have 2 minutes now.
Hello. Okay, first off, I want to thank Miguel Arias for having some of the best restaurants, District 3. Second, thanks to the parks. Had a glorious day at the dog park. Third, this whole thing with development, I think what you guys need to do is basically have staff assigned. And I also think that your organization needs short courses for your professional staff of exactly what the process is, maybe a 2-hour course on how to get your business started in Fresno and who are the people that you need to call when there's a problem. And as for planners, I got a slew, I know a bunch of planners that are looking for jobs. So I will send them to the City of Fresno if you guys are hiring. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Flores. Any more speakers, Mirna? That's it? All right, we'll close public comment. All right, we will now go on to Neighborhood and Community Services. City Manager, you can do that presentation?
I'm going to do that one, yes.
All right. Hold on, City Manager. We're having a sidebar.
I'll leave
it. Councilmember Arias. Councilmember Arias, are you still bragging about the restaurants in your district to your colleagues?
Let the record reflect that my waistline reflects the quality of restaurants in my district.
The fluffiness. Sorry, City Manager.
No, you're good.
Yeah,
you're good. Okay, so we are about to present to you our proposal to resume
motion to deny
code enforcement activities in the city manager's office. So there will be a moment for that. So I think what we wanted to start off with is, as you look through the budget, historically, these would be the assets, kind of the assets defined as asset. And so Our proposal would be to resume these activities on behalf of the community with the attempt to make it consistent with our Beautify Fresno efforts, our housing the homeless efforts, all the efforts we have on inclusive economic development, youth leadership and development, that we believe they really integrate well with the mayor's vision for moving this city forward. So next slide. So we'll talk a little bit about what that looks like. So that program that we would like to resume is about $7.4 million. 4.7 million of it is the personnel costs, 1.1 on the non-PERS, ID is the 1.5. So total amount of expenditures we would like to resume is 7.4 million. Next. And then this is the revenue that we would expect, the 411,000. That's the tire grant. $1.2 million. That's the various fines and citations that are generated. The rest of the department is strictly funded by the general fund. So the revenue is relatively limited relative to the size of the program. Next. As part of what we had, when we were working to transition this over, we had identified that there was a request for 2 new employees, community revitalization specialists, 2 positions, 130,000, and then their support equipment was 10,200. So a total budget expansion of 140,700. And again, we just remained consistent with what had been requested, and so we kind of maintained that and moved it forward. So next. So again, we believe this is very, very consistent with what the mayor's vision for the city. Coordination with Beautify Fresno. Again, continue to expand the neighborhood volunteer base. More importantly, the community partnership so that we can increase those neighborhood scale cleanup projects. Also, through that process and working with the neighborhoods and the communities and working with each of your councils, look at those infrastructure projects in cooperation with the city to beautify the neighborhoods. And then the next step we're taking now is to look at initiating beautification projects in collaboration with the Arts Council and the Parks Commission. They have yet to do that element because they have, the first step they need to do is develop the cultural arts plan. That has not been done, but as part of that process, we would like to engage with that and talk about how we can do beautification projects around the city. Specifically, the mural type projects is what we'd be looking to initiate. Also integrated with our economic development plan, targeting those vacant lots, those vacant buildings in underserved neighborhoods. How do we activate them for development and make those for investment? We would look at the proactive inspection of vacant homes and commercial properties, specifically targeting the homeless activity that occurs around them. And we'd be relying on the homeless assistance response team to assist us with that effort so that we can get those properties cleared, get them available, and so people can look at investments. And then look at addressing the homeless encampments on private property, parks, schools, and neighborhoods. That this is one of the things we've talked about is after we're done with the freeways, what's next? So targeting the parks, schools, and neighborhoods as a location where we want to look at making investments of our homeless reduction, homeless placement services. Look at the proactive enforcement of the minimum housing standards to address deficient rental units. It's a mission of the mayor to really kind of focus on what we're calling the slumlords, the bad actors. It's that, 80% of your activity, 10% of the population. Let's focus on those and get those cleaned up and kind of look at a risk-based inspection model where, we spend most of our resources on those landlords that represent the high risk, and then put the other folks on a more routine schedule. And then look at the proactive enforcement of minimum security maintenance for vacant lots and vacant buildings to protect against vandalism and further degradation. We just continue to have people accessing these vacant and abandoned properties, getting into them, creating havoc, damage, fires, and so we'd want to work with the landlords to secure those buildings and keep them from that. So before we go to the next slide, what I want to talk about is just, this is a big get. This is a big ask to go grab this scale of programs. So what we'd like to do is modify our proposal to the next slide. And that is a first-year transition plan of about $2 million in PERS, non-PERS, and ID charges. We would like to go ahead and resume activities for the tire, dumping and abatement, the vacant lots, 3 PCNs for the tires, dumping and abatement, and 2 for the vacant lots. We would integrate those 3 programs with the graffiti team, the illegal dumping team, our roadside litter teams, Caltrans, who we're partnering with, to proactively address the graffiti, the litter, the illegal dumping on the roads and highways and neighborhoods. And that we believe brings good synergy to all of the services we're providing out of the Beautify Fresno program. So this just enhances it. And again, with the scale of resources we already have, it would just allow us to more broadly distribute this service across the city. The other thing is we would take the former school area team and we would adapt that to be our HEART coordinators. So as Councilmember Arias had indicated, I want to have somebody to call if I have a small business issue. So in this model, what we're proposing to establish these HEART coordinators in each by policing district. We'll have one of them serve as a supervisor, and so when the call comes from a district, that'd be the person you call. I've got to certainly put it into Fresno, but these would be the people you could call directly and say, hey, I've got an encampment, I've got a homeless issue in some location, and that person would coordinate with the rest of the HEART team, the homeless area response team, homeless assistance response team.
Is the implication of that replacing the folks that go out there with resources to the elementary schools and replacing them with officers?
No. This would be people that we would hire. This group of individuals would be designated to the policing districts. And so one of the things I've talked about with several council members is that we have done a good job on clearing the freeways. What's next? So schools, parks, and then the community neighborhoods where the children are really want to protect. So we would take these individuals, and they would be the individuals that would go out there directly, make the assessment, contact the HEART team, and say, okay, here's what we need. We need police to do maybe some surveillance and then get warrants because if there's criminal activity. Or we bring out the outreach people because there's just a lot of trash and we need to clean it up. And then perfect world, we have all of our housing available. So the HEART team would go out there, coordinate, and say, okay, we're going to engage with you, clean, and get you housed, and get this encampment out of this area. So that's the...
So less centralization around the schools and more of a response?
More of a response, yep. So, because again, you guys are getting the calls, you're getting the Fresgos. We just believe there just needs to be somebody you can call and say, hey, behind this school, behind this park, in my neighborhood, somewhere, great, we'll get out there, they'll dispatch, surveil the area, make an assessment, and then we'll figure out how do we deploy the HEART team. What do we need the HEART team to do when we get out there? And they'll have a broad range. So again, they'll respond to the Fresno Council District calls, all services related to homeless near the park, schools, and neighborhoods. So that would be our proposal on a 2-year transition. The first year is just resuming these activities. Part of it is to enhance the Beautify Fresno, and then the other half is to take our housing and homeless efforts to that next level where we're being more proactive in helping you guys respond. Right now, we're just going out to the freeway. So what's the model we would go to respond directly? This would be the model we'd get out there to serve you guys that way.
So, City Manager, so I totally understand what you're explaining, and look, listen, as I think it was the only council member that voted not to put code in because I didn't have the problems my other colleagues did, but I got to tell you this, the problem that you have now is that they've done such an amazing job that there's a lot of reluctance and
Hey, so my experience, most of my life's been in the private sector. Competition's a good thing. I love competition.
No, and I understand the mayor's position that, I think in his view, he also sees it as a charter issue.
Absolutely.
And there's room for conversation on that end. But I mean, here's the question. Here's the substantive question. What is not happening now that you feel you could make happen, I guess is the question.
Yeah, I think that to that question goes to this slide right here is why we, as we think about it, let's go ahead and transition this. Again, all applause to our friends over here in the city attorney's office. But I think on the Beautify Fresno piece, we're really getting a good response on how the community is starting to look, and the people are being able to participate, and that we're really engaging the community and doing it. So bringing the tires, getting the dumping, and getting that under one umbrella, because then that allows us to flex those resources if we need to, be on one side of town or the other, or respond to a different kind. So I think that is very, very helpful, and it's consistent with the resources we're already using. We're just making them better.
So I guess the question is, why would your administration not be able to work with the existing team to make that happen?
Yeah, so we can't because they're already got their schedules, so we would rather just dispatch this out of a common one phone call, go, and then our gentleman could then make the call. This would be operated under Su Fang in terms of dispatching, that he can make the call on which crew to send, because any of those crews could pick up the tires, do the abatement, do the vacant lot. So we'd have that capacity to just send those out and just be a lot more flexible in the resources we've
City
got.
manager.
Mayor, you want to do your sales pitch while we're at it here? I mean,
If I may, Council
they
President.
just got a round of applause from.
Well, I was going to give him one too, but I'll let Councilmember Arias comment.
Councilmember Arias.
I just have a question. It's more than, I think you know where I stand on it. I physically stood up to express my position. But more importantly, let me tell you what my hesitation is with your proposal as presented in your modified version. Beautify Fresno has been a success in cleaning freeways for the folks who drive the freeways. It's been a complete failure, in my experience, for the folks who live near the freeways, because the folks just got taken off from the top, and then they moved to the residential side. And I'm concerned that we have yet to completely figure out, you know, to your guys' credit, the freeways look cleaner, except for 99 yet, but that's work in progress. But the experience for residents living in the freeways has gotten worse.
Yeah.
And Beautify Fresno hasn't figured that out yet. I'm a little concerned with giving you a whole nother body of work where you're responsible for every other aspect of neighborhood cleanup when we haven't yet resolved we shifted people from the top of the freeway to the bottom, and we yet don't have an answer. I still have to, on a weekly basis, call folks because the other side of the freeway is completely impacted and garbage is piling up. And the best I can get is, well, we can't technically clean that side of the freeway yet because the current money doesn't allow it. Well, it's not technically my role or this.
Yeah, I'm going to have to
kinda
push back
design.
on that because you have called and sent videos, and we have responded, and we have cleaned, and we have cleared.
Correct.
And we have been responsive to your calls. So to say that we have not,
No.
I'm going to have to push
City
back and
manager.
say,
Yeah,
I was
your
there, I
credit-
got the videos, I saw.
To your credit, city manager, when they get to the point of 40 people, I send you, and you guys respond within a couple of days. Full credit there. But that's not the instance that I'm talking about. I'm talking about along all the freeway system, the folks just simply got shifted to the other side of the freeway. Those are still impacted and have not been resolved.
Yeah, I'm going to have to push back because those people, Mayor met with them, talked with them, walked them off, got them into hotels. So we have less homeless people on the street today than we did when we got here. Our job now is to finish the job. And so we're proposing that this is the way we would finish the job. Now, you're right. We told you, we're in the freeways now. We're getting that cleared. Now we got to go into the neighborhoods, the parks, and the schools. Absolutely. So that's our proposal to get that done.
City manager, I have a separate concern, but I think equally valid. You know, before elected to the council, I served on the staff side under the last administration, staff to the council member of District 7. I remember placing those phone calls when we didn't have code under city attorney. It would take me a week, 2 weeks more to even get a response, let alone action on a code violation out there in central Fresno. And now that I'm in this seat as a council member, I could tell you I don't see myself giving that up, city manager, but what I might be amenable and open to is dedicated code team, dedicated code staff to address some of the Beautify efforts, whether that's a Beautify Fresno event or something that the mayor's office has specifically identified to respond solely to those types of calls, those types of events.
It's been a recurring theme for us. Darn that previous administration. Those guys didn't, wouldn't, couldn't, can't explain it to you. But so it's hard to be saddled with that. But and I would ask you not to saddle us with that because that's not who we are. That's not our expectation. That's not how we're going to deliver. That's not how we've treated you. So to say that we're guilty by association, it's a little tough to hear. But I understand.
Not that you're guilty, but obviously those memories linger.
I agree. I just to not be labeled that way as if that's how they did it, you're going to expect the same from us. I would just ask for the opportunity we can knock this out.
Councilmember Maxwell was the public safety director. for District
The
7.
first and last.
And he still has the scars from the previous administration.
Yeah, so city manager, I made that motion on Monday.
Thank you very much.
Shots fired. I was hoping there'd be a kind of a revised version, but you still came and pitched it just as you wanted it.
It is revised.
Yeah, we totally revised it.
We went from 56 employees coming over to city manager's office from code to 14.
Yeah, we're just taking those things that are picking up
14
trash, cleaning up the
people.
city. Yeah.
Crumbs.
I don't know about crumbs. You know, our hardworking folks under the CAO and the code. Yeah, I'll tell you what I love about code is you know, they're just extremely responsive now. Ever since we've moved them, obviously that's to do with the structure of our city government. I'll echo the sentiment of my colleague here. It was tough. We're not projecting that onto you. It's just that, again, under the structure of our city government, you know, folks call us for a million different things every single day, and probably 90% of it is technically out of our control as council members. Technically, you folks have been great partners and been responsive. You know, the way I see it is, you know, we as council members are, I guess, the best advocates for our residents when they do call us. It'd be a real shit show if every single resident that called the council office just all directed their concerns to the mayor's office, right?
Language, Vice President. The children watching.
Are there? I apologize. When I'm council president, we'll have some lines, but you know, we'll also have, you know, we'll have some ability to use colorful language. What was I saying? Oh, so we.
You were about to make a motion to do that.
I'm not going to pull a Carbasi and make a motion to keep a proposal the way it is. Or Miguel, for that matter. He did that yesterday. So it helps us immensely to be able to direct this one very critical function and division within the city because it's one of the most utilized by our residents. And we're able to respond.
I would say
to them
that they drink
directly.
water every day would probably be the most used thing that they do every day.
Well,
Love the water, man.
We love the water, but in terms of requests and such that they call us
that's
for.
different.
Right. So we love the responsiveness, you know, and at this point, I'm just not comfortable sort of relinquishing that. But I do. Not only do I sympathize with your goals, I share your goals for the city and cleaning up. And we're still waiting on the Beautify Fresno memo, right? So we can actually wrap our heads around what it is beyond volunteers. So once we get that, I mean, we're open. You know, as Councilmember Maxwell indicated, we're open to working with you and seeing how we can sort of bridge some of the gap, right? And in much the same way, we're kind of in the opposite seat now, right? I mean, you guys control 98% of the personnel and bureaucracy, yet you have made them accessible to us and made our lives easier than it was under the previous administration.
And we want to do more.
You want to do more. So I guess we're now in the driver's seat and saying, okay, well, we're directing this department, this personnel. We are open to reciprocating that effort, right, in order to help you accomplish the goals for our city. Again, a goal I think that we all share. Maybe we just disagree on the means to the end.
Yeah, the methodology, the approach. I can understand that. But again, we went from resume all of it to, you know, let's just stick focused like a laser to the things we want to do. Get the homeless, beautify the city. These are the elements, these 12 people, these are the 12 PCNs that we think that helps us enhance that and deliver more service for the city.
City Attorney? Yeah. Oh, someone calling my name?
No.
All right. Oh, City Attorney. So I know your presentation is coming up soon. What would you say would be the impact to your division of moving these 14 folks out of your department?
Well, I mean, of course, it's a policy call, what you all want to do. I think they've talked about moving the school area team, which is the focused proactive enforcement around schools, the tire team, vacant lots. Was there something else?
Dumping and abatement.
And one of the abatement crews. So it's simply, Matt, honestly, I don't think the impact to the council wanting to get things done would be significantly affected. Now, we have, a wish list to add things to code anyway. And so maybe you could backfill some of those things and there would be less of an impact. But you would still have the council district teams, all of the rental housing, including, I assume, what would be in the mobile home parks, the motel inspections, the liquor store inspections.
Assets.
And about, what's that?
And assets, right?
Yeah, assets part of rental housing. And I think probably 6 people left in abatement with the equipment that goes with that. So it's really your judgment call.
So it'd be 14 people out of how many total in code?
About 90.
Okay.
Including the lawyers and administrative staff.
Sure. Okay.
Thank you, Vice President. This just feels like the council is trying to break up with the administration again.
No.
You keep coming back.
It's not
and-
me. It's not you. It's me.
And my colleagues keep giving you 1,001 reasons why it's not going to work out, but you keep coming back. So
And our last lover was abusive, Tommy.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right. That's
So
exactly
before
right.
we move on, I know Councilmember Bredefeld had some comments. I think this is either going to be really good or really bad. Go ahead, Councilmember.
Not at all. No, I'm,
Or where we ghost you.
I'm very calm today. You
Today?
bring up the water analogy again. Tommy with the
Well,
water
I
analogy.
keep telling me that's the most important thing. It's like, okay, try it without this one day.
Every time we bring up what's most important, you bring back water.
Well, it is.
Okay. Yes, but I forgot to say yesterday that we spent hundreds of millions of dollars for surface water treatment plants. So
500
we
million.
emphasized
You're right. We
the
made the
importance of it.
investment. You're right.
I wish I had thought of that. Anyway, Beautify Fresno, I think, has been a very good thing. I mean, obviously, cleaning up the city is a good thing. I'm not going to commend the mayor. I've done enough with that with the highways because he has done a good job with that. No question about that. I don't see them, all those folks, in the neighborhoods. I mean, we still see folks in District 6 that we're trying to deal with, but I don't think they've all left the highways and come into the neighborhoods. Now, what happens long term? I have a lot of doubts of how we're going to deal with this homeless problem on a long-term basis. I don't think you can build your way out of it. I don't think you can spend your way out of it. I think there's a lot of issues related to laws that, again, as I talked about last week, have been watered down that make it difficult for us to deal with the homeless situation long-term. In terms of code, I think our city attorney and all of the attorneys have done a great job on code. We all struggled with the prior administration with code enforcement. It was a big deal. We didn't get quick responses, and our constituents suffered for that. And so I think they do a great job. I think the asset focus is great. I heard you say that the mayor wants to focus on the slumlords. I think we focus on the slumlords already. I mean, we go after them, and I think that's where our focus needs to be. I mean, that's why I opposed, this mandatory rental inspection program, because you harass, 90% of the people because of the 10% that are bad, and we should just be going after the 10%. Anyway, having said that, I just, wanted to clarify some of my points of view in terms of the Beautify Fresno. I think it is a good thing. I like the fact that, people in the community are helping clean up our city. We need them to help clean up the city, so I think it's been a good effort to do that, and I'm sure it will continue. But in terms of code, I think code has been working, and I'm not, from my perspective, interested in changing something at this juncture that is working and has worked and has been responsive to all of our constituents and to us as a representative of those constituents. Anyway, but thank you for the water analogy.
Thank you.
Councilmember Arias?
Yeah, Council, I just wanted to, one of my concerns with when Beautify Fresno launched is that Beautify Fresno would become a brand versus an actual plan with the budget. And we have patiently given the ability to pursue, implement, innovate, but we're still waiting for the plan and the budget. And if this was in that context, I would be open to the conversation. But until I keep on hearing Beautify Fresno everywhere, I just haven't seen the plan and the budget. And lastly, City Manager, I genuinely don't want to be in a position where I have to bring these issues to your attention. You have far more important issues to manage overall the city, and so far that's been the need. You know, if I don't go to the mayor and the city manager for an encampment, it doesn't get addressed. And I would acknowledge resources are thin. You know, there's competing priorities in the city, but my residents, when I respond to them, we reported that a month ago. We reported that 2 months ago to 311. We reported that 2 months ago to the Homeless Task Force. We reported that to the Homeless Liaison, and it's just not getting done. So I only surface about 1% of the things submitted to the administration side of the homeless encampments and garbage pileups. And that's why I'm very uneasy. When we send something to code, we get acknowledgement, somebody owns it, somebody proactively, follows up with us on a daily and weekly basis. We don't have to go down and track people. And surely, in the current system, when we report something to 311, it's reported as closed. I go out there the next day, and nothing's been dealt with, right? And it's a big city, it's a big system. So I'm going to stick with what's working now until I see an actual plan in the budget for any structural changes.
Can I address that, Tommy? Because here's what happens, as you all know, when you new mayor, new administration. You don't have a new budget. You inherit the last administration's budget, but you bring in your new initiatives. Beautify Fresno, housing the homeless, downtown pride, whatever those initiatives are. But you don't have a budget that goes with it. So right now, we're trying to build a budget to support those initiatives. That's a creation of the HEART team, which is what we're trying to add 6 of our code enforcement officers to the HEART team to be responsive to the homeless issues. We're also adding the outreach workers to the HEART team. And we're also partnering, which many of you may not know, how we do some of the ongoing every week. We have a meeting that occurs via Zoom with about 15 to 20 partners every week that we do with Project Off-Ramp and some others to coordinate our efforts. Project Off-Ramp, what we've done on the freeways, is not part of Beautify Fresno. So that was the homeless issue. So when we come in, we end up with HPs and Gloria, who are the taking care of homeless for the city of 560,000 people. On the Beautify Fresno side, we took Mark Standriff, dedicated him full-time with Jaime, and they're Beautify Fresno. We're trying now during the budget process to build our team so that we do have a Beautify Fresno division and a housing component, housing the homeless component. So that's the purpose of the budget. Now, I'll just say publicly, I will take nothing away from what Doug has done, code enforcement, Erica, all these folks have done a great job with the resources that you have. And they are very responsive to the council because the city attorney reports to the council, right? I mean, they're going to get very good responsiveness. And the challenge is, and I'm not saying this is the case, but those resources do not report to the city manager. They report to the city attorney. And so if this would allow us some resources with a singleness of purpose, a focused approach, a coordinated approach with other resources that are under the city manager that will allow us to do a better job in both our beautification efforts of neighborhoods as well as our housing of the homeless. When you take, for example, on the homeless, code enforcement, working with outreach workers, our community-based organizations such as the Poverello House, Mission, Kingsview, and the police department, that becomes a focused unit on housing the homeless. We have a lot of houses burning down in Fresno. Why? Vacant houses? Because we have homeless people going in there. We want to focus on all those vacant units in Fresno so that we can prevent that from happening. Oftentimes, who gets those calls? It's the homeless folks. It's Gloria, it's those. So we want to just coordinate that effort and have control of the resources so that we can control that. On the Beautify Fresno side, we have sanitation, reports to the city manager's direction. We want to add code enforcement. We have multi-agencies. We're going to put our graffiti abatement team under that. We partner with the Fresno Irrigation Department to do cleanups on our canal banks. We have the federal Fresno Metropolitan Flood Control District. We partner with them. And our meetings, as well as Caltrans. So when we have our meetings on Beautify Fresno, what you guys may not see is there's about 30 plus people involved in that. From Tree Fresno to a number of other groups and organizations that are involved in the cleanup effort. We're simply trying to add code enforcement to that so we can have an enforcement arm in there. And so right now we have zero enforcement ability under the administration, zero enforcement ability to deal with any code in the city of Fresno. That's the challenge we face. Zero.
Yeah, and Mayor, I fully appreciate and accept your arguments, but here's the other reality. This proposed budget is probably going to include 100 new positions when you add all the different spots. The administration could have chosen to add positions or to create Beautify Fresno as a department. Instead, you're recommending that we take away from code enforcement and our ability to be responsive to our constituents in order for you to get an enforcement arm, which I understand why you need it. At any time, the administration could have proposed, let's add 5 code enforcement to the approximately 100 new positions that we're recommending. But the experience that we've had is, prior to this administration, the Homeless Task Force, we would call them, they would respond. Then they got redirected, because they report to you, to freeways. So encampments near schools didn't get responded to, which is partly also our concern, is when we get a call from a school community saying there's a dozen people camped out, they're harassing kids on the way to school. So what I would suggest is you all have authority to recommend additional positions and not have to take away from the code enforcement department and the council's ability to respond to constituent complaints. So that is an option that's before you still.
Sure. We certainly do, and with what you're saying, used to call the Homeless Task Force, and they would respond. But what they would do is they would respond and displace those individuals into the next neighborhood, and then the next council member would call, and they displace them into the next neighborhood, and we weren't really solving the problem. Under this format, what we're doing is not displacing but placing. We are identifying those individuals out there that need housing, that are willing to take advantage of services. I think you saw under the Homeless Task Force model, it was 2% of the people were accepting services and housing. Today, that number is well over 70% that is accepting housing and services. And those people are now becoming productive. They're transitioning through the emergency shelter and the navigation centers, and they are now going into other transitional housing, permanent supportive housing, and being reunited with their family. So this is just another component of that. And yes, we did have the ability, I guess, to add 14 positions, but initially we were coming in with a more broader scope. We were never intending to take the council, the district code enforcement officers that have been very responsive to you guys. We weren't intending to touch that. We weren't intending to touch that. But so out of 90 code enforcement, we're asking for 14 right now. And if that doesn't happen, then we'll go to Plan B.
Mayor, and I totally appreciate you, and that was really the premise of me asking that first question that I asked on what is not happening now that you could be making happen. But I'm having a hard time connecting how code enforcement directly relates to specifically the HART coordinators. From what I understand, this council made a very heavy investment in what was called the HERO program. I remember H spoke about it previously. We had that in combination with millions of dollars that we invested in, the triage center, the Housing First initiative, mental health, substance abuse. And so when you have that dynamic and those investments, it seems like it's replicating what we're trying to do here. Is that not the case?
That's not the case. Like I said, when we got here, the city looked like trash, homeless people all over the place. 6 months later, it doesn't look like that. And our proposal is to take it to the next level now. Like the mayor said, it's just about adding the resources to beautify the rest of the city, address the homeless issue on a broader scale. We've just been targeted like this, and as the mayor said, we just trying to add the resources, because you still got the homeless issue. We still got the trash all over the city. Our goal is to just enhance these two programs and deliver that to the city.
And I really do think we need that. And so I'm supportive of doing that, Mayor. But I think to my colleague's point, let's not frame it as in you're taking from one side, add another. I think there's a middle ground to reach here. Because I heard and everything from hell no, I won't take you back, to Councilmember Maxwell, maybe there's a chance, to I'm open to the conversation. I don't know what you said, Councilmember Butterfield. I think you just said you were happy with what you have now. Councilwoman Soria, you want to offer some clarity on
Am I going to
this?
be allowed to speak now?
Yeah.
I think I share similar sentiments with my colleagues. I feel like we're in a scenario where we're robbing from Peter to pay Paul. That's just kind of how I feel. I understand the initiatives that you guys have launched as a new administration. I support those efforts. I think that, yes, Mayor, you deserve credit, but if you didn't have a council that was supportive of those things, things wouldn't have happened. And if we didn't have a governor that invested in homelessness, in housing, in having temporary housing and these shelters, we wouldn't as a city have a 70% success rate when we're asking people if they would take shelter. This was my argument from the very get-go, even when you were the chief of police. I had problems with the homeless task force because I said, how can it be that only 1.6% of those that were contacted are agreeing to go get services and housing? I knew that there was something wrong. It was the structure and the model and the way that we were providing services, and the fact that we did not have temporary housing, which is why I'm proud that we've been able to work together to support those efforts. But rather than augment really the efforts by either really creating a division that has the capacity to continue furthering those initiatives, you've decided to, enter into a discussion where now you want us to give up what has been now working for us, because it didn't work for a long time. And when I'm in a situation and looking at it, why am I going to fix something that's not broken? Because it's not broken. It works for our constituents. And that's what I'm most concerned of, because we would struggle to get that timely response, to get those code issues addressed in the way that they're being addressed today. And so while I appreciate the efforts that you have and the initiatives that you have launched, and I think most of us support them, I think that there's a better way. And you had the opportunity, because this is your budget, you had the opportunity to develop a division with additional staffing. I do agree with that. If that is what you guys needed, that should have, should have happened. Or if you felt so strongly about it, conversations would have happened ahead of time so that folks felt comfortable. But we've been, down this path, and the council had to make some hard decisions a few years ago to take this division under us because it wasn't working. And so I'm proud of the work that our code team does. And I think that we're in a really, really good place, and I'm not willing to give it up at this juncture. I'm willing to figure out a path forward so that, because I know that there's benefits for our entire city and the beautifying of Fresno and the housing of the homeless and so forth. But at this moment, I don't think that this is the best path forward.
No, I can appreciate that. I mean, the idea of just adding more head count to the budget, though, was not the first model we wanted to look at. We'd like, we originally started, let's resume the whole program. And then as we've gotten into it, it's like, the Beautify Fresno and the homeless thing is really a key issue for the community. There are some elements within the code enforcement group, the asset group, that really complement that. So I know it's not broken, but homeless was broken and trash was broken. And so we've tried to make a stand on how can we arrest that And instead of adding more bodies to the budget, we think we can, with these 12, 14, we can take that to the next level and not really disrupt what you guys are doing. The idea of just adding more money, just add more money, that was just something we were a little bit hesitant to just because this is no matter what we did, if we were asking to resume the whole thing, that was going to be a revenue neutral thing, a cost neutral thing, because it wasn't adding bodies, it was just moving the bodies. So instead of taking the whole thing, let's take these 14, finish what we started, beautify this city, house the homeless, strategically deploy these people to support the things we're working on. So that was our thinking. The idea of just adding more money to the budget, I was hesitant to do that. So that's honestly what we wanted to not do.
Yeah, and we're not asking, honestly, to rob from Peter to pay Paul. We're simply asking for something that was removed from the authority of this administration 2 years ago to be returned, or at least parts of it to be returned. So I understand why it happened. The council wasn't having their needs met at that time. So the question I have for this council, very clear question. If you're not getting your needs met by Public Works, or you're not getting your needs met by sanitation or solid waste, will there be an attempt to then take those bodies as well?
We
Legally can't.
So
We would just defund
It's an
them.
idea, Jerry. I hadn't thought about
Just
it.
defund them.
yeah,
I do need a response, though.
yeah. So we reserve the right to do what we're gonna
Yeah,
do.
we reserve the right.
I'll make a motion to take the mayor's office into the council.
Second.
Second that.
Are you going to take over the city manager too? I just need to know that right now.
Put it in the hopper. Put it in the hopper. We're taking the whole thing hostage. So what I've always wanted in my office is a Blackstone czar that we just finished talking about, right? And even with the staff expansion we're gonna have, I mean, I just don't have the capacity. There's so many needs in my district that my constituents want to put first that it doesn't fit. And so, listening to this proposal is almost like me coming to you guys and be like, hey, got this great idea for this economic development person, put him in my office, right? But I think it just, as much as I like that and want that and have my own ideas, it just fits better, right, over in this new department that you're creating.
Well, the only thing, again, I would push back is that we've got sanitation. That's what picks up the stuff. We've got their graffiti team. That's what cleans up. We've got the litter control people. That's what they do. So it would be different if you had a group of economic development people in your office that said, hey, I want to add one more. We're not creating something new. We're already doing this service. Let's add the tires. Let's get the debate. Let's get the vacant lots. Let's get the other pieces.
City manager, we got a little surprise for you. Doug, enlighten us all about what you told me yesterday. Well, I started throwing out my own Beautify Fresno ideas, right? About the two-person crew per district, right? With their equipment and such, proactively cleaning. Tell us about the enforcement ability of the DPU staff.
Oh, the issue came up yesterday whether DPU staff had citation authority under the municipal code. And we looked, and yes, DPU does have citation authority for both criminal and administrative citations.
There we go. Boom, boom. I mean, you don't. I mean, Mayor, you said you have no teeth. I mean, you have some teeth there. You had some molars in the back to bite down.
And you're getting stronger.
Yeah. Smile for us. Let's see those teeth. So I mean, I think there's some ability there. I mean, I think we're going to work with you, right? I'm not saying we're going to approve this. Probably going to approve none of this. But again, you the same courtesy that you have extended to us, I think this council is willing to put our foot forward and work with you, and notwithstanding the DPU enforcement abilities that you do already have.
No, I understand. Yeah, I know you weren't served. I hear that. In my life, that's usually what I had to do, come in and fix somebody else's stuff. So, I'm hearing you. Just, that's not us. Don't label us that way. Don't think of us that way. Don't place that on us. Give us this chance to finish what we started in 6 months. Get the Beautify stuff better. Get the housing the homeless better. We've delivered on 6 months. Just watch what we do the next 12.
City
That's all we're
manager.
looking for, those resources.
Make a suggestion. Again, you're not the last administration, but one of the things I think that last administration could have done better, pick up the phone. No, I'm serious. I'm serious. Make some phone calls, talk to council members, see how we can make this a collaborative vision that fits the needs of all of our districts. And I think you'll find that we're a lot more willing to work with you on making sure that happens. Something as simple, picking up the phone.
No, I think that was, when we came into the administration, we were hearing things from you guys, from everybody else, like, you know what, Jerry? I think if we respond to emails and pick up the phone, we're going to be ahead of the game.
Yeah, city manager, during the last budget, you know, there was a motion in the hopper to defund the mayor's administration, right? And to answer the mayor's question directly, if Public Works and Public Utilities and all these departments aren't responding to us, that's the kind of treatment you get. The purse, that's our recourse, any Thursday. And there's no such motion, right? Today's the last day hearings. There's no such motion on the table like that. You have been responsive, and so again, in no way are we imposing or projecting the sins of the past administration on you folks. I mean, I think the way this has gone is relatively smooth. I think we got more motions than ever, right? So there's some bumpiness there, but you know, we're gonna land the plane at some point next week. So you're good. There's no motion to defund your administration. At least not yet. We haven't heard your department.
Not yet.
Yeah.
And I believe, council member, I was the one who made that motion, proudly.
He's very proud of having made that.
And I was your
motion.
second, and Gary and I were the only ones who had the gall to vote yes.
Mayor, let me answer your question directly, because you asked a very important question. I've been here long enough to know the structure of this institution, whether it's the council, whether it's the mayor. My colleagues think they do, but sometimes they don't. And I'm saying that in a very respectful way. And so to answer your question, I don't want to be in a place and space, and I know none of my colleagues want to, where we're not being responsive to homeless encampments or dumping sites, and understanding very clearly that we could make as many policies as we want, as many directions as we want, but the administrative function by way of charter does rest with the mayor. That's one of the reasons why I wasn't supportive initially of moving that. That was just my own personal approach from being in this institution for 10 years and seeing how things really work. Because aside from the conversations we're having out here, at the end of the day, after we approve the budget and we ratify that, it's a policy, now it becomes a management issue, right? Which you have your team that a lot of them have been here longer than me. And I know that they can figure out 1,000,001 different ways of, and I'm very careful here, being very creative on the implementation stage of what we're doing. I can assure you of that. And I'm saying this to my colleagues, and I want us to all be on the same page and understand that at the end of the day, regardless, we have to work together, we have to collaborate, because if we're not being responsive to our constituents' needs, they're gonna come after us, and the mayor too. I mean, you felt that in the last couple of weeks, Mayor. So to answer your question, I don't think there's any plans of taking DPU or any other department. I think we just want a lot of those constituent calls that we get and that we're going to get in the very near future, because everybody knows that the homeless problem is growing, the dumping sites are becoming bigger. We want that responsiveness. I want to be able to feel comfortable with Tommy, with yourself, with your staffers, and making sure that when we call and turn something in, that it gets taken care of. I think if we had that as the guiding principle, I think a lot of these conversations wouldn't be happening. And you're right, because the last 6 months have been very different. I certainly have a different comfort level than my colleagues do, but at the end of the day, I want to be able to respond to my constituents and say that we're going to clean up that dump site. We don't want to have 20 folks that are there that quite honestly shouldn't be there. It does that neighborhood no good to have folks that have mental health issues, substance abuse issues there, and I want to make sure that you guys have the tools that you need to take care of that, right? Regardless of what territorial conversations we're getting into. And that's going to be my approach. So to answer your question, Mayor, I think you mentioned Plan B. Obviously, this was Plan A minus.
A1.
A1. Let's see what you got for Plan B, and I think there'll be some room for conversation and trying to reach that happy medium, so to speak.
Georgianne?
So in the spirit of just getting things on the record, just formally, we just want to, I appreciate very much what you said, Council President, about your experience and belief in what the roles and responsibilities are. But just for purposes of responding to several of the comments that have been made, we do want to put our legal objections on the record formally, just as a process issue. And so it would be not limited to Charter Sections 400A, 706, 801, and 803. And just want to get those on the record formally.
I'd like to put on the record my budgetary objections to some of the budgets that have been noted here today.
Georgianne, or who's representing you folks?
I'm sorry, what?
So who's representing you folks?
Hopefully it won't come to that. That's not our intent, but we just, obviously always have to, because of the way things were handled in the previous administration, it was very unfortunate that things weren't handled properly the last time. So we just think it's important, we've been really trying to work very hard to make sure that the charter provisions are kept intact. We have a very long history of trying to have those separations, and we think that things have been a little headed into some gray areas that we're not entirely comfortable with. So just want to get that on the record. It's just a preservation. There's a timing issue. There's things like that, and so if we didn't say anything, then we would not ever be able to legally object. So that's hopefully will never come to that, but we just have to preserve those.
Duly noted for the record.
Council President, I'd like the record to reflect that Mrs. White is not legal counsel to the city, that our legal counsel officially is Doug Sloan, and that we take our legal advice from the city attorney.
Well, city attorney, I mean, what was our position during the last, when the transition occurred? What is the city's current position on this matter?
Well, primarily, code enforcement is not specifically listed in the charter. It doesn't say it goes under the manager, the city attorney, or anything else. Arguably, under the charter, the city attorney has expressly provided authority to prosecute violations of the municipal code. So that's at least some authority there. There are provisions saying that the mayor has authority to investigate and prosecute matters under his jurisdiction also. But there is also provision in the charter, section 801, that says the council by resolution may assign additional duties and so forth to anyone under the charter as long as it's not inconsistent with the charter. In other words, if the charter said, for example, that the controller is in charge of the finances, you could not say the finances are going under the city attorney. That would be clearly a violation. But where it's not specifically designated, 801 gives the council the authority to place it where the council believes best.
All right, thank you.
All righty. So now we. Sorry, Doug. I know you probably feel like the kids in the divorce. And what's just going. We will figure this out. Anything else?
No, I think that concludes the presentation.
All right, thank you.
I didn't hear the motion, though. I needed the motion to...
What was the motion from Monday?
The motion is to dismiss the city manager from the podium. We're good.
Actually,
Thank you, city manager. With due respect.
I do have a question. So, presuming that my motion from Monday passes and that we maintain the resources and staff in the city attorney's office, what would that leave this department with, if anything?
The two people we have now. Mark Standriff and, no, four people. Mark Standriff, Jaime, Gloria, and H. And that's really what we were trying to do, was build that infrastructure, clean more city, move more homeless.
So without any co-transfers, you'd be left with 4 positions in this department?
Correct.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Before you conclude, Mayor, City Manager, staff, I really do appreciate that we're doing very difficult, stressful work, and that we all have a sense of humor, and we're going to still keep on moving together in the same direction. So thank you for keeping it lighthearted and for, not throwing anything at us.
Not yet.
Yeah, we make great frenemies.
Before we close that, actually, I do have to take public comment. Brianna, do we have two folks? Is it Brandy News Villegas? And Ms. Lisa, let's take Ms. Brandy News Villegas first. Ms. Brandy, you'll have 2 minutes.
Okay. Hopefully, there's not a problem with the with the sound. I appreciate that Soria mentioned that the structure regarding homeless response was a problem and not the homeless, and I ask that you pursue that. And I hope that I have time to get these because I have some important points. I perceive that in this new department and with HEART and homeless services outside of it, that the goal is improving the look of the city and not before the homeless itself. As I ask that there be a constituent and client-based approach to our unsheltered people in everything. This leads you to efforts to be actually and sustainably successful instead of just visibly successful. I ask that the HEART team make the goal and priority to focus on the long-term, complicated, realistic process of giving people the help they need and shelter, and not let the goal of clearing an area and public perception supersede this. I don't honestly see this view in much of the conversation that is being had and in a lot of the current and past engagement with the homeless. Including things that have been said, I'll mention later if I have time, but also in focusing your priorities on where outreach should go and not making room in shelters and outreach for people who have been waiting for help. Homeless efforts are honestly not successful to those who experience as it appears, and we need to let the voice of people be in here. The budget says that we work for you, and that should include the unsheltered as equitable constituents. So I ask that you fund efforts in giving them a voice and really listening to their needs. They can tell you what is working, what is not working, and why things are continuing. I ask that you work with them to deal with trash and alternatives as partners. I ask instead of conformment that there be more social workers and not just outreach workers that aren't trained in social work and get to the root of it. I ask that you require in all outreach documenting the issues that people are facing that brought them out there, as well as their issues getting into shelter, including when there isn't shelter and when they refuse, so that you can learn why and what needs to be improved and what viable reasons the 30% might turn it down. Improvements in the past.
Thank you, Ms. Brandy. If you could wrap up.
Yeah, and that will change things. I ask that there be an outside advocate in these things, and that also that people aren't just given a ticket or leave approach that with HEART. Ultimately, I believe that by making them a client base, that this will lead to greater success. I ask that you change the wording and the way that you guys perceive things in all things of them as a problem, but as constituents
Thank you, Ms.
that
Brandy.
have need
Those
help.
are your 2 minutes. Thank you. Next up, we have our last speaker, Ms. Lisa Flores. Ms. Flores, you'll have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Simply put, I think you guys need to gut beautify Fresno. I look at the current plan as kingdom building and not really solving the solution. You know, you solve the solution by making sure that the appropriate departments and agencies actually do their job and actually respond in a timely manner. You don't build, he's building his fiefdom, and I just don't like it as a taxpayer. As far as the homeless issue, it's a big issue. I know when I moved into the tower almost 40 years ago, first came to Fresno, didn't see a lot of homeless. 40 years later, there's a lot of homeless, even in the tower. There's finally homeless reaching North Fresno, but, a lot of the solution always is leave the homeless where they're at in District 1, District 3, District 7. I don't see this as a solution as it is proposed. I think that the mayor needs to go back and actually talk to people, I think that he needs to literally sit down and talk to Des Martinez and talk to her about why Safe Camp works and really look at it hard and really be open to what the solutions can be. But I don't like this plan. I just don't. It's just kingdom building. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Brianna, do we have, that's it? No more, nobody else punched up? All right, then we'll close public comment. Nobody else punched up. We will now go on to City Clerk Office and Copy Center. Oh, it's you. One of the first motions I'm going to make is to make sure we have enough money to fix all this audio equipment and
I'll second that motion.
We don't have technical difficulties anymore, and
That's a real motion, right?
that is gonna be my motion.
All right, good afternoon, council members. I'm Brianna Parra, interim city clerk. Today I'm going to be presenting you the city clerk's budget. Next slide. The mission of the city clerk is to provide quality customer service and connect the public with the legislative process. We strive to ensure the city's legislative processes are transparent by providing easy access to information. The city clerk's office is often the first department members of the public contact when seeking general information regarding the city. Through efficient use of city resources, we are able to ensure the preservation of the city's Fresno's legislative history. You want to just go ahead and thank you. Today, we're going to ask the following requests for fiscal year 2022. We're asking to add a deputy city clerk position. This deputy city clerk position will track and monitor Form 700s and report non-filers to the FPPC. They will run reports for all departments, identify non-filers and flex position filers such as assuming and leaving office. They will also follow up and send reminders out to those for their filing obligations. They will work with boards and commission members that are required to file the Form 700s as well.
Brianna, 1 second, please.
Okay, Brianna, we might have some, I think I jinxed it by talking about technical difficulties. Apparently they can't hear us, so let's take a quick break, make sure we verify our equipment's working and everything is set, and we'll take a quick 3-minute break, council. difficulties fixed?
I hope so.
All right, let's continue with your presentation.
Okay. So if you want to go ahead and, Amanda, and go to our requests for FY 2022. Okay. Okay, for this fiscal year, we are asking for a deputy city clerk's position. This deputy city clerk's position will track and monitor Form 700 filings and report non-filers to FPPC. They will also run reports for all departments, identify non-filers, and flex position filers such as assuming and leaving offices. They will follow up and send reminders of filing obligations. They will also work with all boards and commission members who are required to file a Form 700. We are asking to add a permanent temporary interpreters for city council and other community meetings. We're asking for 5 permanent temporary interpreters, 1 Spanish, 1 Hmong, 1 Punjabi, and 2 American Sign Language. This will reduce costs for the city as they are currently paying an outside agency. They are expected to work no more than 29 hours each week. We are asking for a permanent temporary central print clerk to the central printing department. The central printing staff will help reduce the cost of production by allowing more services to the city hall. They will work no more than 29 hours per week. We're asking to add a central print supervisor to the central printing department. The central printing supervisor will monitor, coordinate day-to-day operations, printing, mailings, and graphic services. They will assign work, evaluate staff, and provide technical assistance to the high-volume printers. And they will develop an agreement with private vendors and determine supply needs. We are also asking for one-time funds to upgrade the city council chambers. I have ISD here with me to help me with the technical parts, but we are asking for an amount of $118,000. And this is to have 2 phases to improve the city council chambers. Councilmember Arias, if you remember last year, we tried to get this in the budget, but unfortunately missed the mark. We're asking for the dais to have improvements, such as docking stations, laptops, touch screens. We're asking for video improvements, and we were asking for a self-serve kiosk to get rid of handheld speaker cards when we open up for the public, and for phase 2 to replace the screen behind you. If you have any questions regarding that, we have ISD. Next slide, please. Some of our accomplishments for last year is we were working with the records management consultant to improve the city clerk's document portal. This person is Diane Gladwell. She is our Laserfish consultant. She's helping us streamline Laserfish to make it friendly and easier to use and access for the community and for our city employees. We are working with a records management consultant to develop a template for inventorying records and developing a comprehensive records retention schedule. Currently, we're working with Bruce Myers with RCS. We have worked with Personnel Department, Public Works Department, and our office to create a template for the city. Once we get a template from Bruce, we will get it approved by the City Attorney's Office and implement it to all of the departments. And then as of January 2021, we took over the copy center, and we have now 2 full-time employees, a graphic technician, and a central printing clerk. Next slide, please. A few things to note. We, out of the 1,222 filers, we are 95% filed on time. We have conformed a total of 323 resolutions. Last year, which increased from 246, we conformed 60 ordinances, which was actually a decrease from last year of 83, and have held a total of 56 meetings last year. The total jobs completed in Central Printing Department from January to May was 601, with an average of 120 jobs per month. Since January, we have decreased our outsourcing by approximately 20% in the Central Printing Department. The average estimated cost per hour has dropped from $504 to $266 an hour. And the total expenses for translation services year to date has been $37,841, and that's why we're asking for 5 interpreters. Do you guys have any questions? That's the end of my presentation.
Can I just make a correction? The translators are proposed to be permanent part-time, not temporary.
Permanent part-time.
With that, interim city clerk and assistant city manager, I've been in the world of hiring interpreters at the district, and it's just going to be about impossible to hire good, highly qualified interpreters for a tight part-time job that doesn't have benefits.
They would have benefits.
With benefits? Yes.
My understanding.
It's going to be a pretty tough market to find people. So does the city have any experience hiring part-time, temporary, or permanent interpreters as employees?
Well, we actually thought, so maybe mistakenly, we thought that perhaps having the benefit of being a city employee with city benefits would perhaps be attractive. So if that's not the case, then we could continue to outsource. But that was our thought process.
Councilmember Arias, why don't we try to go that route? And then if we see that we can't fill the positions, I think then we resort to going back to the outsourcing, which we've been doing. But I know that over the last couple years, we've actually picked up on how much translating we're doing. We used to do very minimal. Now we're doing almost every single public meeting, which is good. So I think that it's worth.
I'm open to that. My other question though is, the personnel department, do they have a experience or a process for determining whether somebody is highly skilled at interpreting in a certain language?
I would say no, and we would look to outside resources to probably help us with that.
Okay.
We were gathering input for trying to put together some draft job descriptions, trying to get some input. I would say no, they don't.
Yeah, I just want to make sure when we get to that process, we actually have the system in place, the process in place to confirm that these folks are highly qualified. Because if you're speaking Hmong, there's 5 dialects, and you want somebody to be able to capture all that, not just claim that they're, competent, and us have complaints later about the quality of translation. So, thank you for that.
100% agree.
All right, does that conclude your questions, Councilmember Arias? Councilmember Maxwell, did you have some questions? Councilmember Esparza, Vice President?
Yeah, so just with respect to the interpreters, would they be 0.5 FTE or what each?
0.75.
0.75, okay. Thank you. Actually, I did a few more questions. So tell us more about the proposed upgrade to the dais.
Well, as you guys can see, on your guys' bottom of your dais, you have that screen, kind of a TV. It's pretty blurry, it's outdated, no one's really using it or even looking at it. What we were suggesting was a touch screen. It will be kind of to your left, where you can, it's a touch screen where you can make your maps bigger or smaller, or swipe to the left or to the right. I know that last year when we had council member Capriolio, he couldn't see the maps, and sometimes when things are printed, you have to blow them up, so that would be very helpful. We were having video issues. I'm gonna actually let him take over.
So Frank Votter, ISD. Sorry.
Ryan is dedicated and diligent, as any Clovis West Eagle would be.
Okay, so yeah, there was a desire to replace that TV with something more modern, and we had looked at a touchscreen linked to a docking station, so you could bring your laptop in, dock that, and then have that touchscreen as a second monitor. So on that monitor, you could have whatever you wanted to as part of the presentation, and then have the ability to zoom in, zoom out. She spoke about the self-serve kiosks, upgrading the video matrix, which is the thing in the back that runs the council video, as well as phase 2 would be the replacement of that screen.
Okay. And with respect to the docking stations, I could dock this nice new Mac you guys gave me? Or would it be the PCs only?
I'm sure we could find a way to accommodate that.
All right. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Carbasi.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Georgianne's correct, Ryan, you are our pit crew. Thank you for that. So, Acting Clerk Parra, thank you so much for the presentation. It was great. A couple questions for you. Were today's audio issues a conspiracy to get us to increase more money to your budget?
Absolutely.
Okay. You answered the questions I had about the screen. I just want to, for the public's benefit, you get PRA requests, and that takes a lot of time and work. Would you like to just elaborate about that? How much time? Because we're getting so many requests these days.
Well, I'll have to follow up with you on the time. The gentleman that does the PRAs is out of the office, and I understand that we are now doing a new QA system where we are submitting all of our PRAs to the city attorney's office, which will then turn back and give us basically the green light. But we have one person doing the PRAs and the records. Marco does a fantastic job, and
Basically, but the volume has gone up in recent years.
Absolutely,
Okay.
yes.
So you have a lot of reasonable requests in here, and just to save everyone's time, I'm just going to make one motion to do all these things, and we'll send you the list, but you need to negotiate with the administration what the costs are going to be. So I make a motion to adopt all the requests for fiscal year 2021-22 as submitted by the clerk.
They're part of our budget proposal. Are you talking about the graphics?
We have a deputy city clerk position.
That's our proposal. Deputy clerk position, the PPTs, as well as the
Funds
supervisor
for upgrading.
the graphic. That's part of our budget.
Okay, then we're good. And I withdraw my motion.
Councilmember Carbasi, is the audio upgrade and all of that in there as well?
That's a good question.
Yes, it is. I believe it's part of the ARP.
So that's what I was just going to clarify. So the 134,700 for the software hardware projects is not in the budget, and that was on our ARP list. So if you needed to make a motion, it would be the motion for that, but we do have it as a possible ARP funding item.
Do we know if the rules allow it?
I guess I'll go back to the answer that I've said multiple times,
Right.
which is the flexibility. We'll look for as much flexibility to allow us to spend money on the things that we
Why don't you make the
I'll
motion contingent upon that?
Right.
Councilmember?
Thank you. That's what I'll do. Make a motion to move for $134,000 to come out of general fund if it's not allowable under ARPA.
I'll second, or
Thank you.
Councilmember Bredefeld will second that. So it's in the hopper.
Thank you.
City clerk, what are the age of the cameras that are actually being used? Are those pretty outdated too?
Those
I
are
assume everything
VHS.
here is outdated.
I was going to request a
Except
wider
for the
angle.
lighting.
I was going to request a wider angle lens. My grandma tries to watch at home and she can't see me sitting over here in the corner.
I would assume all of our technology, as you can see
like an
here,
Android
is
phone.
extremely outdated and would take some time to update. Absolutely.
Motion
I would
for a
not know
wider
what that.
angle lens.
I don't know what that cost would be.
I'll second his motion of humility.
Yeah. Can we get like you ever watch Star Wars? They have the holograms in place. Can we add that while we're at it?
Whatever you like.
Council President, can I go next? Okay. Just a couple questions. So, one regarding the print, the central print that was transitioned over to the clerk's office. I know in the past, there was an attempt to try to privatize it. We obviously, the council said no because the council actually highly utilized the central print. I don't know with this administration if you guys are going to take advantage of still having the central printer here. I know in the past we had some staffing issues, and I'm hoping that we're at a place where we've addressed some of the staffing issues. Can you speak to that?
Yes, we are fully staffed with 2 employees, a graphic technician, Janelle Music, and our central printing clerk, Teresa Montez. They are doing a great job, and the administration has been very supportive. We've been getting jobs requests and, from all the departments. Our jobs, like I said, were, I believe, 120 an average per month, which is really good. And our outsourcing has dropped 20%. So having our graphic technician there, she's very knowledgeable. She's also working on speaking with the vendors to renegotiate some of our costs for our supplies to also bring down some of our pricing. I'm working with the administration on coming up with some new ideas on how to approach the costs per month or cost per hour. But I am asking for two additional individuals because they are only 2 people. So when one's down, the office kind of runs a little slower, or in the event that both of them are sick or have some sort of emergency, it would be nice to have a temporary person who can continue to run it, or a supervisor who can run it as well.
Perfect. So I'm assuming that you guys are now resuming to utilize it, as she said, which is good.
I can't speak to the previous administration, but we've been using the print shop from the beginning, and I know that your office has been very concerned about the inconsistency of the cost coming out of the print shop. And to what Brianna said, we are going to be working with her on an alternate methodology so we can get, instead of, one of the things that's going to drive our ability to use it is getting good estimates. So, hey, how much is it going to cost to print 15 books? Having Brianna say, well, I don't know, it depends on how many jobs I have this month.
Right.
Same thing for your office. That's not going to work for a customer. So we're going to work on alternate methodology where she'll be able to have a flat billing rate, and she'll be able to say it's going to be $220, or it's going to be $100 for that banner. And then next month, it'll also be $100.
Okay.
So that should help, I think, citywide.
Okay, well, that's good. I'm glad that you guys are now kind of on board with it, because I know in the past they were just trying to get rid of it, and I didn't think that that was a smart move, which is why it is where it is now. But I'm glad to hear that you guys are working with the department. Also, I know you've already heard this from me, but you guys have introduced PrimeGov. I'm very unhappy with it. I didn't like how it was rolled out. I'm still trying to figure out, and I think someone else mentioned, I don't know if it was Councilmember Arias or who else, asked questions about us going back to Granicus, and if that is a possibility, or just because even today I know they've tried to add some additional, I guess, options for us to put notes, but it's very difficult to follow. It seems there's a lot of scrolling that I have to do, and it doesn't still allow me to email like Granicus used to do. So,
Councilwoman, would you be open to some direction to have the interim city clerk work with the administration and IT and give us a recommendation on whether to continue down the path that we're in, or to maybe return to a different approach? I think we need to get all the frequent users and the IT experts in the room and give us their best thinking on it.
yeah, I think that would be, I would be agreeable to that. I just think that there needs to be some work, or some work needs to be done on this matter. So, yeah. So how much time though?
I'll defer to interim city clerk and the assistant city manager. Maybe given that we're in budget hearings, after budget, then they'll have some downtime to, get in the room and see what they recommend.
Then, I think, was ISD going to give us information in terms of the contract if we needed to get it out of the contract? Has that information been provided to us yet?
Legal counsel has provided that information. It's my understanding that we simply just have to pay for services rendered if we choose to go in a different direction.
Yeah, on 30 days' notice, you can terminate the PrimeGov contract.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for that. So I look forward to, trying to figure out some of the issues and really have a system that not just works for the council, but also is friendly for the public and for the rest of the staff that is transitioned from Granicus to PrimeGov or whatever else may be. Thank you. Those are all my questions and comments.
All right, Councilmember Maxwell?
Has the PrimeGov folks been responsive? Because I know when we met, we did the tutorial. I had given you some feedback to incorporate. What is that process like? I think what Councilmember Soria mentioned probably would have been a better process if council was involved from the start and we could give our input as they built it. It is what it is now. We've given feedback. Are they being responsive and incorporating any of those adjustments into their software?
Yes, they're very responsive, very responsive. In fact, I believe it was Monday, we were having some technical difficulties. I'm able to get on the phone with them, and they're on the phone with ISD, and we're working out the glitches. They're extremely responsive. And they have heard your guys' concerns, and I did plan on meeting with some of the council staff after budget, as well as the administration, to kind of get together and finalize the implementation. And they're ready for that. But as far as changes that are being made, some are quicker than others.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Clerk.
Councilmember Arias? No? Vice President Esparza? That concludes our presentation. We need to go out to public comment. Do we have anybody queued up? Two folks. What's the first one? All right, Ms. Lisa Flores, you'll have 2 minutes on the city clerk's presentation.
First off, I totally agree. You can hear me, Luis?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, great. First, I totally agree with Esmeralda. This system that you guys have right now is like one of the most frustrating, worst systems I've had to deal with as a member of the public getting onto meetings. It's literally taking me twice as long to find the information. It's super slow. It's just a nightmare. Even today, it was very frustrating. The second thing I want to mention, Luis, there were a couple of people that have had their hands up throughout the day that have been missed and have not been given the opportunity to make their public comments on the issues that they wanted to bring up at the budget hearings. I would hope that you would provide them that opportunity. One was Gloria Hernandez from yesterday, and today was Des Martinez. So I would hope that you would, give them the opportunity to speak today on whatever issue they wanted to talk about. Thank you.
All right, who's our last speaker? Viana Neal. Ms. Neal, you'll have 2 minutes.
On behalf of the American Leadership Roundtable, a coalition of Black clergy, nonprofit executives, and elected leaders, Black community leaders are deeply concerned about the recent termination of City Clerk Yvonne Spence, especially when there seemed to be no clear reason for termination given a recent raise and positive employee evaluation. City Council members who are part of Ms. Spence's collective management team have voiced their concerns and have cited that they have not seen anything in her work history that would be cause of termination. We are asking city leaders to evaluate the termination and advocate for equity and reinstate Yvonne Spence with the broader context of true commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion, and what that means for underrepresented population. The silent crisis impacting the Black community in Fresno, while other local governments are making significant investments in reputation for Black families, we like to express concern to this body about what the termination means for Black leadership and representation of Black leadership among other city leaders. Visibility of Black leadership is dwindling, of commitment to diversity, equality, and inclusion is lacking when it commends. The 24/7 Wall Street report titled "The Worst Cities for Black Americans" ranked cities based on numbers for Black politicians, median income, unemployment, and home ownership compared to whites, among other factors. The report paints a bleak picture for Black Fresnoans, noting that about 1 in 5 are unemployed. Whites, meanwhile, fare much better on the job front, with further than 1 in 10 unemployed. Silent quick terminations for such a high-profile Black leader, specifically with her being the only Black female director leading a department, sends the wrong message about the city of Fresno's commitment to justice for all. Quote from John Paul White, "It's tragedy. There's a crisis going on in the Black community, and nobody's sounding the alarm. Those who are sounding the alarm, their voices are being muted, not just by one person, but the system that's set up in Fresno." Thank you.
Thank you for that. We'll close the public comment. And with that, that completes our presentation for the city clerk. Next up is the city attorney's office. And just to verify, do we have Councilmember Carbazi on Zoom? He's on Zoom?
I'm on Zoom, Council President.
Thank you.
Hello, Council. Doug Sloan, City Attorney. If we can go to the next slide, please. As you know, the City Attorney's Office provides services to all of the city officials, staff, as well as boards and commissions, successor agency, and then the office is largely divided into 3 units: litigation, code enforcement, and transactions. Next slide, please. Here are the types of matters that the City Attorney's Office handles. It's a lot of work. A few things are bolded. I wanted to note, for example, on ethics advice, the plan is we're going to dedicate a lawyer to conflicts of interest, gifts, and those sorts of things, so that, and create almost a hotline for those kind of things, somebody to be an expert on that. So that's planned. Land use, we are extremely busy with land use. With everybody moving to Fresno, and of course with planning department busy and so forth, that is a very impacted area. Luckily, we have some great people there doing that work. And then on the code enforcement side, if you were to add something on code enforcement, I would suggest maybe look at the abatement side, because that has been very effective in immediately solving problems. Next page, please. Right now, the City Attorney's Office has 133 authorized positions. Currently, we have 3 vacancies. We've hired another lawyer that's going to be starting in, I think, next week. Our goal is to keep all positions filled at all times. We don't hold any positions vacant. And so we have 24 lawyers, and then the rest of the staff as shown there. And we'll talk about some potential ads here in a bit. Next. You know, we can talk about money and we can talk about structure, but ultimately it's about the people. And I want to talk a little bit about some great people we have in the office. Next. The leadership of the office is, you know, you all know Katie, Erica, and Tina, the 3 chief assistants. Then also leading the administrative staff is Christina, and you know her by Turbo, maybe. Then Kimberly Hernandez, and then, of course, all of our managers and supervisors. And Turbo has that name for a reason. She is 110%, 24/7. The next, just touching on our structure, that's our org chart. And I was thinking about org charts, and it's really done wrong. The org chart really should show the leadership at the bottom as the base and support of everybody above them. And we have, especially the 3 chief assistants, have been here each a long time. I've worked with them between 12 and 18 years, mostly in this office. They have a great deal of experience, and they are very good at what they do in both handling the legal work and the leadership of their units. Next, please. The next slide is the council district teams, or community compliance, led by Tim Burns. These are the teams that are assigned specifically to the council districts to be that first line of request that you might have to go out and solve a problem, and work primarily on issues in your district, because each council member may have different priorities for types of things that need to be done in their district. And then finally, next page on the org chart, we have the rental housing unit led by Kevin Watkins. That includes Asset, the anti-slum enforcement team. That we recently added motel inspections, starting on that. Then the proactive rental housing inspections and a large unit there. The clerical staff for that. And then under special teams, led by Aaron Martin, that includes all of the things that, you know, I was talking about, where you can immediately solve problems. The tire team, that's grant funded. Demolition, that's when a building needs to be knocked down. That's the person that helps with that, not physically, but making it happen. Dumping and abatement, up until a year ago, that was all contracted out. And we brought it in-house, and we've expanded it since then, added equipment for them to do their work, and they're the ones that can immediately solve problems. And then the school area team, the former NRT, the council gave direction to sort of change NRT from being an inch wide and a mile deep to be a mile wide and an inch deep. Their primary focus is proactive code enforcement around schools. And then the vacant lot team, And then Rodney's team, Rodney is also our outreach manager. He is the person that you will have, constant daily contact with, so you can have that one-stop shopping to refer a problem to him and get answers back. And then he is leading up the administrative and clerical team there too. Next, please. When I'm thinking about budget, I really think about two approaches to it. Of course, it's policy. And there's two ways of looking at it. What services do you want? And I will help you say, figure out what does that cost or what funds are available. And then I can tell you what services you can get for that. But it's really up to you, of course. Next page. Let's go on to the next one after that. This is the nuts and bolts of the City Attorney's Office budget as proposed. The base general fund is about $19 million. I think we submitted requests, as noted at the bottom, that would involve outside funding for outside counsel, some of the temps that are recurring from year to year, but nonetheless we re-up those every year, and then the law clerks. The law clerks have been designated to be the mediators for the landlord-tenant issues. So it would take a motion to add that funding. Carryover, the last few years, the council by motion has authorized the budget to keep the carryover or surplus in the city attorney's office with the city attorney's office. Total general fund there of just under $20 million. Then the tire grant for a total of just over $20 million. And then the next page. Some potential considerations if you wanted to make some changes to the budget. We'll note that with the Right to Counsel program, we have hired an outside law firm. Funds have been set aside, as I understand it, for payment of that, and also, you may be able to fund the law clerks from that also, for the mediation for that program, and then also some outreach. I think there is $750,000 set aside for that purpose. And as long as we can directly access those funds, that doesn't need to be added to our budget. Then the carryover I was talking about, we estimate conservatively about $500,000. Electric vehicles I wanted to talk about for a moment. The council last year authorized buying 10 Chevy Bolts. Charging has been a challenge. Originally they were going to be charged at Promenade, some publicly available charging stations. There's been a lot of problem with vandalism there. And so right now the vehicles are being charged at the employees' homes. They're driving them home and charging them with 110 outlets. And I've been talking to the city manager about a potential solution here. But I think long term, if we're going to have some kind of commitment for electric vehicles, we need to have the infrastructure there available. I think to really make that work, we need to have a fenced-in area with dedicated chargers for those vehicles. And I'm not sure what that costs. Training, we would suggest $20,000. That would be intensive training for our trial lawyers. Outside counsel, with the big increases in work, rather than hire a number of lawyers in-house, it makes sense to hire outside counsel for overflow, for specialties, and those sorts of things. So we're asking for an extra $300,000 for outside counsel. Code enforcement, any additional resources you would like to add there. And then I think for the mobile home inspection program that we are taking on for the state, for 4 positions, the estimated cost is about $300,000, and it would take a motion to add that to our budget. And then I think that's it. So available for any questions or comments.
Is the president or vice president?
Yes, we're here.
Did I go too fast?
Yeah, no. I just want to say, Doug, I want to commend you and your staff and the city attorney's office. I think you all do a great job. We appreciate it here on the council. I think we express that a lot, and it's because we do feel that way, and you're doing a great job. And on that, your last page there, can you put that back up? Yeah. Do you have all of, you don't have the mobile home inspectors in the budget yet, right? The 300?
Correct. It would take a motion to add that.
Yeah, I'm going to make a motion, but what about all the others? Is that in the program, or you're requesting, in the budget, or are you requesting?
I understand the Right to Counsel funds are available, not in our budget, but available in another budget, and I think the administration can verify that.
Okay, yes, they've clarified that's correct.
Yes. Carryover would take a motion to retain that. So, yeah, none of those other things are in the budget.
Okay, so I'd like to make a motion to approve all the other items as outlined on the chart.
I'll second that motion. City Attorney, can you clarify are these items what you're requesting only?
Those would be the priorities. I have a list of other requests if you'd like to hear it.
Yes. While we're Christmas shopping, give us a full
Okay.
list.
So at the top of the list was the mobile home park inspectors. If you would like an additional abatement crew, which would be about 4 people, that the total first year cost would be $335,920. That was under code enforcement. If you would like to enhance the abatement team. The iPads for inspectors are aged and could be updated. It's about $17,000 for that. I can provide you the list if you wanted to expand.
Doug, why didn't we update those during the CARES?
Yeah, I don't know. I know we bought a lot of laptops and we bought some other things. We bought some cell phones. This just wasn't on the list then.
Okay, thank you.
And they use those in the field. And CRS positions, so CRSs and CRTs are basically inspectors. 4 of each is about $170,000 for each category. Senior CRS, that would be 2, is about $100,000. And I can have Erica come up and explain the rationale for some of those if you would like. If we're adding those people, we'd like to also add a supervisor. That would be about $120,000 all in first year cost. New tire stake bed truck is about $70,000. A consultant for exploration of Acela replacement. Acela may work good for some purposes. It's not so great for code enforcement. Estimate the cost of the consultant to explore that, and that's a very expensive program too. Very involved is about $150,000. Now, if we add those people, we're going to need some additional desk space and office space. That's about $25,000. And then, of course, if we hire those people, vehicles at about $35,000 each is $175,000.
City Attorney, instead of reading it off to us, can you just provide us a copy of your full list?
Yes, I can do that.
And so we have a motion and a second to fund this priority. And then the city attorney will give us the rest of the list and see if there's additional motions on those.
You have that, city clerk, on the record? Yes. All right, then the hopper.
Okay.
And so then the subsequent list will be given to council and then we'll consider it.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It just, for me, it feels like iPads are such a small thing that I don't want to take up a lot of council time on those small expenditures.
Councilmember Carbasi, were you still on? Did you have any questions? Did we lose them? City clerk?
Oh, I'm here. Just took me a second to hit the mute button. No, I think if Councilmember Bredefeld made the motion, that includes the carryover. Is that correct, City Attorney?
City Attorney, does that motion include what we discussed about any
Yes, I
surplus
think
funds?
Councilmember Bredefeld made a motion of everything that's on the page that's in front of you now.
That's correct.
Then I have no questions, and thank you so much to your staff. You're always very helpful, and I really do appreciate the professionalism. And to all the clerks and everyone there.
All right. Any other questions for the city attorney?
We just reserve the right to consider other items when we get the list.
All right. Thank you, Doug.
Thank you.
Next up, oh, actually, excuse me, I need to go to public comment. Anybody in public comment, Brianna?
Yes, we have Carla Martinez.
All right, Ms. Martinez, you'll have 2 minutes.
Hi, everyone. My name is Carla Martinez. I'm a policy advocate with Leadership Council. With the recently approved resolution establishing an eviction protection program, we urge City Council to follow suit and commit funding to this program for the next 3 years. Fresno tenants need to be protected against evictions and provided support when facing inhabitable housing, retaliation, and illegal rent increases. Renters have only become that much more vulnerable during the pandemic as they lost their jobs, couldn't leave their homes, and were stuck with some of the highest rent increases. They will become even more vulnerable after the remaining tenant protections designed during the pandemic will be lifted. I get calls week after week from residents who fear they will be evicted and become homeless because they do not know their rights and protections. After this initial pilot year requesting $1 million, we asked for $6 million per year for a fully funded and fleshed out program. To some of you, this may seem like a big ask. However, as community organizers and advocates who engage regularly with folks terrified of losing their family shelter, it's the bare minimum we should do to ensure we are keeping Fresno families safe. Leadership Council and Faith in the Valley are committed to supporting staff and council to identify an outside law firm since the request for proposals has not yet closed, and also to find sustainable funding sources and ensure the success of this program. Thank you.
All right, any other speakers, City Clerk? That's it? All right, I'll close the public comment portion. So with that, thank you, City Attorney. Next up is the Office of Mayor and City Manager and General City Purpose.
Council President, can I just ask one favor of the City Attorney? When you give us a list, can you break them down, one-time cost versus ongoing?
On the list that way, yes.
Thank you.
All right, Henry, you're going to be doing the presentation?
That's correct, Council President.
All right.
Okay, Amanda, if I could trouble you to go to the next slide, please. Thank you. Good afternoon, Council President, Council members. The PowerPoint in front of you is for the Mayor and City Manager Department. The slide that's before you, you're looking at a table that shows our historical actual expenditures, as well as what we anticipate to end the year for fiscal year 21, and then what we have budgeted for FY22 by our, if you will, our main expenditure types, personnel, non-personnel, and ID charges. Overall, you'll see that the expenditures are budgeted at $7.6 million. Now, the major decline from FY21 is FY21 has appropriations related to the construction of the animal shelter. The bulk of that project is anticipated to be completed. So then in FY22, we just have remaining work to complete. So that's driving the major reduction between 21 and 22. Okay. The proposed costs include 3 new community coordinator positions at a cost of $201,700. Also, we have budgeted $300,000 for 4 MA2s that will be assigned to the EOC. And then finally, I wanted to point out that in FY22 non-PERS costs, we also have included a cannabis equity grant that was approved by council on April 8th, and that is for $1.2 million. So that is just, again, related to the cannabis equity grant. If we can go to the next slide, please. These are the revenue sources that are built under the Mayor, City Manager's office. The general fund you'll see for FY22 is approximately $3.3 million. And what that reflects is we've budgeted cannabis permit revenue. And that is based on 14 permits for 6 months. Special revenue, you're looking at primarily it's grants related. A portion of that would be related again to the cannabis equity grant that I mentioned in the previous slide. And then finally, capital, while it is in the negative, it's related to landing the animal control project. However, in 23, because of the timing of completing it, the expenditures coming in, then the revenues follow. It's just a timing difference, so that negative will be addressed again in FY23. If we can go to the next slide, please. And as far as for the FY22 expansion items, again, you'll see 3 additional employees. That's related to the community coordinators at a cost of $187,800. We've also programmed in ancillary costs for these positions, again, cell phones, laptops, and then also, as I mentioned earlier, we're also programming $300,000 for 4 management analyst temps. So in total, $501,700. And then next slide, please. I think we, can you go back one? There, one more. Let's try going forward once. There we go, thank you. So the primary drivers of the priorities that you're gonna see is it starts off with public trust and safety. And that encompasses what I would call sub-priorities related to housing and homeless, providing care and dignity to our most vulnerable, Beautify Fresno, which you've had some lengthy discussion on, inclusive economic development, looking to create an environment that attracts the right jobs, and then downtown pride, youth leadership, and last but not least, most importantly, is we work for our citizens. So, and then I think we have one more slide. Or is that it? That's it, great. Council President, that ends my presentation for, again, the mayor and city manager department.
All right, is that also the general city purpose one, or is that?
No, that comes next.
Separate? Why don't you go on to the budget presentation for that one as well?
Okay.
Then we'll save some questions for later.
Again, Amanda, if I could, there we go, thank you. So what you see here is now the general city purpose department. We're looking at the expenses, again, historical FY21 estimate, and then what we budgeted for FY22. What I want to point out, big picture, is this department, as far as expenses, it oversees expenditures, debt service, as well as ID charges that are not department specific. But it also includes our retirement office, which is an internal service fund. So those are the main components that build the expenditures in this department. What I'd like to point out is you'll see that in totality, our budget is at $49.9 million, but a big chunk of that, over 50%, is debt service at 26.5. Those are contractual obligations that we must cover. There is a general fund component that's worth about $12 million. And within that, we had some COVID expenditures in 21, and those were one time. So now in 22, that CARES one-time funding is no longer a part of the FY22 budget. If I may then also, as mentioned in the PERS cost, that $5.3 million, that's primarily driven by 2 components. One, again, is we have the retirement office, roughly about $2.4 million of that, but we also have what's called the Employment Termination Payout Fund. That's where we go out and actually pay as employees leave the city.
You want to explain that? What do you mean you pay people to leave the city?
No, when they decide to move on from the city, for whatever reason, they may have built up some accrual balances.
Oh, I see. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
So if we may then move on to the next slide. Now we're looking at the department's overall revenues by fund type. And what you'll see is primarily this, again, the department is the city's depository for our major taxes and fees, such as sales tax, property tax, business, room, as well as franchise fees. So this department receives all that revenue for accounting purposes. As far as the special revenue, what you'll see there is it has multiple funding sources, but primarily it's grant-driven. Typical from across city departments that if it's grants-related, it's usually special revenue. And as I mentioned earlier, the internal service fund type, that primarily relates to, again, the retirement office, along with the employee termination payouts. And then finally, you'll see debt service. There's the 26 million I was referencing to that we're contractually obligated to pay. If we can move to the next slide, please. Now, as far as expansion requests in this department, there really primarily is two items. The first item is we built in $200,000 for a redistricting analysis. And then also with that, a new item is we built in debt service of $1.1 million for the animal control project. And then if we can move to the next slide, please. So big picture on the priorities with this department in my mind is, again, it really acts as the depository of our general fund funding, which allows then the ability to allow other, if you will, citywide departments to perform their core services for the betterment of our citizens. Along with that, again, I must mention also that we have a retirement department, which is internal service fund, but it also provides critical services to our existing members as well as our retirees. They look towards providing a most efficient and effective process for the benefit, again, for our current and prior employees. I'll stop there, Council President, and
Controller,
All right.
Director, I have some questions.
Councilmember Arias, you have some questions?
Yes. On your Office of Mayor and City Manager, I'm trying to come to rectifying these numbers. On actuals for 2020 is 3.5, estimate for 2021 is 3.9, and proposed is 3.930. So the numbers suggest that the amount of money going to the city manager and mayor's office for personnel has lowered, but you guys are adding 3 additional positions at the cost of $300,000. And I know that you guys did a lot of movement of bodies. A lot of people went from the city manager umbrella to economic development to DPU. So how is it that your personnel costs have decreased when you're actually adding additional bodies?
You want to do that one? Oh, yeah.
Whoever can, but in basic English. I'm just
Yeah, exactly.
a simple man.
Now, we'll have to check that, but I know, so we're going to have the office, the community coordinators, $100,000. The people that we deployed out into the system made a lot more than that. So it's just really, we didn't trade a dollar for dollar in the bodies that we had changed out, pushed out into Department of Service Delivery, and we're adding community
So
service.
basically, you moved out more expensive positions and titles, and you're replacing them with lower cost positions and titles.
Exactly.
And these community coordinators under what do they pay? Isn't it like 80,000 benefits plus is 100,000? Is that why it's 300,000?
Yeah, they're about 100,000 all in, I believe. There's like 69, 68, and then you add the benefits, pushes them into that 100 range.
And then, it's my understanding that when you guys move bodies out to other departments, they still completely report to you. They still answer to you.
Not in all cases. I've kept. I'm trying to look at the right word here. I have maintained responsibility for that new service delivery that we put on them, but they do report to different directors organizationally. But if I needed to reach out and say, hey, this is what we were expecting, this is what we need,
Okay.
I have the ability to. I can do that with any employee, but for a few of
Understood.
these folks, I
Yeah,
have a little bit closer touch.
Just on paper, the perception is that the mayor and city manager's office is shrinking, but allocation-wise, it's actually in bodies, we're growing your operation your department's operations kind of, we're adding more employees in a different way to say it.
The head count got a little bigger as a result, but we deployed it for more service delivery. So that's where we were missing, like as the mayor indicated, we didn't have anybody really kind of focused on that homeless thing and how we get them out
Yeah.
there. So now we did that. Same with the, didn't have any, let's do that. So now we
And-
got the deputy mayor who's helping focus on the youth leadership stuff, so let's do that. So
And can you confirm that all these bodies are ongoing costs? They're not one time in nature? They're not going to go away a year from now? They
we're
won't
not,
be
we're not
funded
intending to
with-
fire anybody in a year. You're exactly correct.
Yeah, for example, the 3 new positions, those are permanents,
Mhm.
so those would be ongoing.
Got it.
Oh,
And
you
if
know,
I
I will
may-
take, we will make one, so the, your MA3s and the EOC,
Those are temps.
those are temps. So the 3 MA3s and the EOC, those are going to be not here permanently.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions, Vice President?
Yeah, so looking at the expansions, so as Councilmember Arias indicated, looks like in terms of actual employees, there's a transfer than the addition, so that kind of balances out.
Correct. To be, if you look at page B-4, you'll see that the position count for 21 is 30. It still stays at 30 for FY22.
Yes. But then the budget itself still grows.
Are we saying that the overall budget?
Yes. If I'm looking correctly.
The overall budget did grow, but it looks like it's non-personnel cost for the most part in terms of the increase. Could you remind us again, what did you say?
And that's correct, Councilmember Soria. The primary driver in the non-PERS cost is we have a cannabis grant. That's $1.2 million, so that's part of the increase. Along with the animal shelter,
The animal shelter's
we have some
expensive.
remaining costs that we have to cover. So between those two, that's driving the overall increase.
And for the first
Why are
year, we'll,
those, but why are those under the city manager, city mayor? Wouldn't it make sense to be like under general city purpose, kind of?
Well, to be honest with you, this was something that was drafted last year, and that was the direction given from the prior administration.
and we maintain that right now because I'm going to be on the hook for the cannabis license. People are going to yell, they're going to yell at me. Same with the animal shelter. So the animal shelter in 23 will be located to a department, not sure where, because it's an operations thing. Cannabis, that'll get moved in 23. But right now, since we're on the hook for it, getting them started up, we're going to leave it in our department so we have direct control over how that process works and the implementation.
Yeah.
All right, Councilmember Bredefeld?
On your page, budget priorities, could you pull that up? I want to ask you.
Sure. Councilmember Bredefeld, I'm
Yeah.
sorry, you wanted which
Yeah.
slide?
The last slide.
Yeah, department budget priorities, yeah, your last
Is
slide.
it the General City Purpose Department?
Yeah, where it's public trust. So under inclusive economic development, it says, creating an environment that attracts the right jobs, which offer the right pay to the right people. Who are the right people and who are the wrong people?
Yeah, so that would be, we have, when you talk to the police chief, as you know, and here in the city of Fresno, we have a lot of gang members. It's generational. It is part of what we want to do is figure out how can we create some job opportunities that give these people something else other than the gang lifestyle. We believe that getting people jobs, getting them into a different kind of life setting helps. So we're trying to find a way to how can we create those kinds of jobs that allow people that you want to gangbang or you want to have a job. And that's kind of the right people in the right place and the right. We're having the same discussions as part of the project labor agreement. We're having them really focus on targeting in those zip codes those individuals that, lacking any other opportunity, would continue to do things that drive up our law enforcement.
So I'm still unclear. When you're saying right people, you're talking about gang members?
Well, we're talking about people who have historically just not had access to economic opportunity, education opportunity, and how do we go out and reach them? So we're having discussions with community-based organizations about help us figure out how do we make recruitment opportunities available for these people in these neighborhoods so that they have these alternative options other than things that just wind up driving up our police costs.
But yeah, I don't know why you would have this in your, in a slide from the mayor's office. When I ask you the right people, you're talking about the right people are gang members, so the wrong people would be anybody that's not a gang member. I mean, the language is terrible,
No,
quite honestly.
as I see that, as you read it like that, but those other people who have access to education, access to economic opportunity, they're good. They're going to be fine.
Let me
It
try
doesn't
to
make any sense.
Yeah, let me try to clarify, and it's based on that first word in the vision that we had, an inclusive, prosperous, beautiful city where people take pride in their neighborhood and their community. And that inclusive part means not only do we need economic development in our city, we need more jobs, but we also need to address the poverty issue that we face in Fresno. So in Fresno is number 2 in the state of California in poverty, and number 1 in female poverty. So if we're ever going to get out of that, then we need to do more target hiring and target those individuals that historically maybe have not had a job. And so that we can get those folks into the workforce to make sure that they are getting the job skills that they need through workforce development and apprenticeship programs and trade schools, and then to get them into the workforce. So those are the right people, the people that traditionally have not worked. So for example, Amazon. When Amazon came in, yes, they provide opportunity jobs, people to get into the workforce. Vast majority, I don't know if the vast majority, but a lot of the folks that got hired by Amazon the prior year to that were drawing unemployment. And so that's the goal for us is if we're ever going to get out of this poverty-stricken state that we're in Fresno, we get people employed who otherwise are unemployed. Those are the right people. We want to get unemployed people employed, people who have a long history of not working. So that's the goal, Gary.
I understand what you're saying, Jerry, but the language is horrific. If you want to get unemployed people employed, those are all kinds of people, not just gangbangers.
No, that we are focused on that as well in a number of other areas with Hope Now for Youth, getting gang members off the street, reformed into employment. There's a lot of, that's the purpose of Advanced Peace, is to do that as well, to get gang members out of that lifestyle employed. That's the purpose of what you previously was known as the Mayor's Gang Prevention Initiative, to get people to drop out of gangs, get them counseling, tattoo removal, employed. So that is one of the right target areas, but that's not the only target area. The area for me most often are those people that are traditionally from neighborhoods where there's high concentration of poverty based on unemployment.
Okay. But anybody who's unemployed, wherever they're from, whether they have a bachelor's degree, an MBA, haven't been involved in gang, they're unemployed, I think they would feel like they're being excluded from what you're describing.
Well, those are the right people, but also the right people. When I say from the right neighborhoods, I want you to know that oftentimes when we bring in business, the people they hire aren't from the city of Fresno.
Okay.
So I want them to hire the right people from the right neighborhoods as well.
I just think it's the framing. I don't think the right, when you use the word right,
Or right
you're
job.
assuming there's some that are wrong. And wrong has a connotation. So the way that it's framed, I get it. This is kind of I think one of your quotes that you constantly are quoted on, the right people, the right neighborhood. So I think your team just has to figure out how to better word, because I do think that folks up here would probably agree with the fact that, yes, we need to do things in a different way where we do maybe try to target folks so that they can get employment or whatnot. But I think that the way that it's framed is just doesn't sound good.
I'll be open to other suggestions you have, and Actually, I'll let you guys write my vision statement next year. How's that?
Well, this needs work. Whoever wrote this for you is not helping you. And, this becomes one particular Fresno, not one Fresno, Jerry. So I really feel offended when I see the right jobs. First of all, what's a wrong job? There isn't a wrong job. Job's a job. And the right people are everybody who's looking for employment. And we want to hire the most qualified people. And so I'm troubled by just the whole language of this. And I think we need to be very careful when we're talking about all people who are seeking work. We want jobs for everybody, not just the right people or the right job, which means certain people and certain jobs.
I appreciate your input.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
I prefer we hire people on the left, not the right.
Well, if the
I know
right
you
people, if the right people are people that are living in poverty, then the wrong people are those that are not living in poverty. All right? We're getting into the wordsmanship of
You can
things
tell we're
here.
getting close
But,
to the end of the budget process, Mayor. We're starting to
Can-
parse
well,
words.
well, at least we're not arguing
I knew
and
what you
saying the
meant.
same thing for 15 minutes like yesterday.
Is it
Councilmember Soria?
I think my questions were answered based on
Based
getting
on
the
the right choice of
information.
words
So I think
at
I'm
the
good.
right
I think
time.
I'm good.
Councilmember Carbasi, did you have any questions? There's no audio for Councilmember Carbasi? All right, okay.
I think there is, Des Martinez
Martinez is on?
has punched up. I know that
Brianna, who do we have queued up
earlier
to
she had
speak?
trouble.
We've had that issue all day, Councilmember Soria, just so you know.
Council President, can I make a motion while we work out whatever we're working?
Sure. Go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion to allocate $5 million towards the 8th Street warehouse conversion to a mobile food vendor commercial kitchen.
I'll second that.
Thank you.
Clarify, did you say
On the hopper?
$500?
$5 million.
$5 million, oh, okay.
All coming from the mayor's budget.
Are we we're making motions right now? Is that what's happening?
Does it say we are not invisible? No?
Anybody punched up to speak? Nobody.
I'm getting also text that they can't hear.
So we lost our. Yeah, all right, let's take a quick 3-minute bathroom break and let our folks try to troubleshoot this, and we'll be right back. at the right time right now.
Let's do that.
Thank you for that. Henry, please continue with where you left off. I think there were some questions being asked.
There are
correct?
public comments. Remember?
No more questions, Councilwoman
No.
Soria? Brianna, who do we have queued up? Des Martinez. Okay, Ms. Martinez, I understand you've been trying to, call in, and we've had some technical difficulties. We apologize, but you have the opportunity to speak now. Go ahead.
Thank you all for allowing me to speak. I wanted to speak on the HEART team. I know we had several meetings before I was involved in a homeless team with Ms. Soria regarding Cahoots. We compared a lot of different organizations to come into Fresno to help. My concern with the HEART team is that we decided Cahoots would be best fit for Fresno because they use EMT social workers, outreach workers from shelters and stuff like that. They do not use officers to approach the homeless individuals, only if needed. My concern is the HEART team is still going to be in their bulletproof vests. They will have khakis on and a polo shirt, or their black pants on with polo shirt. They will still be driving the police vehicles to these encampments and stuff. My concern is if we don't have enough resources in shelters, why are we still allowing the officers to approach the homeless individuals? I thought we were going to change that. I thought we were going to go and approach them in plain clothes. And get resources for them. Clearing out the encampments without any shelter beds available is still a violation of the Boise, Idaho. We are currently moving people, and they are still being told to move down to the Poverello house. I think we really need Cahoots, and I think we really need to rethink the HEART team, because we don't need to use officers for the homeless individuals. We need to use social workers. We need to use counselors. We need to use EMTs, because we don't always need to use these officers, because there's other things in Fresno happening that we need these officers' assistance for. I would really love them to at least talk about Cahoots and HEART, because we have tried to prevent the officers from approaching the homeless individuals. I know we ask them to dress down when they approach them, but wearing the black pants and the combat boots and the bulletproof vest with the polo shirt is not really dressing down. You're still coming out as officers in these vehicles. So if there's a way that we can rediscuss the HEART team versus Cahoots and have the community involved, I don't know. That's what I wanted to say, because I'm really concerned about this HEART team and utilizing officers to still approach homeless individuals and clearing encampments when we have no shelter beds available here in Fresno. Thank you for your time, and thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez. And Ms. Brandy News Villegas. Ms. Villegas, you'll have 2 minutes.
Okay, so a lot of things I addressed in previous thing, and I want to echo and agree with what Des said and ask that this would be seriously looked at so we can ensure that the needs are met. I mentioned previously about having social workers out there, not just people from the homeless organizations, but social workers that are focused on that. So we ensure that people are getting help, that they have follow-up. And I do want to echo again, asking the mayor and the We Work For You model and stakeholders to make this, to change things from being with homelessness with your office to be a client-centered approach instead of a project-based approach, that your goal of reducing visibility of homelessness would move to ensuring that the holes in the net and services are mended, to ensure that all of your unsheltered community members can have the resources and that people can't be prevented from being homeless, that you work to earn the trust of the community. There has been times where people throughout this year that advocates and homeless people have spoken up about things that need to be improved. There will be things that need to be improved in the motels to outreach, and a lot of times they've been dismissed. And I asked for an office that works on listening and working on how to improve things, and that resources will be equitably available to all who are unsheltered, and that those who are reaching out to help those who are homeless would be able to provide shelter when they reach out to someone, and that there's space. I also I mentioned last night at the Meet the Mayor about things like cooling centers, and that resources are throughout town, that we have them in more places, and that you also make things client focused by recognizing needs and restrictions that need to be overcome, including not only allowing pets to be in cooling centers, but allowing storage spaces to be there so they can bring their belongings, and to pursue listening to those who are homeless in order to ensure that these little gaps in services are met.
All right, thank you for that, Ms. Brandy Nunez-Villegas. Anybody else queued up, Brianna? All right. Councilmember Carbasi, are you still on? Did you have any questions?
I am. Sorry. I'm here, Mr. President. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. No, I just, I wanted to just specifically ask staff if there were any specific asks they were making that haven't been addressed yet.
Was there anything, anything specific that you asked for additionally?
Not at this time.
I believe it was already covered in an earlier motion, which was the additional community coordinator to liaison with the LGBTQ plus community. I think
Okay.
that was handled
That was
on day
Monday.
one.
It was. Councilmember Carbasi, while I have you on, I just spoke to the city manager. I want to make sure I get this right. I want to make a motion to allow the administration to have that flexibility to find the resources for their code enforcement resource team that they were discussing, and put that in the hopper for discussion. And city manager is going to come with the proposal in the morning with details for the council.
Correct, thank you.
So,
Yeah, I'll second that.
all right. So now it's in the hopper. Henry, I think that was it for the questions. That covered both the city manager and then the general purpose, right?
That is correct. We do have a slide for council as well.
Okay, let's go ahead and, wait, who's going to present for council?
I can.
Okay, go ahead,
It'll be-
Henry.
it'll be,
Thank
quick.
you.
Okay, if we can go to the next page, please. So we'll start again. It's an overall picture of your councils as an aggregate of your total costs, historically estimate, and then for the budget. As you'll see, in totality, we're looking at 5.1 million.
We used to have
Can you hear me now?
That's a little
you gotta
better.
get
Okay,
clear.
my apologies.
Yeah.
So overall, your expenditures are at 5.1 in the budget. One change, as you'll see and noted, is that the overall base budgets were increased by 95,400 per district. So if we can go to slide 2.
This is it. Then we're on the councils.
Should be one more. Nope, okay.
And council, this is the PowerPoint that Assistant City Manager Georgianne White sent yesterday, is that correct?
That's the one I sent
This
to
was
you, asking if you wanted any changes, additions, deletions, corrections.
You don't have it?
Okay.
Let me forward that to my colleagues. Well, we'll follow along here. Go ahead, Henry.
Anyway, it's basically, it was mirroring, and I can just, if we turn to the budget book. let me- What I wanted to outline was that if you were to turn to B-12, what you will see is by district, your 22 budget has a base budget of, in total of 3.6 million. There's an adjustment for the council president role coming up, and then the carryover by district, which would then give you your operating budget, again, by respective district. As well as on B-12, we also outlined, again, by district, what your infrastructure or capital budget has been planned for. So, Council President, really, that's the overall picture of this presentation.
Vice President?
Yes, I wanted to ask the council president and any previous council presidents on the dais, what exactly is the additional operating, how much is the additional operating dollars for the council president district office? And is that sufficient?
That's the ACE budget is the one that we work with. And traditionally, obviously, it's used for, meals, additional expenses incurred by council president. But I think where you're going with this, if you want to make a motion for when you're president next year, more than happy to entertain. Would you like the food budget extended or expanded?
I just don't know, right? So I mean, I was concerned about the drain on the council president's budget, whether it was enough, both for the current as well as the future presidents.
Well, Mr. Vice President, I have a solution.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Is that okay, Nelson?
Councilmember Carbasi?
So one of my issues that I was going to bring up today, and this might actually solve the problem, since we're increasing our own district budgets, some of us use extra office space, some of us don't, but the extra office space comes out of the 8th budget when it's actually used for our council offices. If we just paid for the budget, those offices, that office space out of our own council budgets, that would free up the money and stop draining the 8th office. I mean, it kind of seems unfair to use this budget that's supposed to be for all of us or the president, pay for extra office space, some that's not even being used.
All right, point taken, Councilmember Carbasi.
Yeah,
Vice President?
So
Well, I'd like to make a motion, though,
What was your motion?
that office space used by the council beyond the office they have, chief's office and the council office in the cubicle area, the supplemental office space is paid for by the council members who use it out of their council budgets.
Prorated. Or I'll second that for put it in the hopper, but I'd like to get more information on that, Councilmember Carbasi, later.
Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, Vice
And thank you,
President?
Council Vice President.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, so Council President, we obviously have tomorrow as well. So council, if you want to take a look over, just make sure, at this point, I won't make a motion to increase the Council President allocation. But I'll rely on you, having been in the role about 6 months now, to make that determination.
I think, I'll give you my preliminary assessment. I think just because of the nature of the work that we do, and we're going to get a lot more busy. I think with COVID, it was a little bit different because we were kind of, and I think an additional 50,000 to the council president's office would be helpful, just given everything that they go through.
Okay.
And we could do it for next year. You don't have to do it for this year. I honestly don't. I think I'm fine, but
Well,
I think you're gonna need that.
logistically speaking, any allocation will be split between our offices for the fiscal year. So I'll second your motion for that.
Okay, goes in the hopper. And again, it's not for me. I want to make sure folks understand that. It could be for the council president next year, but I really do think that council president is, this will be the understatement of the year, and you'll know that it is very busy. It takes a lot of time and meetings and traveling and going places and all that. So it's in the hopper now. Any other motions you want to make?
Yeah, no, you know, these last 6 months have aged you about 2 years, so I believe it.
I feel it.
The last motion I'll make here is to change the baseline council budgets to $550,000 each for each district, and that is in addition to the carryover from the last fiscal year.
I'll second that.
All right, motion was made, seconded, goes in the hopper. City Clerk, you got those motions? Great. All right, Councilmember Maxwell?
Nothing, no.
Nothing. Councilmember Bredefeld? Sorry.
I'm good, thank you.
All right, Henry, I think that, public comment. Do we have any folks punched up? Who do we have, Brianna? Miss Lisa Flores, you'll have 2 minutes.
Hi, I'm just wondering really, really quickly, how come Miguel Arias has the least amount of money? And can we get Esmeralda some more, because, you know, she does such fabulous work. So why does Miguel have the lowest budget and the lowest line item of funds? That's the only question I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that. All right, anybody else queued up? Brianna? That's it. All right, we'll close public comment, bring it back. Any other additional comments? I think that closes our presentation.
Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Henry. And thank you to our staff. It's been a very interesting 3 days. Thank you to the folks that have been watching at home and sending us their emails. We appreciate it. Now we are going to move on to deliberating our budget. That's it. No. No, general city purpose was done with the mayor's office as well, too, combined.
We're done, right?